chat. It's so nice to see each and every one of you. You know, we go live after 3 songs. You know, me when I know the lore. Hello, chat, and if you know what time it is, if we reach that goal, we feed that pupper. Thank you guys so much for being around. I'm going to hell, chat! Yeah, I'm going to hell! I'm going to... Oh, we're going to hell!
I say wait.
You're
Disavow.
Oh,
You know, if you
He
play
couldn't
that,
help it.
you know
He
who's
couldn't
gonna
help
call you a
himself,
short
guys.
raper.
He wanted to do it so bad. He wanted to do it so bad.
Fuck! I can't... Please actually use... listen. We don't have our own version of that, so I feel bad. And also, I don't know if I'd like... Okay, so what is ours? Ours is XRR, Extreme... What, like... oh no, it's Extreme Rape Review. Yeah. With a giant X, which, again... This is not to make fun of or make light of any sexual assault. Like this is legitimately as a joke because the joke is URR designed.
If you have to explain the joke, it's not funny anymore.
Yeah.
No.
There are some like
ruined it.
there's some
ruined it.
soybeans out there.
There are
Moving
this is going to be a soy chat. This is going to be a
There's
soybean
soybeans
topic.
out there.
There are soybeans in the chat.
Soybeans. Oh,
I
no.
see you, chat. I see you. Hello, everybody.
My precious soybeans. My precious
soybeans. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Op Block, your one-stop shop for everything commentary, news, research, and other things happening on the internet. I'm your host, FALGI, EXE, and today...
Hey, there's a reason I'm a pony. It's because this is MLP drama, baby.
Len, I can't repeat what you just said. Oh,
What did Lynn say?
you can read it.
He can't. Yeah, he just said he can't repeat it.
I can't repeat that.
Someone has to make it right now. That's it.
No. Soy.
No. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Moving on. Moving on.
tough,
Gosh,
tough.
you're so bad at moving
joke
on.
is
I'm not
gone.
gonna read it. Let me start reading it.
Okay.
Yeah, read it, Greg. Do it, Greg.
You're
Sorry,
the
I
one who
had
wasn't
on,
gonna
sorry,
read
I
it.
had on Top
idiot.
Cat. I'm sorry, I had Top Cat.
Wow, that's a statement.
But you're on top.
First time
First
screaming.
time for everything. Oh no!
That's rude.
Oh yeah.
Petition for FALGI to cover
that's
all songs in
terrible.
the stream
That's
intro with
fucking
Acapulco
terrible.
smiles.
No. You want Acapulco? You want Acapulco the songs, but it is what it is. But chat, we have a very jam-packed clip-clop paddywalk. I don't know any of the
Oh.
brony lore, so chat, you're gonna have to fill in the blanks. We have a very, very crazy stream, but
Beggett's still on the mend, so we couldn't ask him.
oh, don't say that. He's fine. Listen. Don't say clop. Why?
Because that means fap. But
What?
like with ponies. Yeah.
Why are you
Yeah.
people so weird?
What do you mean you don't know
No,
this?
not
you
like
get on the
you.
internet?
Not. Yeah. I know fucking Brony Gooner. They're all pedophiles lore. I can't wait for that one.
You can't just call everybody a pedophile.
I
You're
mean,
gonna turn to Tyler.
listen. To be fair, throw a fucking hoof at the Brony fandom. You're gonna hit about 6 of them on the way down. But more importantly, joining me today is some of my favorite people on the internet. Hey, Starshine, thank you so much for becoming a boom operator.
Star Shinny became a member.
But more importantly, I'm joined by some of my favorite people. CPR isn't. Yeah, but how do you do that? How do you do CPR?
How are you getting?
How are you getting CPR from that?
No, you. How are you getting bamboozled before you even?
Hey,
introduce
shut
us?
up. But more importantly, I'm joined by some of my favorite people on the internet. You know them, you love them. They're pony ties today. It's Ash. What's going on, Ash?
Nothing much. I watched Barbarella with Killjoy when we're gonna start stream. It's a pretty good movie. Really
Oh,
goofy,
yeah.
really campy.
Barbarella?
Yeah, Barbarella.
Oh.
Yeah.
Does that have Pam Anderson in
Yeah.
it?
It's
Oh
the-
no, it's Jane Fonda.
Jane Fonda.
That's what it was.
I'm
It was
thinking.
Jane
I'm
Fonda.
thinking barbed wire.
Barbed wire.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there a Stripperella one? Am I all...
I thought there was.
Stripperella
You're thinking-
is Pamela Anderson.
You're
Yeah, I
thinking
think that's what you're thinking
Booberella
of.
from The Simpsons.
Boomerella. Thank you. You know, I recently watched like a video essay on The Simpsons today, but that's neither here nor there. You know them. You love them. Are there bald ponies? Well, we're going to find out today. It's Q's Hood Ornament. What's going on, Q?
I paid $400 for groceries today.
Jesus.
Tariffs hitting everybody.
I do.
Hi, Do. Do, if you're available, you should come on down to the Brodeo clock.
Only if you want to.
Only if you want to. I
It's
invite
super
everyone.
late for her.
Is it? Is it really
Yeah.
super late?
That's why I
Get in
said
here,
it.
dude.
Yeah.
Get in here, German.
More
Get the
importantly,
German in here.
More importantly, chat, I bring you the man with every information that I have seen on the internet at all times. He knows everything. He's been everywhere on the internet. You know him. You love him. But I love him more than you ever will. It's Uncle Greg. What's going on, Greg?
We were supposed to do this 2 hours ago, but then FALGI had a life crisis.
I did have a life
Yeah.
crisis.
That's just
Crisis.
Falgi's life is the crisis.
What do you mean? It's the life crisis. I don't have a life crisis.
You just said you're okay.
You said you're gonna kill yourself. I'm like,
Hey, said you're gonna
excuse me?
crash out.
In
Said you're gonna
Minecraft,
crash out.
I was not gonna crash out. I just don't need people just jumping in to like my, into my area things. Have you heard of a group?
Your area? My area.
Have you ever heard of a group of bronies that wanted to travel to Equestria with an electric fedora hat They wanted to travel there to steal Pony's gold. What the fuck does that? Okay, chat. We're gonna have a real quick talk before we get this stream on the way and going. This stream, if possible, may be a 3-part look into the Brony fandom. When I tell you right now, this video fucking threw us into a cavalcade of Brony lore, of just how many people have been outed from that community over the years, how this ties into everyone and everything. Yes, maybe one day we'll listen to the Toon Critic thing. This stream, for those who don't know, no, you're fine, will contextualize the recent video that came out from I Love Kim Possible regarding, specifically regarding the Saberspark allegations, as well as the allegations towards DA Games, towards DA Games and this gentleman named Chris. We will get through all of it as much as we can. Today's stream is going to be primarily focused on I Love Kim Possible a lot and the video that she put out. Now,
yeah, but how does this affect LeBron's legacy?
I didn't know that FALGI really liked Kim Possible.
Yes, Mr. Gamer, we will talk about Black Griffin because he comes up in this story. So there's gonna be a lot of Brony lore and a lot of allegations and confirmed little things here and there within the Brony fandom. Today we won't be going over a Google Docie, but that's gonna change for the next 2 streams because there's Google Docies. Now, I have to make something very clear. Content warning right now. You're gonna watch cringe. You're gonna watch like real cringe.
I'm so excited for real cringe.
I'm not
cringe. Let's go.
I have talked to some people behind the scenes regarding I Love Kim Possible.
You really love Kim Possible.
Yes.
Because isn't it I love Kim Possible a lot?
Yeah.
Kraken's better. I'm sorry. L for naming
It's
yourself
Shigo
I Love
all
Kim
the way.
Possible.
I don't care. It's Shigo. Will we get links? Yes. As always, I always put links to the videos in the description. It's gonna be a crazy time. Yeah, I'm just probably gonna just call her KP. So this stream primarily is gonna be focusing on KP. The reason this video was created, in our opinion, looking on her research, looking at her history, and a lot of the other things that went into what I believe to be, again, this is just mine and our assumptions based on the evidence that has been presented to us and what we can find regarding this. And I want to make something very clear as we're going into the main part of the video. I attempted to reach out to the individual who was accusing Saberspark. I was unable to. I added them on Twitter. I didn't DM them because it appeared to be that they were constantly doing tweets. Yes, Mr. Gamer, we're going to be going over the Sun Mouse's tweets because they have been replying a lot. However, this is a big however, I was able to speak briefly with the individual who platformed these allegations. I will briefly summarize. I'm not gonna fully leak our DMs. There ain't anything fucking special. I'll kind of like briefly summarize my questions regarding it and the answers that I got. What I was told was this person, yes, Brony fandom, does not like KP at all. At this point, is very upset with KP from what I can understand from the answers I got, which is very brief, because when I asked them, how did the person, reach them for instance, I got that video's unimportant. you should just listen to the victim instead, which I agree, but you directed, Brony Fan Don't, directed the accuser to KP directly. And we're going to say why and why that matters. So, in the chat, I saw somebody talk about a person by the name of Black Griffin. This is why this matters. I am going to turn around every now
Griffin
and
did
then.
nothing wrong.
No, don't do that. Don't say
From
that.
Berserk, from Berserk.
Don't do that.
You can't say that,
That's
Ash.
the
You
Ash.
can't say that.
Ash.
What?
The character's name is Griffith.
Griffin.
Griffith.
Yeah.
I had
you
a brain
can't-
fart
yeah.
there.
So it's important to understand loosely who Black Griffin is for a reason. So we will do a whole stream dedicated to this Google Doc, as well as dramas around it. Black Griffin's drama is like one actual stain on Saberspark's career, kind of, and we'll get to there. So Black Griffin, aka known as Gabriel Brown, is a individual who has been in the Brony fandom for a very, very long time. Very long time. There are videos, there's like an archive video of these weird, like, Brony fucking dubs. I Love Kim Possible's in it. A lot is in it. Even this guy's in it. And specifically, interestingly enough, his now wife.
Huh.
Who, at the time, was in those videos. She was 15, 16, and he was 25. Now, it's very important to highlight this. There is a lot to go over when it comes to the Black Griffin saga that I cannot do in one night. This would... You thought the Mama Max stream was fucking long? This gets even worse. It's important to note, and I can't believe I have to say this, Brother Ew is very correct. Yes, Lazy Bedhead is very good. I clowned on a little bit describing the different types of grooming, but I watched her video. It's very well made. We probably will be referencing it here and there in our stream on it because there's clips that she has. But this guy has known, terrorism grooming. If you saw my tweet, that's where it comes from. But it's something really interesting to note that regarding Black Griffin, he was always around his now wife and their mutual friend, while those two were minor voice actors. Because, and this is all I can look at right now, the friend, mom was, I at this point, it kind of looks like mom was playing everybody's agent. Specifically for her daughter, there were... How do I express this?
Possibly.
I'm not going to go that far, matchmaker.
Potentially.
Okay, yes. So, Black Griffin would go around with his then wife. Excuse me. Black Griffin would go around with his now wife, though wasn't at the time, as well as their friend who was also a minor, because they were a packaged deal at BronyCons, because Gabe became a voice actor outside of doing fan music. All of this preamble to say that this is one of the biggest things that is the point of contention with Saberspark, because Saberspark for a period of time would defend Gabriel Brown, because Gabriel Brown, aka Black Griffin, would constantly say, "Hey, I know that I knew my wife back then, but we weren't friends. She had this crush on me, and I constantly turned her down. But she only told me this when she was 20." Mr. Gamer, I swear. We don't have time. But all of this to say that over a period of time, Saberspark would defend Black Griffin, and this seems to be where a lot of, from what I could see, on the surface anyways, would have been KP's ire with Saberspark, which I understand, right? I totally get it. I understand that. I don't feel comfortable about it either. I'll be open and honest about that. I've talked about things like this. Like, this was a child actress that was vulnerable. Whether or not anything happened before she came of age is not really my issue. It's the fact that it does feel like her and her friend, by all accounts, were offered up on a silver platter to them. It also doesn't make me feel better that if you look at tweets in the past, fans would play into their flirting on Twitter in way, shape, and form. Like, people, like, you know, like, this was a very disgusting thing. But Saberspark didn't have direct wasn't in their relationship, right? Again, I think you should have known better. I think you should have just said, I'm fucking wiping my hands of it. But that's neither here nor there. Now, all of this preamble, because the video that we're going to watch today is very weird and very interesting. The video attaches a lot of other people's allegations to lend credibility to Saberspark's allegations. I am not going to read this right here because this is going to be gone over in the video. But what I am going to say is there's going to be a lot of information thrown at us. We're going to try to get through it as much as possible. Again, this video this stream only pertains to I Love Kim Possible a lot. This is not going to pertain to DA Games. That will be its own separate stream, and not to Black Griffin. Can I get a link to the video to share to our stream or to this video? Because if you want the video, did I not include it in the description? I'll add it to the description right now. Give me 20 seconds, chat.
Did I share the Dark Place? Not a lot of people have access to it yet.
It's public. Dark Place is public. Dark Place has been grabbing things.
It was hard to find it on your own when you're searching for it.
The content reacted to is in the description, chat. I always put things in the description. Oh, FALGI found the famous Dark Place. You fucks. But I will say this, and this is something that I have to give out a shout out to my favorite person in the world, Mr. Gamer. Because Mr. Gamer, a couple days ago, was like, hey, I'd love for you to go over this video. And it was about, it actually happens to be right here, but this is the second part, but we'll get there. I saw the video about the Buffalo school potentially hiding or underreporting sexual assaults and kidnappings and other things in their public schools. And something very interesting that happened when the individual by the name of Angry Cops, he is like a Buffalo SVU detective, but he also is a YouTuber. He was starting to get maligned in the media until everyone was like, hey, maybe you should look at the schools and not necessarily the guy who's telling you the schools are doing things. And now the media has changed. All to say that sometimes when you push a narrative, it matters just as much who is pushing it and how you push it. Because I will tell you this right now. I understand. I've spoken with people behind the scenes. I know about KP's relation to Chris and DA Games specifically. That was not fully disclosed in this video that we will be going over, as well as her relation to Lily Orchard. If you don't know, I love Kim Possible a lot, KP, however we're going to refer to her. They had a friendship, a long-standing friendship with a Lily Orchard until the continued allegations surrounding Lily Orchard's improprieties, as well as, you know, their assault on their sister, Courtney, who happens to be friends with KP, came out. It is interesting. I will say that it's an interesting part of the lore. I do reserve the right to say, hey, sometimes people leave friends who do bad things when they don't always know. But sometimes you don't throw stones in a glass house. So chat, we're going to get into everything. I also conveniently, thank you to a friend of the channel, have a downloaded version of the chat logs that was going on during this premiere.
Bro, the last hour of the premiere was fucking wild. It was like, can I like tease it a little bit or no?
Yes, chat. Christine Chandler, aka Chris Chan, was in the chat. Now, here's my hot take on that. I don't care. I don't care that they've been tweeting at Chris Chan on the internet. I swear to God. Listen. Chris has served her time, and she is now allegedly a ward of the state. The government has chosen that Chris Chan is not mentally competent enough to be on their own anymore. And you can feel anything you feel about the fact that Chris Chan most likely had sex with their mother, with Bar. I 100% agree with you that it's a giant fucking ick. But, like, that is the whole, like, my whole thing is that what Chris Chan really needs is to just be off the internet. The government needs to just steal the internet away from her. It's the safest thing for her. We've done Chris Chan on the channel. Her life is, in my opinion, very sad. And it, like, hurts me a lot when going over her. I know that that's going to be a thing that people are going to bring up. It's not the main focus of this. I will just say that Chris Chan was there. Yes, like the stream chat. There's only 100.
The fighting that happened in the chat, but okay.
We have the fighting in the chat. That was a teaser. Ash, there was teasers. Falgi's gonna have Chris as a featured guest. I don't know. I would have to read out the fucking Gooner from Mars to get that. Again,
you can't do that without Cat.
I can't do it without Cat, and I feel like I would need the Gooners from Mars approval for that one. But yes, we have a copy of the chat as well. And it's fucking spicy. Because fighting happens in there. But more importantly, I think what we should do is not even start this video yet. But let's check on I Love Kim Possible a lot. Because KP has been teasing this video for a while. So, I have a series of tweets dated even as far back as last year. Remember when I said that this video has been in the works? Remember there were months of research said in this video? Well, we'll get there. So, on November 12th, 2024, KP says, imagine taking sexual harassment so seriously that the first thing you do is try to make a victim sign an NDA. Fuck DA Games and Saberspark apparently for keeping Chris hired. It's a poor look. Video coming soon. So, originally, the video was only about DA Games, but specifically this individual, Chris, that we will get there throughout the video and explain their place in it. Because there's a lot that kind of goes into it. So let's read the email. from blank. Hello. Thank you for your patience in this matter. While we understand that you are personally serving as the primary point of contact for this case, we believe it's important that Rachel is given direct communication as we proceed. Therefore, we will continue to CC Rachel on communications on this matter. The choice of whether to read these communications is at her discretion. As a company, it is important that we are certain that all necessary information is reaching all relevant parties. Should Rachel give a signed statement that she does not wish to have continued communication during our investigation, we would accept and honor that. Now, the reason to this will be made apparent in the video at hand, but it's important to talk about that this video has been teased over a period of time since November, and I find that to be very interesting because I have to kind of step out for a second and I'll have Greg read the email for me. But because the Saberspark allegations were tacked on last minute. And KP confirms that. Greg, take it away.
Okay. I don't know if he started this or not, so I'll just read it.
Want me to read it, or you want him to read it? Or you want you to read it?
If you want, you can read it.
Okay, hold on. Let me make this bigger. Thank you for your patience in this matter. While we understand that you are personally serving as a primary point of contact for this case, we believe it is important that Rachel is given direct communication as we proceed. Therefore, we will continue
Second paragraph. Second paragraph.
You know, you could have. It's fine. It's fine.
I would just keep going. I'm just gonna
read the whole thing. Fuck you.
Yeah, well, you didn't tell them what paragraph to start on, so let him read it.
Were you all not paying attention to the stream? Are we not paying attention to the stream?
You know what? Just start over. Start at the time, 12:28 p.m.
No, just right here. Right here. We are currently.
Yeah,
I would start over.
Thank you, teacher. I appreciate that.
Oh, but.
We are currently creating an investigation report into this matter, which, after reviewing all the evidence, we will decide on which disciplinary action will be taken going forward. We are more than happy to share this report with Rachel, with the express understanding that the contents of the report are kept strictly confidential basis. This is in accordance with ACAS guidelines and the General Data Protection Regulation. The investigation report will be given upon signing of a document confirming Rachel understands and the consequences of breaking this confidentiality agreement.
Mm-hmm.
We also would wish to clear up a point of confusion that has arisen with these communications. It has been a raised point by both Rachel and yourself that the YouTube Saberspark has removed Chris from his employment. During our investigation into the case, we have communicated directly with Saberspark, who has confirmed that this information is false. Chris has not been terminated from his employment. Saberspark has given consent for this information to be given. DA Online has its own company policy and procedure and shall be following this with regards to this case. Therefore, we will not be considering the actions of external employees during this investigation and disciplinary process. Finally, with regards to communication, we believe we have enough evidence to conduct a thorough and fair investigation as per the previously mentioned recorded call. Should Rachel wish to give further information, we would be willing to accept with a written statement under GDPR guidelines. We will not be consenting to recorded verbal interviews at this time. Regards, DA Online HR Rep.
Thank you. Gamer, you could send me that. I believe it's who I think it is, but Gamer, you can send me that. So it's very important to note, and I want to make this very clear, this is not about sexual assault. KP's grudges with Chris, I'll be very clear. I don't like Chris. I think Chris is a fucking freak. But we'll get there because it's in the video. But
can I get a smaller primer? I feel like you threw more names at me than the Silmarillion, and I don't know where I am.
What if I told you the entire video does just what I did without explaining half of the shit I'm telling you right now.
Okay.
Chris is a former animator that used to work with KP.
Who is KP?
Kim Possible.
Impossible.
Impossible.
Well, you literally
No.
told me to call her KP.
No, fucker. Like, who is she? A YouTuber?
She is a YouTuber. She's a brony YouTuber and animator. It's a whole big thing. It's a whole big thing.
You can't just drop me in here. I need to know what's going on.
I dropped you real hot and fast. But yes, KP is is an animation commentary YouTube. Like they do animation commentary. I don't know what the fuck they call this anymore. And like that's one of those
cartoon reviews.
Cartoon
essentially.
reviews,
Snore.
stuff like that. Yeah, it's Saberspark. They're Saberspark adjacent. You ever seen Saberspark's
Okay.
channel? This is KP.
Who is Saberspark?
Saberspark is a guy that does animation content and reviews on various animations and their history or the drama surrounding their history.
He's
or
one of the he's one of the largest. He holds currently
Yeah.
2.23 million subscribers.
He is one of the biggest animation related content. I would call him animation commentary
Mhm.
and review, not ACC.
Oh, 211, thank you.
Maybe slightly ACC related, but
I'm not gonna say ACC because ACC uses. I will say I don't.
no, I meant
fucking
like
know.
a subgenre, like animation. It could be you could have overlap between animation
Yeah.
art. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah, and it's something really interesting to note that this is. I will not call the allegations against Saberspark fake. What I will say is that a lot of information does need to be. Yeah, this is the one I have.
Would you call it
Thank you.
unsubstantiated?
Unsubstantiated is one. Thank you, Mr. Gamer. Those are the ones I do have, but thank you. Unsubstantiated is one of them. Another thing I would say is that KP fucking killed the story dead in the water for a lot of reasons. They just killed the story. Because it's tacked on to all of this. That chat. If you haven't been following KP for years, you don't know anything about this. Because she won't explain this either. Now, you see this. Okay, Chris, fuck Saberspark too, I guess. Does Saberspark know about the allegations? No. And as Killjoy points it out very importantly, this Saberspark is large enough to be under Moist Critical's partner agency thing. Like, that's like a big thing to know, too, that this is a large enough guy. Aficionado Chris is an editor for DA Games Saberspark. He used to work for KP in 2015, 2016-ish. He made up a sexualized story about my clothing at convention around that time. The story got back to me last year.
A decade later?
A decade later. Now, again, we will get into Chris's Gooner story. I will be very real. It's not great. I'm not defending the guy. It's fucking disgusting. But there are leaps of logic that we are going to go down a path of. I literally have so many more tweets, chat. Pink Pony Club. Oh, I'm gonna get that pink pony club.
Stop.
How do you not know that chorus?
I don't know. So, chat. Okay, I sent some things to. Actually, I could go into my DMs because I sent stuff to, of all people, Chud Logic, because he was covering it one day. We made a watch party Discord event tomorrow. Now, you see this April 30th. Huh. Why would you make a watch party Discord event? For what?
That's weird.
I wonder. Huh. Chat, what do you think? Wait, you don't need to think. I'll show you.
Never think, chat. Never think again. We will tell you everything you need to know.
We will be having a watch party on the video event info here in the Discord. Remember, 10 a.m., new victim testimony drops. 12 p.m. EST. Video. she is hosting a Discord party event for sexual assault allegations, grooming, zoophilia, and
Her own
pedophilia.
URR.
Now,
Ugh.
again, I understand that this is the first time KP has ever done this from trusted sources, and apparently she's feeling real shit about it.
This might be the first time anyone's ever done this.
Mm-hmm. That's not entirely true.
What do you mean?
I mean, you do the Destiny stuff, and that was of a nature. Some of that stuff was premiered.
Premiere's not a watch party.
That's true. Well, they were in the stream chat too as well. I don't know. You're right. It's not the same thing. Yeah. But again, oh, I would be remiss to not show you this tweet as well. Where are we? Huh. This! Time to kick some pedo and rapist ass tomorrow. Now, oh no, I
That's
said the thing.
cringe.
Again, hyping up your allegations against someone, some of which are substantiated, some of which don't make any sense, and things like that.
God, I'm getting like, okay, it's weird. I'm getting like Dima Mama vibes from this.
I would just
No. Remember when Dima Mama was hyping up her Xander Hall video as a nuke? This is
I
the
wasn't
vibe
around.
I'm getting.
I wasn't around at that time.
Oh, you weren't around that time, yeah.
But I could
Well,
say
that
that
was-
H3 was
that
doing
was
that
a-
with Hassan.
That was the thing. Yeah, it also reminds me of Ethan and Hassan, their videos, how they were hyping it up. It very much reminds me of the Dima Mama Xander Hall nuke.
Yeah. I will and I'll say this. Yes, I do know that Lio. Okay, I would just say it anyways. I asked Lio a little bit questions about this because I know that he has a personal like he has a friendship of some kind or a familiarity with KP. I'm not gonna throw him under the bus on this one because he's just a liaison to what I understand. He's not involved in any way with the creation of this video. Because I see it in chat, I want to make it very clear. From my understanding, Lio is not involved in the creation of this video. That's what I know to be true. Unless proven otherwise, was not involved. But more importantly, you see all this because, and it's important to note, KP tried to involve a lot of people in the creation of this video. You're going to see some famous names in this video. It's very interesting. You're going to see some crazy commentary people. Well, commentary people is relative. Or any people in this video. You're going to see cameos from people that you would never think would be in this video. But let's kind of move forward with that. I have some other tweets that she put out that I think kind of paint the picture of what she felt like this video was for her. Let's see if I have this one right here. That one's not really worth it at this point. So these are just like, we're just going to start with these because I think that these are the most important ones in my personal opinion. We'll kind of go from there. Now, chat. Oh, wait, that's right. I forgot about this tweet. Oh, God. Oh, KP.
Oh no!
Oh, this is a
Yep.
spicy meatball of a tweet. I'm just going to let this tweet speak for itself. Do you think that this is someone who's going to treat allegations of grooming, pedophilia, and lots of other things very well? Hoo-wee. Again.
Ooh-wee.
This is a yikes. This is a big yikes. Well, I think without further ado, we should
That
finally.
looks sweaty.
This is sweaty. Without further ado, I think it's time to get this fucking URR. We will. Yeah, I already pulled this up, so we don't need to get back into that. That. Again, you've seen her hyping up. She's hyping it up, chat. So I think without further ado, let's get hyped. Let's get hyped
Imagine
for the
getting
video,
hyped.
chat. Chat, are you ready?
Oh God.
Remember to like the stream and donate so we can feed that dog that's somewhere in the house. Oh, she's right there.
This video is not suitable for all ages and should only be viewed by viewers 18 or older due to the nature of the content discussed and the discussion of sexual predators on the internet. Trigger warnings for the following: pedophilia, lolicon, and child.
So I want to point out pedophilia, lolicon, suicide, grooming, anti-Semitism, sexual harassment and objectification, bestiality and zoophilia, rape. All of these things. You saw the tweets.
She reviews cartoons?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Apparently.
You know, for kids.
For kids, chat.
For child audience.
Well, I won't go that far. Actually, no, that's not true. They do make a thing. Now, if I remember correctly, speaking of the disclaimer, Kayla Says has pinned a comment. We have a pinned comment from Kayla Says that we will get to later, chat. Yes, the VA in the comments said yes. So let's talk about that. They didn't know what the fuck they were reading. Everybody got little bits and pieces of this. Nobody really knew from what I could tell. But we'll get there.
Pornography, suicide, grooming, anti-Semitism and Nazi imagery, sexual harassment and sexual objectification, bestiality and zoophilia, and rape. Please do not harass anyone.
So who made this person break these allegations, or did they decide it themselves? Funny you should say that. So in my brief conversation with Brony Fandon't, the individual who is alleging that Saberspark raped her, raped her twice. Twice. At 2 different events. Axes with the 5.
I mean, given the game she played on her channel once upon a time, those trigger warnings aren't outside her usual wheelhouse.
Mm-hmm. So what I want to tell you is, in speaking with Brony Fandon't, it seems like the Google Doc that they made about Black Griffin led the individual, the unnamed accuser, go to Brony Fandon't, who directly led them to KP. Because KP had been hyping up a video behind the scenes and publicly about DA Games, Aficionado Chris, as well as Saberspark. And it was tacked on at the last minute. Within the last month, if not sooner. How do I know that? Because it said in the Premiere chat, which we have an HTML version of.
Named in this video.
Hello viewers, welcome to another segment of Maybe the Internet Was a Big Fucking Mistake.
Big mistake. Big. Huge.
On a more serious note, this video covers sexual gratification as well as general sexual harassment, and it's a very depressing story. If you're a kid who somehow got past the age restriction, please go away now. Just go. Now, I don't like covering these stories. We're an animation channel. We cover very important stuff like Disney and not Disney things.
Okay. You're an animation. We're setting up the groundwork, chat. Animation channel, setting up the groundwork.
Sometimes. But I like to think of myself like the Jon Stewart of the YouTube anime.
Already. We are not even 2 minutes in, and you're calling yourself the Jon Stewart of the animation and YouTube thing.
Don't do that to me, Mr. Gamer. Don't do that to me, please.
What are you doing? Where are we? Oh.
Wow.
How did we get here?
Where do we go from here?
The bar is in hell, and it only gets lower.
It's gonna be one of those.
Yes, there is a rework of this video. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if it's gonna come out. I hope it comes out. Yes, there's gonna be a rework of this video. Allegedly, she did remove it because there was a lot of backlash. specifically from people who had been assaulted in her community, and being like, hey, I'm a victim of assault. This is kind of fucked up. Who's the Jessie Solmay of the animation community? Birdie. 100% it's Birdie. Birdie is the Jessie Solmay of the animation community.
Animation community, I call things out when I feel like I can add something to the conversation. And it's important to talk about when YouTubers are misusing their platform, so what's the no fun situation? Because I hate it here.
I don't want to be alive anymore.
I've chosen not to keep this person anonymous
Okay.
because I believe this is not a mistake or a slip of the tongue. This is an active attempt of slander and misogyny, and that's just not acceptable. Also, this incident wasn't freely admitted to me. I had to have someone else tell me that this was going on, in a professional setting.
He couldn't even tell me himself.
Chris was a team member roughly from 2014 to 2015.
Chat, remember that Chris used to work for KP. It'll be important later in the stream.
I know, I'm old. Chris was generally a nice guy in my time knowing him, but he exhibited weird behavior. Like, you just draw this for your boss, right? If memory serves, there's also a nude version.
So, in looking for the nude version of that clip, of that specific art, we can't find it. And if memory serves me, there's a fan drawing that may potentially be a nude version, but it's not attributed to Chris. And I will say that KP doesn't have it either. And I'll tell you why. Because KP will show you much worse than a nude version of a pony sitting on a fucking toilet.
Did we make sure to get the timestamps of that stuff so we can skip past it?
Nope.
Or-
I thought about that.
Well-
No, we didn't.
Well, we didn't. Well, good luck, chat. We believe in you.
Viewer discretion is advised. Go fuck yourselves. Me
This
too.
is gonna get demonetized. Make sure to like the stream.
Yeah, but guys, this stream's gonna get demonetized because of this person. So remember, like and subscribe, donate, tip, do the things. I don't fucking know. Become a member today. It's gonna get rough.
That's
Don't forget
disgusting.
the art
He was
contest.
also my first trip to Everfree Northwest, the one we did the vlog about. He's this guy here. The story is as follows. I'm not gonna read it myself because it's gonna make me sick, so I'm just gonna have someone else read it.
At some point.
Hello, June the King! Everybody, it's
Why,
everyone's favorite
yeah.
YouTuber, June the King! I thought this was a cutaway from a different video.
So did
No,
I.
no, he's in this video! The nude
Who's
version
June the
was...
King?
He is a commentary essayist. He's an essayist.
Thank
He's
you,
done some really
Killjoy.
good essay videos. Like he did a decent one on fucking
The
Lily Orchard. of all
DSP, Lily
people.
Orchard. Ah, hey, Sai, how you
Hassan.
doing? We're
Hi,
gonna get
Sai.
into a lot of stuff, Sai. The nude version was never found. The version that was displayed was made over 10 years ago. Yeah, we went over that. The KP told no one about it. Everybody,
like-
everyone was doing small bits and pieces of the voice work. They didn't know what it was all coming together to be.
Also, question: like she said, he worked for her. That drawing could have literally been done for a thumbnail or a video gag because she does really shitty gags.
Yeah.
Like I've drawn like weird ass shit for this channel. Like
Yeah, you're a pony.
Yeah, you drew me. You drew me with
Yeah, you're
Femboy
funny.
Link, which thank you. Thank you.
yeah, and I drew you pregnant.
You have drawn me
And I
pregnant.
drew you pregnant.
The first of many.
For the friend of the channel, Quite put up a video about drawing people pregnant. He put up a recent video about it. I'm like, oh, I need to check this out.
Over the last few years, Chris told his story, allegedly several times, that in the bathroom of the hotel where the group was staying, he was masturbating to KP's clothing. Chris states that this is a lie, as he was actually constipated during the trip, and there were no witnesses to his masturbation story in or near the hotel room.
No one saw me do it, so you can't prove it.
So, what it seems like to me is Chris made a disgusting story. I do need to make this very clear. It's a disgusting story. There is no... the story is indefensible. That he was pleasuring himself on the John, and that her clothing was in the vicinity of the Goonin session. Is Chris Saberspark? No!
No,
No.
It's
Saberspark
almost...
doesn't come in for a while, chat.
like 90% of this video is other people. 90% of the video is other people. Very important to note that. There's a reason why it's important. Because if you remember, the video is called What Ruined Saberspark and DA Games. Not how aficionado Chris ruined me and I have a personal grudge with him because he's a disgusting pervert. Not DA Games are filled with potentially predators. It's what ruined Saberspark and DA Games.
To be fair, I think the other title wouldn't work in the SEO.
Hey, listen, if I can get away with Mama Max's back and he wants to show you his Leviathan.
That was really good. I really like that one.
Listen, it was a good one. Chad, I'll tell you this. Clickbait is like my passion. There is nothing better than making like a shitty title that makes no sense. It's one of my favorite things. But continuing.
We don't know the details about who the story was.
Hey, Sai, thank you for the 5.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Sai.
it.
This whole thing is a mess and I'm rolling around in the schadenfreude like a pig in mud.
Very based, very based. Sai, friend of the channel, thank you so much. Ace, I think we all won.
Told too, besides the whistleblower who will remain anonymous. But it was likely Will Ryan, head of the YouTube channel DA Games, as Chris and Will are friends, as well as friends at
Okay, hold
Ryan
up.
about who the
I want
story
to just
was.
highlight this for a second. Yes, you did vote for One Trick Brony for the title. Yes.
Witnesses to his masturbation story in or near the hotel room. We don't know the details about who the story was told to, besides the whistleblower who will remain anonymous. But it was likely Will Ryan, head of the YouTube channel DA Games, as Chris and Will are friends, as well as friends and or employees of that YouTube channel.
So they
These
have
are people I've never seen before. These are names I've never heard of.
Oh, I've never heard of them. Ever. So you have no proof that Will, who will come back in later in the video, you have no proof that Will was the person who either knew or even was the whistleblower, but you are making an assumption about that. You are adding, listen, I don't know June the King, probably seems like a nice guy. I'd love to meet him. I really like his videos. You are lending your credibility to what? Probably? A fucking probably? About a story, like a story like this is workplace malpractice. Like this is sexual assault in the work, like sexual assault. This is sexual harassment in the workplace. You don't just put a maybe to something. You don't.
Chris also started working for DA.
So Chris started working for DA Games. Again, remember, Chris is the reason why DA Games, I guess, was ruined. It's almost like the vendetta against DA Games. The vendetta against aficionado Chris is what ruined Saberspark and DA Games. Very interesting, chat. We'll get there. I've never heard of the DA Games allegations. Lady, we will get into them. We will also have a separate stream for them. I'm going to tell you right now, they're not great.
Games shortly after leaving the I Love Impossible Law production team, so the timelines track. Once KP was informed that this incident took place, she confronted him.
So, hope all is okay. No, I'm not 100% okay. Oh dear.
Via text and
this is just things discussing her finding out and the fact that they are going to start talking about it. But again, we don't know who the whistleblower is for the story, nor do we understand if Will from DA Games was ever involved in this story being told. Nobody has proof of that.
And an audio confession.
About the trip to Everfree, how you, quote, masturbated in the bathroom, quote, tripped on the toilet, and, quote, fell on my panties and ejaculated. I am beyond disappointed and, frankly, incredibly disgusted. How the fuck
The audio
is that okay to tell
linked in
people
the
in any
description if
way?
you would like to
I
listen
could tolerate a lot, Chris. I could tolerate you bragging about working
whole
for
fingers.
me. I could tolerate the KP sitting on the
So-
toilet. Or so the art was for KP. Yes. As Killjoy continually it puts in the chat, I do want to make this very clear. I am not in defense of any of these fuckers. What I am highlighting is that this was very, bad reporting. Because, hey, why was Chris fired or let go or left? Could it be that KP herself has been battling allegations for years about being a really bad boss? Be crazy if she's been battling those allegations for years, something she doesn't disclose.
All right. Well, first, I think it's the obvious thing is one, just want to profusely apologize for that terrible fucking thing I did.
Mm-hmm.
And that, God, was an absolute horrible person.
We will be going over KP leaks. There is a story there. It ties to this. Again, like I said, this is a hit piece, years in the making.
And so many years ago, and you didn't deserve that. So,
Right. So I have a couple of things. So my source says you told this story in front of Will and Sean and a couple other people. Is that correct?
that would probably be correct. Yeah.
So Will has heard the story probably in passing a couple of times, correct?
Yeah, probably once.
Okay. Same with Sean?
Yes, Sean.
Okay. Did you talk to Sean?
So this is a call recorded between KP and aficionado Chris. I can't remember if
In
she said
2020,
it.
in 2023, about an Everfree conversation he had in 2015.
Yep. Or the story has gone around here and there as a quote locker room joke. You'll see, Greg, you will see the comparison later.
Privately about anything else that happened when you were working on the team that I don't know about?
Not that I can remember.
Okay.
Nothing I say is.
Also, it's important to note that this conversation is allegedly being recorded, and Chris doesn't know that.
Oh,
It's at 2023. At some point, you gotta realize that though.
Yeah,
fair.
But if you live in a one-party consent state, it gets
That's also the other thing.
It's
one
tricky,
party to
but,
two-party.
like,
You got to be careful because
it's
California is the
tricky.
one that you got to be careful about.
But I would personally, just be wary of getting any calls. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse what I did because it's inexcusable what I did.
Do you want me to say what the story was just for context?
I feel
or
like
do
a
you wanna
few
say-
people could sue KP from this. So I've been told things behind the scenes, a little bit here and there, and done my own little research. So if DA Games was collaborating in some way, shape, and form, if DA Games is collaborating somehow in shape and form with KP in a way that lends itself to this idea that they were looking into it, they've investigated it, and they'd like to come forward with her to it, as she kind of releases those internal information and documents, and there's lawyers involved. I don't know the legality. Again, we are not lawyers, but it seems like lawyers are already involved in this.
I mean, I guess it makes more sense if I do, because I don't think it's fair for you to have to reiterate that horrible thing.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so the old
and I know she admits to it and explains her reasoning later. Again, it's cool.
tale goes is that I pleasured myself in the hotel bathroom we were sharing during one of our breaks when everyone was gone and whatever, and that I fell off the John after basically getting lightheaded from what would be ejaculation falling on the floor where your dirty clothes also happened to be, and that my face planted on your underwear.
Right. And
part of my PG version, I have a 6-year-old in the other room, so.
He is. Q, you okay?
I'm sorry. The fact that he had his kid in the other room is like peak. It's like how can it get worse? Oh, my kid was in the other room.
this is not Chris. Sorry, this is Chris. This is not Saberspark. I need to make that very fucking clear when I say this. This is a disgusting story to say about your boss.
We need like a little graphic says Saberspark has not appeared in the video yet.
Yeah, we need a little graphic. Saberspark is not here yet. But again, this is disgusting. What does this have to do with Saberspark, though?
That's insane.
Oh, and just to answer the swappling, just to answer your question a little bit further, I personally, we like streaming. I like putting everything together in order in a way that it creates a cohesive stream and narrative. That's just my personal thing. If you want to see edited versions, we do that. Hey, Artemis,
How
thank
do
you
you
for the 5.
fall off the toilet from rubbing one out? Your hand can't be that good.
Listen. Vinegar strokes for folks. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, God.
Dude.
I don't know what that means, but I'm appalled.
And again,
HR.
And I am the HR. No,
I'm
it's
not.
Oh, no.
I know who's HR. But again, like, this is a disgusting story to say about your former boss.
Or your current boss at the
Diesel
time.
Ace.
Yeah.
What are you trying to do?
Because he would have been
He was
or
still
she would have
her
been his
employee
boss
at his time.
at the
yes.
time. Yeah.
He was still her employee.
Yeah, not only just your boss, but like anybody that you know or that these other people would also know. Or anybody, really. Like, if you just said this offhandedly about any person I would let they wouldn't know, like, that's bad. That's bad enough. But like, this person are actively aware of one another, at least, if not friendly, on friendly terms. And that's kind of fucked up.
And I want to make it very, very clear. Yes, I've heard this type of talk from men and women, actually.
Yes.
Believe me, I have. Oh, God. But it doesn't excuse it. From what I can tell from behind the scenes, and we will be going over the KP leaks that went on 4chan at one time, because there's a whole there's allegations of her just being a really shitty boss. It's kind of wild, and it's a lot. But if I have a shitty boss, I'm gonna be upfront. If I have a shitty boss, I would just say I would want to, like, wring their neck. I wouldn't talk about fucking, like, all the shit that he's saying. He's saying that he fucking came in her fucking pants. Like, he fell off the toilet, and mid-ejaculation, he somehow fucking sniffed her panties, and it made him, what, come harder? Like, what the fuck? Like, that's an insane thing. She has had an insane contract / NDA for her free animators and free editors. Yes.
Oh boy. I mean,
that is what has come out.
Do you think this story's true that Chris went around telling people? I don't know, because it sounds so outlandish.
He's
and
admitting
so
to it.
over the top. He's
admitting
to having said it, right?
He's admitting to the joke. I don't think this happened. He's admitting specifically to the joke. He's the only one that knows this exists. Like, he could have just never said the fucking story. And again, it's not. This conversation is not the problem. It's this conversation is why Saberspark is involved. Not really DA Games, because DA Games has its own allegations, but this conversation is the only reason Saberspark was ever originally going to be mentioned in this video. Did he have any knowledge of this? If he's had no knowledge of this fucking story, what is he supposed to do? And if, let's say, he finds out knowledge of this story, because this conversation happened in 2023, the email that KP got is presumably last year in 2024. If Chris is going around, yeah, we had a conversation, she's pissed, but I profusely apologized, they're able to believe that.
Wait, I'm also confused. Okay. So he was not fired for this joke, correct?
No, he would have left KP. She finds out about this joke years later.
Care that he
I will say this: she's allowed to care about this. Yeah. This is a shitty joke. Yeah.
Okay, I get it. But like,
because
it's
beyond
like,
talking shit about. Right? It's beyond talking shit about her. It's like having a sexualized story involving her.
And he's admitting to it. I think the thing I have an issue with this is the story why all of these creators should experience the life ruination. Again, Aficionado Chris told a disgusting story, making that very, very clear. But we've seen a lot of allegations and a lot of people say a lot of disgusting things, and they could still exist. Everyone has the capacity for change, because this story is almost a decade old, if not a decade old.
I
Another
am
point,
surprised
too.
that he even like entertained having a conversation with her, because he
Well,
doesn't work for her
he
anymore.
probably feels
and-
bad.
That's what I was
Okay.
gonna say too. Is we don't know what their relationship is
Mhm.
post them working together either.
Yeah.
They could still be on friendly terms or friend terms up
Well, you
until
say that,
her
but
hearing this.
she did have very strict NDAs. She had her workers sign, so I don't know.
Well, there's
That's really a
That's what I'm saying.
relationship you wanna
That's
keep.
that's what I'm saying. We don't know any of that.
Yeah.
So like her reaching out to him, we don't know what his thoughts are behind him getting in this call in 2023, 8 years after
Okay.
telling the story.
Okay.
yes, this story is this is a joke. There's no way to prove this bathroom story is true. And it's why I'm saying that the lack of disclosure of that is insane. How old was Chris at the time? Everybody at this point is a consenting adult. This story, they're consenting adults. Unless proven that either of these two were minors, which I don't believe so because she had a company at the time and he was working for her. These are adults. So think 20s if they're now in their 30s. Very important to note that. Age will come into play later, but we'll get there. Again, we talked about this a long time ago, if you remember our Destiny coverage stuff. Again, I hate bringing up his name, President Sunday, whatever. The reason I had a very big problem with Sunday's video is when you are doing an expose on someone you have a history with, you need to expressly outline the timeline of you two. Because if anybody can find you publicly trying to do things behind the scenes or whatever, or hyping up emails, or other employees coming out of the woodwork and saying things unsubstantiated or not, you are supposed to know decades of history to get into this video. Decades of history. Or
you're expected to know.
Yeah, you're expected to know.
Yeah.
But how are you supposed to know that when Saberspark is the most important person in this video?
He's in the title.
He's in the fucking title. He's the largest creator of this video.
So let's start with Chris.
Exactly.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but thanks for being honest.
Chris, in his audio testimony, assured his other boss, YouTuber Saberspark, wasn't told this story. But it's unclear how truthful Chris is being when he says that.
Okay. If I was June, I would have never co-signed saying that.
Yeah, that's
I
a
would
bit
have
too much
never
speculation.
co-signed saying that's.
Remember last night we were talking about. Oh my God! Not last night. 2 nights ago. I'm still exhausted. I'm trying to remember what it was that we were saying. But there was a point where I had made a point that YouTubers would just believe other YouTubers, or would just
because it was the
kind of
Mama
sign
Mac
off
stuff.
on that
Yeah.
from the Mama Mac stuff. Like they would just kind of go along with it because, they already have like good reputation in the books. Why would they need to like?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have like the red flag to question the things that are being sent to them to read or to record type of thing. I could see that happening here. Like you already have a good rapport with KP and they're asking you to voice this thing. But at some point you gotta question what it is you're reading.
Yeah, and like
you can't
Yes.
Ron Burgundy, an Anchorman.
Right, and KP wrote things for these people. This wasn't just like anything else. But like KP wrote this for people. In some regards, some other regards are YouTube videos that she pulled from. We'll get there because I know Sai has it.
Yeah, she wrote
tweeted
it
about
for sure,
that.
but like you're still reading it. When you're reading it, you're not just you gotta read it.
If someone ever asked me to be featured in their video, all I ever asked, this is the one thing I will say, if you're a content creator and you were like, hey Falgi, I want you to cover something in a video that I'm working on, all I ever ask is you show me the proof of what the fuck I'm referencing. If you can't show me the proof and verifiably where the fuck you found it, I'm not reading in your video if it's specifically about drama content. Because this is a level of you need this. You can't just go out and do this. We have a lot of ground to cover, so let's keep going.
Chris also tries to steer the conversation to not include too much explicitly, stating that, quote, there is a baby in the other room, unquote. But that also might have been employed to lessen the harshness of the anger.
What? That doesn't... Oh, it's a ploy? You don't know this. This is what we call poisoning the well, chat.
Present. Regardless, since Chris says he was lying about the whole incident, it's difficult to take his word on anything due to this lie and the actions he took regarding it.
So once I was informed of this information...
But if he said he was... Falgi, can you read my Beckett X Diesel X Falgi Mpreg Yowie fanfic? Axis, send it over and I will record it for you.
Yeah, Axis.
No.
You know people will make...
Toxic Yowie.
You know people will make art for it. You know people will make art for it. Yes.
But it says Yowie. It doesn't say toxic Yowie.
You know that'd be toxic. You know
I don't know anything. I've never read it.
That kind of Yowie.
I trust Axis.
All right, let's get back to it.
And got Chris admitting to it, I sent that proof to Saberspark through mutual friends and to DA Games. After reaching out twice and waiting months for any private messages, I eventually received someone...
So this is the email that we read.
Yeah.
Just want to make it very clear.
Different editing or different censoring. I don't know why it seems unnecessary.
Yeah, I don't know
the same
why they
censoring.
did it either. Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
At DA Games in their totally real HR department that totally exists, even though I couldn't find any proof of it online.
That is a company email. They're getting lawyers involved. At the op block. So far, VAs who took this job are upset because they were not told about the tone of the expose because of the jokes and the fact that a victim would be coming forward in this. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Yes, this video is 80% of KP being a Karen. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
Karen
That's part
possible.
of the problem. What's with this?
Karen possible.
They have an HR. Where are they? I don't know. Here's funny teehee meme.
Just because you don't have an HR doesn't mean that somebody else doesn't.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't have an HR. Because I couldn't find it. I couldn't find KP having an HR. So yeah.
That's totally not run by Will's roommate, who's financially dependent on him.
Any HR department would be financially dependent on... Okay, so fun fact. Don't trust HR.
They work for the company.
They work for the company.
Their job is to protect the company.
Oh, we literally said this in the fucking Mr. Beast shit. As much as I don't like Dogpack, don't trust company HR. They fuck you at every turn.
And for the record, I assumed Chris knew he was being recorded because it was a call about safety. It only gets worse for...
That is not an excuse. Hold.
That is a terrible reason, or like reasoning to have.
Hold yourself to the standard that you recorded it on fucking purpose. Just hold yourself to the standard. It's like, just do it. If you do it, I'm not gonna fucking fight you on it. Why would you not hold yourself to the standard where you just say, hey, I'm recording it, and I did it without his knowledge. Fuck him. Who cares? I think it's still a disgusting story.
From here.
Oh no, witty teehee funny, more memes.
Oh, JonTron.
Not
JonTron.
Oh, let's go. Skull phrenology, everybody.
The audio balancing for that was fucking awful.
Oh, the audio balancing gets fucked. But wait, there's more, chat. Oh, Greg, I never told you this.
About JonTron?
No. What if I told you this video and Mama Max's video have way more in common than you realize? Because of the amount of cutaways.
They're both over 2 hours?
No, the amount of cutaways.
How many cutaways were in Mama Max?
I'm gonna need every last drop of this.
The TED Talks, the multiple of just cutting away to his whole video raw.
Let's bring a political comparison.
JRE.
For those who forgot or are not American, good for you. The 2016 leak of the Hollywood Access tape was a big deal. In a bus, we have an orange man who shall not be named.
Guys, let's talk about Hollywood
Where
Access.
are we going?
What?
Why are we talking about Trump? What is happening?
It's not about Trump. It's about Billy Bush. Let's go. Have you guys ever wanted to talk about grab him by the pussy? Yeah. No. Apparently KP does.
When did this become political?
What does this have to do with Saberspark?
Political.
What does this have to do with cartoons? What does this have to do with your cartoon review channel?
Oh, God.
and Billy Bush, a member of the Bush family. He's a cousin of President George W. Bush, or as my Gen Z audience would know, the shoe guy.
Who throws a shoe? Honestly.
Orange Man was talking about women in an inappropriate way. Google it if you
Why?
want to. This whole
Wait.
script is-
Why are we censoring Trump's face?
I don't.
Why are we censoring
I don't
Trump's
know.
face?
And Embry, you make up a really good point. This is something Lily does in her videos. Be really weird if they were best friends until it was inconvenient for KP. Now I'll be very real. I will say this openly and honestly. I don't blame KP if she did not know about Lily's disgusting, abhorrent behavior. But if you get the grace of that, then you need to give the grace to Saberspark about that. You can't choose how you feel about something and how you get away from something and then move on. People wonder about Lily for years. I've also seen evidence of that.
It's like don't throw rocks at glass houses. You live in a literal glass house.
Can I get a TLDR on Lily Orchard? I don't know who that is.
Sexual improprieties with their sister.
Blackmailed friends to force them to watch her get undressed, or was it blackmail people to get undressed in front of her?
I don't know much about Lily Orchard. honestly.
I watched Xylee watch a little bit of the June the King.
I'm about to say it'd be crazy if June the King has a
disgusting,
video.
I can't watch it.
I was about to say it'd be crazy if June the King had a video on Lily Orchard.
No, it's crazy
That
that
would be
he did a video
insane.
with KP after he did his video on Lily Orchard because he
Mhm.
should know the relationship.
Oh boy.
Giving me a fucking headache.
I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet.
Now, even though this was in 2005
Huh?
and leaked in 2016, and even though Billy Bush was now working for the Today Show and not Hollywood Access, where the tape was obtained, Bush was still fired on moral grounds, not
What are we talking about?
I want to
This
make
is 10 years ago.
Go
this
on.
is 10 plus years ago. Why are you talking? Or maybe it's just 10 years ago.
Does anyone
9 years
miss
ago, whatever.
W?
Okay, I want to.
No.
I want to make something very clear. Billy Bush was only fired on moral grounds on paper.
And then he got hired somewhere else.
He did get hired somewhere else, but I want to highlight this for a second. That is not what happened. If you read between the lines, they put a lot of things in your contract for clauses so they can fire you for anything and you can't sue for wrongful termination.
That's literally every job I've ever had and will
Yes.
ever have.
That's why the contract is so fucking expansive. Billy Bush was fired because it was a bad publicity when that came out. Today was like, we're not dealing with this shit. You're gone. Probably had a fucking severance package too in some way, shape, and form.
Because he's a Bush.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, he's a Bush.
Yeah.
He's political royalty.
Again, this is the other. Why are you addressing this? We don't care about Billy Bush because it's important because this is the standard that she's setting up.
Because KP cares for some reason about
Oh,
Bush.
no.
Can't wait to see your reaction to that bit lol. Hint, it's related to Seinfeld.
Yeah, I know about it.
I heard there's a Seinfeld bit, but I don't know what yet.
We'll see.
I'm waiting to hear the Seinfeld twang.
But here we go, chat. If you know what time it is, it's time to feed that dog. It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed that dog now on the Uplock stream tonight. Hello, chat. If this is your first time here, remember to like and subscribe. Maybe you become a member. But we feed that dog on this channel. There you go. And we have fed that doggo. What we're going to do
She's
here.
like, yes, father, give me payment.
Yes, I know, but that also means we raise the number, but it goes to a different thing. We're going to feed that doggo tribes too. If you want to derail the stream, you know what to do, chat.
What? Post the stream derail?
No. If they want to derail the stream, feed the dog.
Okay.
God, the fucking slop father. I see that, Majunga. We'll pull that up later because there's a lot. Can I pet that dog? She's a good girl.
Contract obligations. It seems like keeping him on staff would be a bad look for the Today Show, despite this happening over 10 years ago. Imagine that. So I find this before his contract excuse to be weak at best. The ironic thing is, Bush was mostly going along with what was said. Chris actually did more than Bush did and suffered less consequences. As well, if Chris told the story multiple times, I would assume one of those times was after his contract was signed. But don't worry, Chris can still run for president.
So can you. What is the joke?
What?
I can run for president.
Making a Bush president claim. I'm like, yeah, Jeb tried twice and failed.
Is this a poke
please
at Trump
clap.
for running again and succeeding after this? I don't
I don't know.
understand what. Okay, well, I'm just gonna chalk this up to bad political joke.
Please clap.
Please clap, chat.
Please
The joke
clap.
is Trump. The joke is she's a liberal.
The joke is she's liberal.
Oh, we were very progressive on this
Yes,
panel.
but I
Yes.
can. But as a progressive, I can make fun of other
100%.
cringe progressives.
Yeah, and again, if they investigated it and they found that Chris is not violating anything, KP literally didn't fire him after she found out about the story. So the fact that she's criticizing other people for not doing so is, well, she never got the chance to fire him because he was already gone. That's the other thing. He wasn't working for KP anymore.
Yeah, she's saying that she heard this story almost a decade later.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just listen to how
Axel.
Bush described it affecting his family.
What was it like for you to go back home after the...
Why
Who
are we?
cares?
Who cares? You made
Who
the
asked?
point.
Oh my God! When are we gonna talk about Saberspark?
That's a good question, Q. I wonder when we're going to talk about Saberspark.
tape had been released.
We're just being
to face your daughters,
gaslit into a
your
different
wife.
video.
What was that moment like for you?
Well, the initial moments.
Chat, it's time to do it. It's time
This
to go
isn't
up.
real.
Time to go a little bit faster, chat. Oh, it's real. It gets more real.
This can't be any YouTube video.
Remember how I
I'm
said
sorry
this
to
has
say, I think it is, Greg.
Remember when I said this had more in common with fucking Mama
You know,
Max's
this-
video?
The thing was, we were like, a couple of us were watching it live,
Oh
and I'm
my
and, like, we're
God.
at this part, and we're like, "What the fuck is going on? What is this fever dream of a video? What is she trying to say?"
Oh yeah, fun fact, we were there the entire premiere. We were tracking this video from like moment one. Yes. Oh no, Axel.
Saber doesn't come in until like an hour, I think.
Axel, it's not even an
We know,
hour.
we-
It's 90% in the video. 90% of the video.
Total chaos. The
And she
paparazzi
didn't
never
even mention DA Games yet, but we'll get there.
me before, now they're outside the gate and ready to go. But once we settled and got to connect, there was a powerful moment. My now 16-year-old daughter called me, and she was in tears, and she was really upset. And I said, "Mary, it's going to be okay. You know, don't worry." And she said, "No. Why were you laughing at the things that he was saying on that bus? Why were you playing along with that? It wasn't funny." I said, "Mary, I am sorry, and there is no good answer for that."
Who asked?
If you take another extreme example, do you guys remember the Michael Vick controversy?
Michael Vick!
You guys remember Michael Vick? He's back.
Michael Vick.
Michael Vick. Dogfighting.
You know,
Very
I remember-
very famously, Michael Vick
I remember.
used to be a quarterback for
Yeah.
the Atlanta Falcons.
Atlanta
They found him
Falcons.
dogfighting. They actually arrested him. I'm pretty sure he went to
He
jail.
went to jail.
He
He
went to
paid
jail.
his
jail
debt to
for, like,
society.
What, 8 years he was in
Yes,
jail for?
I don't know if it was that long. He actually came
It
back.
have been 8 years.
He came back, and like, if I remember correctly,
No.
he's worked on repairing his image specifically with like pet communities and things like that. Post his arrest.
Yeah, post his arrest.
The
Post-
thing is,
po-
like, Michael Vick was
post
arrested when I was in
incarceration.
high school.
I
remember.
I was also in. No, you had to be younger because maybe it was after I graduated high school.
Bronies, do you get the Michael Vick reference? Okay, Bronies in chat. How many of you were mad about Michael Vick?
When
Yeah,
did Michael
hold on.
Vick go to jail? It was like 2004.
You could look it up.
I
you
feel like
got
it
a
was-
computer?
I mean,
I don't know.
I know. I'm just talking.
No, Q. This is your moment.
I
Now I'm
if
curious.
you do that, you'll be doing more research than KP did.
Yeah.
For those who don't know American football, player Michael Vick was caught running a dogfighting ring. You know, where they take poor little puppies and make them fight to death
2007.
for gambling.
Yeah.
He went to jail in 2007.
Almost 20 years ago.
It literally
18 years ago.
And okay. I want to let you know he spent 21 months in federal prison. He didn't even spend 2 years. He did a year and 10 months. Year and 9 months.
It's like if you were born the day Michael Vick went to prison, you could vote now.
Do you want to know why Michael Vick is such a bad comparison? Michael Vick, after paying a debt to society, actually went back into the NFL.
He did. He was a backup for a bit. He actually played, I believe.
He played for the
went
Eagles.
to Eagles, yeah. And he
Played for my
actually
team.
he actually didn't play terribly either.
No, Michael Vick was one of my favorite quarterbacks in the league. And I think he's proto for every running quarterback since, and nobody's ever compared to him.
Okay.
Because he was a better passer than all of them.
Wasn't he on the bench? And I don't know who was playing starter. They went down and
Foles.
Michael Vick went in.
I believe Foles.
And then Vick was
twice.
like the starter for a while, wasn't he?
Yeah, Foles went down twice. He also didn't sexually assault anybody that we know of.
That we know of, yeah.
But again, he paid his debt to society and was allowed to work back in the industry. So what KP is stating, hey, here's the Michael Vick comparison. So if Chris has never talked about the story again and is getting reprimanded behind the scenes, why are you saying the people who still allow him to work with them are inherently terrible because Chris is around? This is a terrible comparison. He was allowed to work in the NFL again.
Yeah, he played for the Eagles.
I'm pretty sure there's no clause in his
For,
football
like,
contract that says
4
don't do that.
years.
But he was.
Anybody can make YouTube videos, FALGI.
By the way,
that is becoming
I
more and more
It's
apparent.
becoming the issue.
I want to point out that Michael Vick is doing just fine as head coach of Norfolk State.
Yeah.
He's
Oh.
he's a college head coach now. He's doing just fine.
Moon
Football
Bunnies? Moon Buddies is exactly correct. If Michael Vick never had gotten arrested, he would have been the LeBron James of the NFL. I will stand on those grounds.
He was that good.
He was
that
a
good.
better fucking passer than people give him credit for, and he coined the rushing style that you see in the NFL today. I'm a big football nerd.
I don't know about that. I think that was Cordell Stewart.
Maybe, but I would say Vic really exemplified it in the new age.
But do you want to know what sucks though?
Yeah.
Brett Favre was a running quarterback.
You
too.
want to know what sucks though, sports nerds?
What?
The only thing me and Ash ever know him for is that dogfighting.
Yeah, that happens.
That's what he's gonna be known for the rest of his
Also,
life.
Brett
to
Favre
know.
was a running quarterback, and that was before Michael Vick.
I don't know who that is.
John Elway number 1.
You don't know who Brett Favre is?
We don't got time for this, chat. Let's keep going.
It's also fired on moral grounds. Imagine consequences for your actions. At the very least,
Again, moral grounds is a loose thing. Yeah, this has nothing to do with Saberspark, Loath, please. This is 2 hours. Oh. But again, moral clause is just used to fire anybody for other things. He was also in jail. He went to jail. What are they gonna do? Keep him on the fucking bench while he's in federal prison?
assume the absolute best of the situation. Chris was being truthful. Saber and I will.
You're saying he's doubtful. So you're, again, a moral judgment that you have no basis of a reality of because the story got back to her that they heard it back then. Ay, ay, ay.
OPP, I knew WHO Brett Favre was when I was 5.
Risa, the reason why you put Saber's name first is because he's the one with the most fucking pull.
Also, thank you for the dono. Tip.
Thank you for the dono.
Zaki Kentai, thank you.
Wasn't there to hear these conversations. This happened before he was hired somehow. I'm glad a whistleblower came forward, but even so, if this is how someone is talking about women, shouldn't you tell their future bosses? Does an employee talking about women in this unethical?
So are you blaming the whistleblower now? The person that came? So this part confused me. Listen to this part again.
to hear these conversations. This happened before he was hired somehow. I'm glad a whistleblower came forward, but even so, if this is how someone is talking about women, shouldn't you tell their future bosses? Does an employee talking about women in this unethical way make the company look
Shouldn't
bad?
you tell their future bosses?
How would you tell a future boss? How would you?
Hey, he said this. He said this thing that was
implies-
unsubstantiated at the time.
That implies that someone is stalking this dude to know when he gets a new job, so they can tell their new employer that, hey, this guy did this.
She is calling for blackballing of Chris. Is what she really wants.
Yeah.
She wants Chris. We could say it again. What Chris did.
She doesn't want him to work and walk in or work in the industry ever again.
Yeah. Again,
She should release that whole call, so that you could see
Everyone
if he's apologized.
can everyone can judge for themselves because he
Yes.
didn't release a full call. We don't have the context to know.
If he said in 2023, hey, I said it and I'm not sorry and it is true, or if he said crazy shit and added onto it, that's one thing. But if he's I admitted I said crazy shit, whether it's true or not, whatever. But also, I'm sorry, blah blah blah. Like, you could never forgive him, but that's on you because of what he's saying about you in particular.
Okay, no. I'm gonna point this out. This is the same shit people were doing to try and get people fired for things that they said online.
Yeah. This is, she wants him to be canceled. Again, we of the Outblock do not agree with what Chris said. It's fucked up and disgusting. I don't like that.
Yeah, I'm not defending him on what he said or did at all.
When we were talking about this in her Discord server, the channels got deleted and some people were talking about it and got timed out. Regarding what, Ash? KP only wanted to state her BS with him. Yeah, I would agree. This is the reason this is the reason why they're included. She is saying Chris can't work in the industry because of what he did to her. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it was about this video. Yeah, Ash, I got you. Again, there's history between them. And there's further history that proves that, and I can't say it's Chris for sure, but there's further history regarding the KP Anon leaks that ties into other things, but we'll get there.
I mean, this isn't just a slip of the tongue. This is a purposeful attempt to objectify women due to bitterness and self-esteem issues, and should be taken seriously in any workplace, even a virtual one like YouTube. And the fact that EA Games and others value Chris's safety and privacy more than holding him accountable makes me worry, because this is harassment. And I don't have to take it. New development.
Harassment?
We'll get there.
This sounds so much worse when you really think about the implications of what she's saying. She's terrible.
Thank you, Axel.
Thank you.
Again,
if somebody's saying a bad story or a bad joke or being inappropriate a decade ago, and if there's no consistent instances of it happening again with multiple women, that's different than hiring a dude who is known as a sexual deviant or a sex pest or whatever, or am I wrong?
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
That was a really long pause.
Sorry.
I'm responding.
I want it to be a very pregnant pause, Greg.
I mean, we are pregnant. We are pregnant.
Not in VC,
I have
though.
not drawn Q
not
or
in V.
Greg pregnant, but I don't know.
Don't you
if Greg
fucking dare.
Okay, then I won't.
I will say this. I do want to highlight this for a second because I know myself and the other ops have been focusing, and we did a lot of research. So I fucking please, you support this channel. I don't listen. I know I shill for joke's sake, but this is gonna be 3 streams worth of information.
Brother, you shill for other people's
I
problems.
do chill just as much.
Killjoy
You're
has a
like-
throne. He did
You
a lot
can-
of
you
work.
could
You're
see
like, I'm gonna talk about Diesel's coffee and please sub to Beckett.
We have a
coffee.
Ko-Fi in the Discord. You can go there, like the video, subscribe to the thing. Yeah, shill harder. Okay. So this is some of the other stuff too. I am not a piece of female meat that you can brag about by having an association with. I was your boss, and you made sexual comments about me constantly, which I tolerated, but I will not tolerate this. So then the question was, where was the line when they made sexual comment?
Okay.
Was there a back and forth?
Question.
Again, not okay, but still.
Question: Why
your
is
question,
why are they using the image of Saberspark as if to imply that Saberspark was the one that said this?
This is around the video again because it's an
Okay,
association.
Just the
with him.
way that
that's his boss now.
Yes.
Yeah, because the way it has the image, it seemed like that like he was all right. All right.
We'll get there. And I know we covered it before. She said it was okay that he would brag about being her boss, but then all the other stuff, which again, she shouldn't have said.
Elements. I posted part of the email exchange on Twitter again, and that blew up, I guess. DA Games released a statement due to public pressure.
We are aware of the accusations that has been made against Chris. At this time, Chris is on indefinite leave from DA Games as he releases his statement and works on himself. This action Chris is accused of preceded his employment at DA Games. When we were made aware of this, Chris did take accountability, and we reprimand and retain per UK business protocol /law. And at this time, neither us nor Chris find it healthy to have him involved in DA Games world, despite said retraining and reprimanding. I will also she won. But I will also kind of just highlight she may have also gotten this information if she talked to them. Again, I don't agree with it either. I think him being fired is completely fine. But it's very interesting.
Sure. If not, then they would have released their statement a year ago when this email exchange took place. Chris is going away on work training. Can I have proof of that, please? Because you've already been pretty untruthful to me. I think you guys are just trying to wait until this all dies down and everyone forgets, and then Chris will just magically appear.
Okay.
What is this?
Apparently he came back.
Always Sunny now? Or doing, like, what? She's just going from TV show to TV show.
Oh, we'll get there. Quirk Chungus, everybody. Again, if Chris wants, if they want to rehire Chris, what the fuck do we do?
I mean, they literally did everything.
basically
They're saying they
cry
did
about
what
it.
they did by UK law.
Remember this? Do you know? Remember what hyped up this? I didn't show it on screen, but what hyped this? I'll show it now because I do think it's important now that we're here. What hyped this video was allegations of sexual assault. Remember, this was hyped. This is what preceded this video. So we already knew that there was that these accusations were around. This preceded the video. Where is Saberspark? Where is he? Where?
Chris's statement also came out, which is really respectful, calling me an employer.
Oh, by the way, I was being sarcastic.
And then trying to make himself the victim. Chris, if you felt mistreated, this is the first I'm ever hearing about it. So politely talk.
All right, let's go back to this for a second. It came to my attention that a former acquaintance and employer has made some allegations about me that I have to clear up, and I don't want to indirectly incentivize harassment. We'll refer to them as blue when appropriate. Was not going to acknowledge this, but since people who I care about are being dragged into this situation, I feel it best to make a statement. First of all, I once again apologize to them for what I said in confidence in the past. The joke I told was immature, appalling, and not reflective of who I am today. It was conjured up out of spite and anger for someone who mistreated myself and many close friends in the past, and was meant only as, quote, locker room joke for those who were upset and burned by blue. It was inexcusable, and I'm sorry. The tasteless joke goes like this. Quote, this is the content warning. I don't, blah, blah, blah. Quote, because I'm not saying he was in a hotel bathroom, sitting on the toilet, pleasuring himself. When in the middle of ejaculating, he lost his balance and fell, landing face first on a pair of underwear, which belonged to Blue. The joke is not based in reality. It never actually occurred, and Blue was told this when they asked about its validity. Although the intention of the joke was to make more at my expense instead of theirs, it hurt and disgusted them, and when told to them long after I had stopped telling the joke many years ago. How it affected them is more important, not my intentions. I had not been working for Blue when this poor excuse for a joke was created. He was not in her employ when he said the joke. Important to note, I don't like defending it, but it's also important that he is saying the locker room shit as frustration, which also sucks. Nor was I telling it well into my employment with other individuals. So for them to be accosted at all is not right. This is a matter between Blue and myself and should remain this way. I have received reprimands and retraining accordingly by my employers. I do not want to have the people who gave me employment long after I had grown past this stage of my life to be facing ire for my own personal actions and insist that I release my statement on my own, instead of dragging them further into my actions. This is my fault, not theirs, and if anything, I will ask them both for the forgiveness for bringing them and my coworkers from both companies into this situation. I haven't spoken to Blue in years, and I'm not currently speaking to them now. But when they messaged me on Discord asking to talk about the joke that I had told them years after I had stopped telling it, roughly 8 years, I believe, I was shocked to hear it repeated back to me from them, and profusely apologized. Rightfully, they were upset, but Blue has told me that they wished to discuss the matter in private call, to which I agreed. This call, where I took full responsibility for my past behavior and expressed my sincere regret, was recorded without my consent. Anyone realizing a pattern that this person's from the UK? I'm pretty sure the UK has big-time laws about recording.
It didn't sound like it. I didn't hear no accent.
Maybe. Oh,
hear
that's
no
true. I don't know. Yeah, maybe there wasn't. But he works in the UK.
Or his boss.
Or
is
his
in
boss
the UK.
is in the
Saberspark
UK.
British?
No,
Is
Saberspark.
DA
No.
Games?
No.
Chris isn't from the UK.
Saberspark is not
What I'm
British.
saying is that his job was in the UK. If he lived in the UK at the time, who knows? I don't know this. I'm just saying. A lot of UK stuff being thrown around. We'll get to a UK point in later. The only silver lining is the recording existing is you can hear my apology and our agreement to not contact each other after that. So again, what we're highlighting is that she accepted his apology privately and then continued to go on a campaign to get him
So came
fired.
out, which is really
What?
respectful.
What?
Calling me an employer.
How'd you do that?
I accidentally clicked it. But again,
Yeah, she should just release the call.
yeah.
Oh, by the way, I was being sarcastic.
And then trying to make himself the victim. Chris, if you felt mistreated, this is the first I'm ever hearing about it. So politely talk to me directly.
But I think something really interesting when we talk about disgruntled employees is looking at the history of KP and disgruntled employees. So I have a couple different videos real quick about it. Which is the one? The KP controversy. The Anon leaks explained. I don't know who this YouTuber is, but we have stuff for it. Come on, you can do it, computer. This is an unlisted video, by the way.
Going into things, so pretty much all of my experiences with KP were kind of fresh, and she approached me about the John Delancey project, and I thought that it had good intentions because she was trying to
All
come at it
right.
from
Side
the
note,
angle-
side note. I need all of you brony people to stop using ponies.
Yeah, move on to anything else.
I know this video is 8 years old. God, I need to fucking...
Yeah, it's 8 years old, dude. Like...
So this is Bogsy, from what I understand. These are people that worked with KP
By
at
the
the
way,
time.
for those who don't know, she has constantly recorded conversations without consent. She has a bit of a reputation with that.
Yeah, I believe
Yes. So these are people talking about the non-KP leaks because, yeah, these are two KP volunteers, not Bogsy. I apologize. Thank you. This video explains the roles that Bogsy, Sean, and I played behind the scenes at non-KP leaks. So it seems that very interestingly so, KP has had issues with it. Again, we do not agree with what Chris said and or has done, but it's very important to remember that according to him and according to the call, he profusely apologizes, and she feels that it's not enough. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
Of the documentary got pirated, and she wanted to make up for that because she saw how John Delancey was reacting to the fandom at the time, and I sympathized with that and thought that was a kind gesture to make. And I thought it was going to be like this small little project, but the more time went on, the more I realized, oh, this is bigger than I thought it was going to be, and honestly bigger than it probably should be. And because of that, I kind of grew to resent the project, and to an extent grew to resent her. A lot of the time I felt like I was doing all the work because I took on multiple roles when I was working for Team KP. I was an animator, editor, audio mixer, graphic designer. I did a lot of stuff when I was working for Team KP. And I felt like I was doing most of it and I wasn't appreciated for it. And she would...
So again, there is a history of things regarding disgruntled employees. Again, doesn't defend what Chris said, but if you had... It'd be crazy if you continue to make videos and go after people in this space. She's a victim in this situation, and if she doesn't want to forgive him, that's her right, question mark. No apology can really make up for that. That's weird. We listen, she cannot forgive him. That's 100% correct, but people can move on from it. I hate to say that, but he's not entitled to non-employment. Because she's saying that she does not accept his retraining. Yes, but she also can't say that an apology wasn't made. That too. She cannot say that he does not deserve employment. I've said this. I said this before too. The Mama Mac stuff, I don't think people should have went after him working with kids. I really didn't either. Now, I know it's not the same level of allegations, but the problem is that you cannot constantly do life ruination to people over specific things. And again, this wasn't a crime. If she wants Chris to pay for it, sue him. Straight up go to court. Go to civil court. I'm sorry. I'm not saying that anybody... I don't want to do the lawsuit stuff. I don't like seeing it. I don't recommend it. I don't like it. But I don't know what more this guy can do. If he's apologized to her and she doesn't like it, what the fuck is he supposed to do? And again, these are Saberspark allegations. Where is it?
You'd always have something new to give to me, and I just felt like there was no end to it.
And again,
and
there is allegations. I won't play this whole thing. We have it. You can grab it for yourself. But like, there are allegations that she hasn't been the kindest boss behind the scenes either. Should she also? She's very legit. FALGI is a very litigious person. No, I'm not. Again, I'm not saying anything. I think KP is within her right to make a video regarding how she feels wronged by him. Not what I'm saying. What I'm focused on is the fact that this is petty. This is personal beef. I wouldn't even say petty beef. This is personal beef and personal wrongs tied into claiming a large YouTuber raped someone. There's levels. Let's get back into this video because we're only 12 minutes in.
Or shut the fuck up.
You need to shut the fuck up.
I know we have this dude bro culture around YouTube entrepreneurs who have never been to business school before and don't know about good company ethics. As far as Chris, I would hope he gets an official investigation into his character.
I don't know, KP. It sounds like your history, you don't have good company ethics either.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like you know either.
Hold on. Let this play a little bit longer. Hold on.
Okay.
For both parties. And as a lead with the Billy Bush example, possibly terminated. I don't know if...
Wait, hold on. Hold on. She wants an official investigation into Chris's character from both parties. Who are the parties? Who is the official investigator?
Yeah.
How do you investigate somebody's character for what?
A third party with a third.
Who's going to pay for that?
Yeah.
Are you one of the parties? Are you going to pay for it?
Who's going to be the non-biased person that's going to be handling it?
Yeah. Good company ethics from the woman who holds free editors to an NDA contract most professionals wouldn't use. So I Sai, if you have evidence of those statements, I'd love to grab those. Because I don't know if we had those specifically. We have other allegations that she's talked about, or that have been levied her way. But again, I want to highlight this. I'll send you the contract.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck me.
Oh,
This is
man,
gonna be a
another
long
contract
fucking
leak? Let's
stream.
go.
Oh, I hate this. I hate this.
No, you don't. You love it.
Chat.
Is this gonna
live
be
reading
longer?
contracts. Fucking
Is
share
this-
this with your
oh.
friends. Chat, I guess.
Is this gonna be better or longer or shorter than Mama Max?
No, it's gonna be longer.
Longer.
Falgi, you really need to be
It'll be longer,
investigated
Greg.
for
What are you
saying the
lying to
N-word
yourself?
10 years ago, and potentially fired over
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. I heard that too recently. Somebody in chat.
What? I said
Somebody
the
named Axis said I heard it recently.
I said the N-word. What? I've never. Okay.
Yeah, prove it. Prove 10 years ago.
Okay.
Take me back in
Has he
time.
personally changed, or what his character is now, or are there any other victims out there?
Also, time out. They did do an investigation. You're not happy with the outcome of the investigation. You're not happy with it. That they accepted their investigation and moved on. You're not happy with it. You would have been crazy if you had the investigation documentation and you were able to highlight how they fucked up with it. Prove you've changed, Falgi. Axis, you're my friend. I've changed. Falgi, you need to be investigated for spoiling Persona 3. You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
But do you really want this kind of guy to be representing your company? To work in the media industry is a privilege. Why protect sexual harassers? Even if it's just a dumb internet job. And I know, this all sucks. Hearing this is probably gonna suck. Working on this video has sucked real bad. I've cried a lot. But it seems like
And
that
I'm
minors
sorry
are in
for
threat
that.
of being preyed on. Will himself has done some suspicious behavior, and it seems like nothing's going to change unless it's talked about in a bigger way.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Also, I want to note that is a fucking insult to that movie and that scene.
I'm tired, chat.
Yeah.
To use that particular scene.
Like,
oh.
you need to cut down on these cutaway gags. You're not doing yourself any justice. You've made this probably 20 times longer.
There's
with
allegedly
all
like
these cutaways.
6 months of investigation, apparently.
From her?
So that's why we're here.
Yep.
Part 0, disproving KP rep. For
We're at part 0! We're not even!
This is the primer?
Even at the thing! We're not even at part 1!
How do you have
some
two
reason people think I'm
primers?
unqualified to do this, or have false information about things that have happened in the past they are using to make a judgment on this case, and that's concerning. So let's go ahead and disprove some KP's bad
How do
stuff.
you have the
For
truth?
example, when this was trending on Reddit, I got comments like this. And if that's still not enough for you, listen to this.
And another aspect that I didn't really take into
Hey.
account until rather recently.
It'd be crazy. How does she frame this? How does she frame this? Brandon, I'm not gonna get one guide for a second, but I do want to just address it. We all agree that Chris is not cool for sharing those jokes. It's actually deplorable. But at a certain point, I don't like. Do you believe he has a kid? Should his kid starve? They investigated him. Should his child starve? Should he lose his job in animation? And what, get a job at McDonald's? Like, at a certain point, like, what the fuck are we gonna do?
The fries in the bag.
Like, how are we going to do this?
Recently, is that on top of all the work that the
Everyone sucks in this situation. I don't disagree with you. We agree. I'm telling you, we agree. The problem is, where are we going with it?
team members are having to do,
Like,
there's
what's
something
the
to be
end
said for all the
goal?
work that goes into managing those team members. I can't imagine it must be an easy job.
Sigh, oh god, Sigh, why?
Read it, Italian man.
No,
Is it a Twitter NDA where you have to sign your
shit.
name?
No,
in
this is a
Twitter
full
DM?
ass fucking contract.
Oh boy.
Oh, we'll read this later.
Because you have to make sure that everyone is on the same page with everything, all the time. Everyone's keeping up to date with progress and is generally handing things in on time. All while trying to keep them happy and make them feel like they're in a positive working environment.
And at that point, I said, look, I'm sorry I couldn't finish it, but I need to get back to my other work. And KP, she let me go. She didn't force me to stay. She didn't say, oh, you have to keep working for me. She said, okay, you can go. Maybe I'll contact you again later when you're not busy.
Started a channel to spread her opinions and built a team around her. I've seen her make mistakes, take them to heart, and return improved. She is a leader, so she must lead in the way she knows.
Huh. Weird. Greg, didn't we have somebody before who was financially incentivized to make sure the person being accused had a good job and still was able to pay them? Who was it? Was it Pagso in the Mama Max video?
Proxys Frisky.
Proxys Frisky, that's right. It's almost like the people who have because at the same time, you can't levy the same criticisms towards Saberspark. Because we're not going to touch DA Games. DA Games is going to get brought up. There's a whole, again, we're going to have an entire stream on them. You can't levy the same things that around Saberspark than you are about KP. It's like, this is just about... Again, I don't hate KP. I don't think they're necessarily an evil person.
I just think they're dumb.
I think they're just a little kind of fucking, like, petty about... they're petty about certain things. Not about... whatever comments Chris made. I don't think that's necessarily petty. I want to be very clear. I don't think they're petty about that. But this stuff reads petty.
Knows, but she is always ready to listen, to help, and when she is unsure, seek advice herself.
In the wake of all of this, I had the privilege of meeting some of Team KP, to which my initial reaction was, she still has a staff? And it's true, a bunch of real sweethearts, who, in defiance of Twitter, reason, common sense, and probable human resource statutes, actually still love I Love Kim Possible a lot. A lot. And take my word for it, they were just as nonplussed about all this leaks business as anyone. Actually, no, don't take my word for it. Why not go check out their page and get it from the various horses' mouths yourself? Darling people.
The whole non-KP leak situation is as follows. I do not regret making it because at the time I truly believed I was doing something for the better good. Michael, this is illegal.
Would you really think no?
Why aren't you playing these videos in full? Yeah, they're super loud. No, bad audio mixing. Bad audio mixing.
No one would check. Well, you work
She
for
had
iTunes.
time to make this video, and she didn't care enough to go back over it.
I guess never underestimate the power of too long didn't read.
Can I get paid now, Rachel?
For those playing at home, the TLDR is that this is utter nonsense, especially this bit.
But KP, what about this?
She was exposed as a manipulator and a user. Somehow, she managed to get an entire team of people to get to work on her projects. Only they didn't get any compensation for it.
God forbid people have hobbies. I guess every reanimated is just an anti-capitalism abomination. Disgusting.
Don't.
Remember when I said that this exposed was years in the making? It'd be really weird if this video is 90% her griefs with other people.
No, it couldn't be. No,
Again.
that's crazy.
Again, I don't hate her. I want to make it very clear. I think the DA game stuff that we'll go over is incredibly disgusting. It's why we're dedicating a whole fucking stream to it. But what the fuck is happening? Where is Saberspark? Again, she has this video. This is...
Is Saberspark in the room with us?
Is Saberspark in the room with us?
Is
Wait,
Saberspark
this
Omni-Man?
is the moment.
Where is Saberspark?
Hold up.
We didn't say anything.
No. I want to figure something out. My bad. I had to answer something.
Sit linked here.
I remember watching a video that she posted on YouTube a couple of years back. It was a long drawn out video about how she was almost cancelled from the community and how she was a victim of stalking and her struggles with PTSD, which she brings up like every time she gets the opportunity. Like, what?
Shaming trauma victims probably wasn't your best move, my guy. Just saying.
She probably felt that because the
That's
fandom
a
had
very
died down a bit.
disingenuous
Nobody...
voice to use when they're reading a fucking
Yes,
text.
it is.
Okay.
Like, reminder, most times when you make fucking videos about your personal beef and drama, it's gonna be fucking cringe and lame.
Again,
And it's probably gonna fall flat on its face because you can't be objective on actually if it's good or not.
again, want to make it very clear. When when they're talking about her and not paying her, she's like, "Oh, God forbid people have hobbies." You have an animation studio now. Are people not entitled to be paid for their work? I pay all of our artists who give us official work. I would never consider getting this shit for free. You fucking... Why does this matter in your claims about people being pedophiles, zoophiles, rapists, sexual assaulters, making claims about fucking coming on your underwear?
Ugh.
Why is this here? Again, this is not a truncated version of this.
Why is this purposefully annoying voice less annoying than KP's regular speaking voice?
Yeah, exactly.
Certain level of smugness affiliated with it, I think. That's why.
Eddie would go on the attack. She also had like a Twitter meltdown when she had to pay like for her own way into BronyCon. I think. I can't remember which convention because I didn't bother fact checking. Whereas other members of the Benevolence Committee like Silvercrown got in for free. Really goes to show.
Oh my God, Gyres for the 2. Thank you.
No, FALGI. Be like Madam, pay in exposure.
I should. You're right. We should pay you guys an exposure next time. All our artists paid in exposure forever. I can't even say that out loud.
Oh, how much of a tight-knit group they all are when it comes to preaching about
that.
Of course I'm not
You
paying
always
them
pay our
fucking exposure. I literally went on a fucking tirade!
love and tolerance, like peace.
That's not what happened. I was frustrated that BronyCon changed their minds about my guest spot based on false information, and they were informed it was false information from another convention head. It's very victim blamey. More details here.
Which probably...
Why aren't you featuring that in this video then, if you're saying all the details are in that video?
explains why people don't see her much after that with other committee members. All in all, KP just strikes me as just another individual.
Proof? It's in a different video you should watch. Hey, this video is 2 hours. Watch a 59-minute video.
Who constantly acts like a spoiled child, who acts out when they can't get what they want.
This guy obviously doesn't know me because it's not really my character.
These types of individuals...
How do we know that? That's personal antidote from you. What is happening?
Believe that everything should be like handed to them with little or no effort, simply because they are recognized in a group or community. I know it sounds like I'm saying like hashtag burn the witch, but my actual point is she's just another example of what happens when you let internet, or in this case horse fame, go to your head.
Horse? Or is that what they call it?
It's because it's all brodies!
Okay, you know, Killjoy told
Vosh moment?
Killjoy told me like she used to have like a her persona was a pony.
Yes, it's that blue
and it
pony.
was specifically one of the MLP characters that had like a I can fix him with Discord from My Little Pony.
I don't know what Discord is.
That he's like an evil being from My Little Pony.
Oh yes, I unfortunately unwittingly know what Discord is now.
I don't know what that is, and you know what? I'm fine.
He's like a magic being. I did not watch My Little Pony. I only know like a little bit just because my niece watched it.
Chat as an aside.
They have words for literally everything, apparently.
Chat as a literal aside. There are 190 of you and only 49 likes. Let's get that to 69.
Oh wait, for real? He's voiced by John DeLance. Wait.
Yeah, he's voiced by Jen Lancey.
Yeah, that's the yeah.
Why would we work so hard on dumb little horse videos?
She apparently she had an interview with John DeLancey, and she made like 3 different videos on it or something.
It's crazy. Her OC is a Fluttershy recolor Discord, is a literal chaos dragon who Fluttershy has an
Dragon?
I can fix him relationship with.
No,
Isn't that that's
ponies?
the
They're ponies. There's not dragons in this show.
No, isn't that the
there's dragons in the show.
but
There is
isn't
dragons.
that
What the fuck?
what's it? It's her medallion, right? She has a Chris Chan medallion.
What is happening?
Oh my god.
No, she has a dragon
Are
friend.
you in the room with us?
God, Mr.
Wait, no,
Hands
not
down.
Fluttershy.
Shout out to
not
Mr.
Kiki
Fluttershy
Pie,
does not canonically date him though. I don't care. There's too much lore.
Videos if they weren't fun.
But it's
because
her
art and
fanfic
media are
OC.
definitely only made for attention. More details here. Make me your horse god.
Why? Why is there more videos?
Oh, Tusky posted.
What is
on
this?
stream.
This is a confrontation between someone who was
That's
supposed to be
their
helping
OC.
the team, but was actively leaking assets to the team and lying about it. And then they were caught. You can guess how this confrontation goes. But ladies and gentlemen, the day is Zane-minded. For more context, Zane, the head of the team at the time, is a pretty soft-spoken guy. So this is the maddest I've ever seen him.
Oh, yes. You know, guys, it would be crazy if we saw one of the people that works for her yell at a random person we don't know.
Huh?
Wait for it.
Do you mind if we take it from here, me and...
Yeah.
Why
Because
does this
quite frankly,
matter?
what the messages were a betrayal to the team that you claim to represent. I would say less so a betrayal to Rachel, still a betrayal though. But quite frankly, I'm insulted by what you chose to do. You sat there, you claimed to be representing the team. You claimed to be wanting to improve the team.
Who are these
You sat there and
people?
you lied.
You're representing the team. Who are you? Why aren't you showing proof that this person leaked information?
What is going on?
Where is Saberspark?
Why is David Bowie here?
Yeah, again, you're sicking one of your simps on a guy. Who is he? Who are you?
Okay, now I'm fucking lost for words.
And the fact that I gave
You and me
What the
both.
fuck made you think that was okay? Like, how did you think you were helping?
How?
What the fuck have you got to say to yourself?
And then even now, I gave you the chance to come clean and say, is there
I
anything
can't
you
take him
want to
serious
say?
with accent.
I know.
And you didn't say anything. And you were denying it until I said, I have access. I see everything.
Initially, you
Axis-
can see
Axis.
that maybe you're
Axis, what did you do? Axis,
Axis,
no!
come on,
Axis
call out.
mentioned.
were good.
Pull the report
But
out.
there's absolutely no fucking denying the fact. that by
Listen,
the end
we would get drunk if every glub shitto is mentioned in this.
of that, not even by the end of it, halfway through at the very least, there was no denying that. That's my problem. You claimed that you were doing this for
pause.
us, and yet you sat there.
KP is like the female jar.
Shut up! I was gonna lead to that, you fuck! No!
I said it first.
She is female jar.
Discord is a Draconicus, which is a made-up term for like a weird horse dragon chimera thing
Thank you, Axis, with a 10.
Likely because nobody on the show
you,
was
Axis.
Chinese or Japanese enough to know what a quillen or kirin is.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
True white lady mentality.
They're the two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, this is ACC shit, dogpiling. I can't believe you leaked information.
There and lied to us. You lied to me. You lied to every single person in that group.
Who the fuck is this? Nobody knows! Oh my
Well, we
god,
hit the goal.
everybody! We've hit the goal!
Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kairos with the 5.
The
Thank you,
Jartman
dude.
is real. Jartman forever. 100,000
This would be like FALGI
years
bringing
of
on someone
Jartman.
Jar
from
made a
Czech
video
to
on
yell
the
at Dan's
Cinder
burst
drama.
live on stream or
Oh my
some
god,
shit.
this would be.
Lol.
Oh my
Dude,
god, but...
I had to watch like the Jar video on Cinder, and he fucking makes a plantation joke
Oh yeah, because he
in the
sucks.
fucking middle of the video.
But
and
it's
I'm like, oh my
time
god.
to feed that dog! It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed that dog now. On the Uplock stream tonight. Let's go, chat! Good girl, Leia. Everybody, you won another goal.
Also, fucking YouTube is so dog shit. My YouTube is crashed on Chrome like 3 fucking
Oh, yeah, I
times
know, it
already.
sucks.
I need
It
to go
sucks.
to.
I have
need
to,
go
like,
to
fuck around with
Firefox.
it.
I'm losing my mind.
I will increase.
with Brave.
I will increase the goal a little bit, which all good. Yes, that's my pupper. Leia is our mascot of the channel. Yes, girl. She is really the mascot of this channel.
We sat there and we said, can we trust everyone in this group? And you sat there and said, yes. You betrayed the team. Okay? You betrayed fucking me, personally. I'm taking that personally.
Who are you?
Who
sat
you
there and
are.
you told them, Zane,
But this is Zaid. Guys, don't you
Yes.
understand? This is Zaid, the magical Zaid, leader of the team. Isn't this a civil issue if somebody's leaking your NDA'd content? Weird. Do they say every pony?
Zane is about to upload that video. And what did you hope to achieve? It happened that I was preparing that video, and that's when I told you, by the way, we're putting it back up. We made that decision weeks ago. We made that decision when we posted it in the radio play chat. When people explained that we're not happy. We said, yes, we have a video ready. We'll upload it in a few weeks. That's why that video was going.
But why were people not happy? Why are you not explaining? Were people happy because it got outed? Were people not happy because they were upset with the way you guys maybe treat your employees?
They're not explaining it because this is a call between 3 people. This wasn't supposed to be shared with however many fucking people. I've seen this now.
Going up. Did you ask me? No. Did you think that maybe a bit more, something better could come out of this if you fucking talk to us? Okay, nothing good came out of that group. Nothing group. Sorry, that Twitter. Nothing. You know what good came out of this? The Skype group. The group of people that sat down like grown men and fucking wrote down their complaints.
Like grown men who talk about ponies and have fascination about ponies and maybe want to fuck the ponies
Twitter?
from time to time.
Grown men on Twitter.
Why aren't you all using your pony avatars? Yeah, Greg.
Also,
yeah,
why aren't you all using your pony avatars?
I just want to go back to my.
Just reach out to Beetle Pids to get your pony avatar from the thingamaboober. We have the Christmas art.
We're already 2 hours in. All right.
Oh my god.
I missed my kitty.
Nothing good from that Skype.
Yay.
Do you want to know what everybody else on the team? The only 2 people that have said anything bad to the end on Twitter are the 2 people in that group, not on the current team. Do you know what everybody else has said to that Twitter? They fucking said, fuck off, because you're not helping. You are literally here to be malicious. You're here to tease Rachel. You are here.
Okay, so I have something interesting that I got sent. The Applejack principle. This is a common mistake with new people, and it should be addressed.
God.
Many times, people accept too much work, overwhelm themselves, get frustrated due to this deadline stress, and quit. To avoid this, please take these next words with caution. They include MLP every pony talk in their clauses in their contract. This is stuff directly from the contract.
What?
That can't be legally binding.
Listen, you know who's on the job. Panelist opportunities. If you wish to be a panelist at a Reviewing with I Love Kim Possible a Lot panel, you must meet the following requirements. Must be comfortable speaking in front of a crowd of at least 50 people, working on a team for at least 6 months and or in a leadership position. Must have worked on at least 4 projects. Note, only 1 complete long project for animators, 4 to 6 months duration, and a combination of smaller projects. Guaranteed attendance to the convention where the panel is pitched regardless of panel position. Approval from KP. Must meet the minimum age panelist restrictions for panelists. Varies by convention. I wonder if that's foreshadowing for something.
I'm sure I can speak for every pony when I say we do not care about this call.
Thank you.
I wonder if the average age of a panelist comes up later.
Here to nag at her. There is no defending it. That Twitter is universally accepted not to have been a good...
Bro, she's not gonna fuck you. Stop screaming. You know what? I'm going to hell for that one. I'm going to hell for that one. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. This is XRR, after all.
Thing. The entire team, while you were in that group, was saying that these guys are dicks. Nobody on the team supported them. And yet, here you are, claiming to represent the team and supporting them, and lying to the rest of the team while you do it.
Part 1, the original incident with...
There we go.
We did it. We started the video.
The original incident with Chris. What do you mean? The original incident with Chris.
You already brought it up. We've already been through Chris.
We went through 23 minutes.
Part 1. Let's go.
We did Chris, but we did Billy Bush and Michael Vick. What do you mean?
Let's go.
With Chris. Something I also wasn't aware of is that Will made a statement after his team
that
member
was
Bob's...
literally the prelude. That was literally the prelude we suffered through.
And now we're going to talk about Will and DA Games, everybody.
You know, the one who was harassing me was fired. It doesn't mention me or that there was any victim or even...
Harassing her. Again, this is her perspective on it because there were people coming out regarding some of her poor behavior behind the scenes.
What he did was bad. Will even calls him a great person. So starting off on a real high note there.
So remember, oh my God, I can't believe they like Chris so much. Did he know about this joke yet? I don't know.
He is no longer a member of DA Games. He's still a very good friend of ours. Like, especially me. Like, I will sometimes DM him. We'll be on Twitter, the big tweeter sometimes, but I'm not one for grudges. I don't do that. So don't think this was out of bad, massive.
Yeah, he's letting the audience know that it wasn't a fucking fight between the two. Again, we'll get into Will. I'll tell you right now, I don't like this fucking guy. This guy pisses me off. But we'll get there.
I don't like this guy.
I don't like this fucking guy. You're not going to see me defending him. This is all still in relation to Chris. I want to make that very fucking clear. We are 24 minutes in, no Saberspark mention.
Hates. Just a lot of back-end stuff that kind of conflicted with our channel. There's a lot of things that didn't meet our requirements.
Who is Boggs? Nobody cares about Boggs.
Video started getting worse and worse, but it was more or less just, I was pressuring him a lot. There's a lot of things he had to do, and there just wasn't enough taking time except for the situation that we were going through. Come to mention it, there was a lot of like things that maybe would have detrimented us in the long run if we would have kept this sort of conversation going. And I don't want to bring in logistics because that's not...
Yeah.
It's all just user drama in the end. I hate it.
Shunkus, thank you. But you're absolutely correct.
Thing that should... I don't want you hating the dude because he is a fantastic being. He just did a lot of wrong things, and we're all learning from him each and every...
Yeah.
Why does he have his Hello Neighbor instrumental in the background? You know why. This guy, DA Games, made music.
So I don't think there was any mistreatment, or I can't really explain why Chris would be so frustrated enough to do this. So I brought my...
Chris wasn't... You started making this public.
You can say you're allowed. You're allowed to put. Oh my god.
Hey, Lego Lord X, thank you for subscribing.
Thank you. You can come out and say whatever you need to whenever something comes out that's about you, but he's not allowed to come out and say things when things are being said about him.
He is literally saying he thought you two squashed the beef. And he didn't know that you were going around trying to get him fired. He didn't know. So when he has to address it, he's not frustrated. He's literally apologizing to you again. Like, I don't want to defend Chris. I don't fucking care about Chris. Nobody cares about Chris. But what does this mean? All the evidence that we have shown and all the stuff that we look back on shows that there were other people who didn't like you. But Chris is the only one that you can actually levy any allegations against. It feels that if any other person had any other potential allegations, you would have no problem fucking trying to get them fired again. And that's part of the problem.
My friend James,
This is just
who's on the team
Jar.
at the same time as Chris, to give some testimony.
Hi, I'm James. I used to work for KP and I was the head editor of our first team. I worked for her for about 2 to 3 years, and I was asked to give a statement on Chris's work ethic on the team. Chris, in particular, was an extremely good editor, usually doing stuff the rest of the team couldn't do. But he was inconsistent with time. I'm coming out about Chris because in his recent statement, Chris claimed mistreatment by being on the team. But as someone who was there, it just seemed like he had unhealthy and alternative motivations. And it was clear that he would often say more than he could deliver.
Do you think maybe he's...
What is that? That means nothing.
Get other motivations other than money? Your only motivation needs to be money to get your work done.
That also means nothing. Why does this tie into pedophilia, zoophilia?
Where's Saberspark?
Where's Saberspark?
Omni-Man!
Again, this video is bad. Doesn't make anything that people said about KP, if false, completely okay. But where?
He's compensating for something.
In particular, though, he often said more unsavory things, either just jokes to be funny, or what usually felt more personal. This was never a paying gig, so it seemed that he was upset that it wasn't helping his career, money, or even romantic situation. It usually felt like he would push himself to be
This was a volunteer position?
Yeah. They all did this as a hobby. Yeah, he could complain. What?
Look, you never worked for her.
Yeah. Then you're not his employer.
You never worked for...
Then you don't have employees. If they're volunteering, they're not your employees. Romantic situation. Huh? What are you saying?
really good and then fell flat. Like he had ulterior motives and scoffed at other editors for their work to make himself look better. Really honing in. He was oddly...
Yeah. Oh, God. God forbid the really good editor is saying I can do better than them. God for... Like, again, what does this have to do?
It's a competitive field. Editing, Ash will know better than me, but like editing is a very competitive field.
Yeah, you guys are our
Diesel
editors,
talks about it too. I don't do much, but
you do.
Not really. Diesel talks about it too.
You're
like
busy.
if you're good, if you can like shoot your shit, like you can make decent amounts of money if you can, if you know what you're doing. But like, part of that competitive nature, if depending on who you are, can be being braggadocious about it, being cocky about it, whatever you want to say. Like, is it cool to do that in front of other people? Probably not. But it's not illegal either to be to be a dick if you're good at editing.
Why is the title card up? Why is title card above the law?
Fixated on if KP liked or approved his work, bragging, which again was inconsistent. In my opinion, he also seemed to have a crush on KP. It seemed.
I don't care.
I
don't care.
I just don't care. I just don't care.
How are you sure? How?
Are you
this
sure?
This is as much hearsay as. Do you have evidence? This is much hearsay. I don't get this.
Obvious to me if you know what I mean. About that? Sometimes he antagonized another team member to get her attention, and also downplayed it when talking with others. It was odd that he would feel unappreciated when he was acting out of his own will to help, though not fully.
Can we skip to the allegations? No, because there's more. If we skip to the allegations, you watch 30 minutes of the video.
Joining the team, he still committed to projects. Near when he left, it would be a lot of, she doesn't pay us because she's too greedy. Specifically saying...
Yeah! If you're...
If you're doing work and you're not getting paid, the fact that you're willfully ignorant about the pay structure and plight of your fellow worker, you are a fucking idiot.
That's so tremendous.
He was complaining about being paid, but this was hobby. But then he complains about not being paid because she's getting all the accolades. I wonder why. Could it be that she's popping off while not paying anybody? Oh, my class traitor! No! Oh, God! Metapome, this fucking video is it's gonna break you. There's a lot of background shit for it too that I have to still go into. Thank you to everybody who's here, by the way. Straight up to all our lurkers.
Yeah.
People who are first new to the channel.
Shout out the lurkers.
Shout out like everybody who's in here right now. The VOD watchers, when you see this part, you guys are the best. Metapome, why? Because she doesn't explain any of it.
Another, she's cheap, or she's the only one benefiting from this. But the reality is, no one ever got paid. Often in private conversations it would come up, but he wouldn't be shy about bringing it up during group conversations, and this is if he attended any meetings at all. We were a little intimidated by his status to bring this up to KP at the time, though. Chris ultimately left the team with almost no word. His work ethic dropped dramatically over the months we were all there. Overall, his experience was wanted, helpful, but inconsistent.
What does this mean? He could still feel like he's being exploited at the workplace.
If you're not getting paid for work, you're being exploited.
Yeah. Straight up, though, if you're not getting paid or at least compensated in some way, yeah. You do realize it's worse, right? Here's part 1.5, escalation to be unsafe with minors.
Fuck you.
Here we go.
Who wrote this? God, just make it parts. Just make them, don't 1.5, 1A, 1B.
Escalation to being unsafe with minors. If this video was just about Chris making up a gross story about me a while ago,
it should have been. I want to just say that that way it looks like, oh, Chris was unsafe with the minors. No, it wasn't.
To the argument for why bring this up now, but things end up extending to more actions that are.
No, you were always planning to bring this up. Do not lie. Do not lie right now. You were always planning on bringing this up. Do not lie. Your plan was always to burn Chris on the fire. You just didn't have enough fucking stand on principle. You didn't have enough information on everybody else you were going to throw under the fucking business. Yes, we are now going to talk about DA Games. I want to fucking highlight that what she's going to highlight on about DA Games, there is a fucking Google Doc on. We will be covering it on stream. I am not here to defend anybody from DA Games. I want to highlight that. Yes.
Just so the chat and really me are aware, what is DA Games?
She will explain it, but DA Games is...
Dragon Age Games.
DA Games is a channel.
I would believe you, Greg.
DA Games, like many other people from the Baroni-ish fandom and other things, is made music, like fan music, for their specific fandom enjoyment. And like this is just everything. And now we're getting into who DA Games is.
They're questionable and make it seem like these people can't really be trusted around children. We have a testimony of a minor.
But what does that have to do with Chris?
What the hell?
That's what I'm saying.
You're just gonna sneak in the fucking pedo shit?
Oh yeah,
there?
now we sneak this pedo shit in because what she's trying to do is create raising escalation, but it doesn't work. Like this is again, like I think what she's bringing up is very valid, but like the escalation is weird.
Minor who Chris made uncomfortable by mentioning.
So allegedly, Chris made a minor uncomfortable. Do we have proof of that?
Bestiality too. Here's that story. She's chosen to be left anonymous for obvious reasons, but more about that in the interview.
Back in late 2018, I was in a voice chat with Chris, Will, and one other person who I cannot remember. They were another fan, so it isn't very relevant as to who they were. I was 14 at the time. I do not remember how the conversation got to this point, but at one point, Chris made a joke about me being into bestiality, specifically using the term bestiality, which I didn't understand at the time. I simply responded being confused about the joke, and Chris seemed to find that funny. My camera was on. They were using a third-party tool to have cameras with voice chats at the time, and I...
You mean Discord? Huh? Okay, I hate that the fact that all of these people have children in their Discords. I need to make this very clear. Fuck all of these people for having children in their Discords. I don't like it, and I will call you out for it. I don't understand. He allegedly said bestiality. Did he go into it? Like, I don't know. Like,
this is somebody's testimony.
Did he just say the word?
Yeah,
I'm not defending this. You shouldn't say this in front of kids at all. Like, at all.
But you also shouldn't be in a situation where you'd be in a call with kids.
Yes.
I had met Will sometime before to voice chat in person. They had to have known I was underage. This by itself is not that awful, simply weird. But together with everything else that has happened and what these people have done, I think it's important to share as it shows a pattern of people in and around DA games creating an unsafe environment.
Which I can agree if there's any substantial evidence. You can't just make accusations. Again, we saw this with the Mama Max stuff, right? Mama Max was
another
not
person who wastes my time.
Mama Max was not the sole person for the reason that Night Docs fell apart. Other people were talking shit about Night Docs behind the scene. And yes, they should have openly said that. Them throwing Max completely under the bus, while I do believe part of it is warranted, is not solely the issue.
There was also an incident in Lolcow, or sexual images of cartoon characters that are children, and accidentally exposing that material to minors in Chris's private server. Allegedly to test a bot, Lolcow is that are children, and accidentally exposing that material to minors in Chris's private server. Allegedly.
Holy shit! I just realized this debunks that he was testing a bot excuse. What's the image?
To test a bot, Lolcow is already subjective in nature in the first place, as people can make the argument that.
Oh my god!
Whoa!
No, you fucking.
What the fuck?
Oh, okay, I gotta pull this off. Okay, we're gonna look at this because I had to examine it off screen. I did not consent to poorly censored Lolcow images. It's not a morally gray area. Please don't, like, I don't want to. Why would you include this?
You know what this means? That she had those images on her computer and censored them herself.
Yep. Cecil, I need you.
Or the editor, or the unpaid editor.
God.
So this is okay. I want to highlight something. All of this is okay. I want to highlight something. No. Very important. None of this. What's the name on this account?
Will DA
Games.
Ryan.
I'm not going to highlight
DA
chat.
Games, Ryan.
You can go to the video yourself. The timestamp is 2842 if you want to fucking destroy your eyes.
These are also different profile pictures, if that matters.
Yeah, like, the thing is that anyone else can change their name to that. Give me a screenshot of the profile.
Well, it's the green.
The actual allegations. Not only does this muddies things, it shows that she only cared when it's personal.
Yes. From what I understand, the green text notifies mod or high status in this Discord. But this is not Chris. You did the thing where you said, well, Chris may have done this. Look at the Lolcow image, but this is Will. Would you, why would DA Games do this in front of minors? I have the doc link. Yeah, I am agreeing with you. DA Games is fucked for this. Fuck Will from DA Games. I'm going to say it right now. You're going to learn more about Will from DA Games, and I want to fucking throw him into a goddamn river with a fucking, like, shit tied to his ankles. But that's not the fucking point. This is not Chris, but she's presenting it as Chris posted this. Listen to it again.
Images of cartoon characters
in and around DA Games, creating an unsafe environment.
Remember, this is about Chris. This section is about Chris.
There was also an incident in Lolicon, where sexual images of cartoon characters that are children and accidentally exposing that material to minors in Chris's private server. Allegedly to test the bot, Lolicon is already subjective in nature in the first place.
I wanted to be clear, doesn't have a, I also wanted to be clear that it doesn't have a crown. It's not from the server owner. It feels like this is fucky. Potentially. Again, I'm not defending this behavior. If Will can prove that he didn't do this, he would have done it because this DA doc has been out for a period of time.
As people can make the argument.
Again, this is not, I had to play it so you guys heard the audio. This is not Chris. All right, let me, I will
admit that these are fictional characters and not real children, but I don't think anyone will argue that maybe we shouldn't be letting children see sexual imagery. The big problem with that, besides the incident happening in the first place, is that it was never officially addressed. No apology, no nothing. But instead the thread...
You fucking
sounds kind of sus to me.
God damn it.
Gets worse. Part 2, Will Ryan is a tech...
You should have waited to part 2.
Yeah.
I hate Sigh. I like you. Actually, I like you. I hate animation people. I'm gonna be real. I hate the animation community. I hate everything around you guys. I like you a lot, but this is fucking pissing me off. Why can't you just fucking censor the images regularly? And why do you need to say Lolicon is a morally gray area? We're done. I'm done. I'm a comic artist, not an animator. Fair.
Man, this stream is gonna be yellow long.
Yeah, please, please help us.
Yep.
Oh, please.
Here comes the bit I was talking about long.
Yep, here we go.
Axel, if this does not hit, I'm going to be upset at you specifically.
Textbook pedo,
but
and probably very unstable person.
Super them up, gang. Thank you. You guys don't have to do that.
Sorry,
we love you guys.
If that all isn't a big deal, then child grooming is bad, right?
Okay, but again, this is Will Ryan. Fuck Will Ryan. We'll get into this.
Okay. Well, so
no shit.
Okay.
So enter player 1 in this case, the YouTube channel DA Games. For those who aren't aware, DA Games is a YouTube channel that makes a variety of content, including Let's Plays, their own animation, and fandom-inspired music. The 4 main current members of the channel are Chris, Will Ryan, Cosmic Keyframe or Chrissy, and Sean Webby.
Okay, we will get there.
Will himself is problematic for a bunch of reasons, not limited to dating a minor in 2000.
Okay, so we're gonna get to this dating a minor thing because I have to fucking do the thing that pisses me off the most.
2015, when he was 23,
Oh.
and that's shady at best. Here are the screen caps. These are great.
Will, from what I can tell, is from the
That
UK.
is a
If somebody can correct me on that. Is Will from the UK? If somebody can correct me on that. Because I'm about to get pissed off and say the thing that pisses me off. Will is indeed from the UK. Unfortunately, the age of consent in the UK is 16.
it's not even 17.
No. Again, every UK person I have ever met says this is insane on the insane on the motherfucking braino. Every UK person and your person that I know says you do consider a person dating a 16-year-old a nonce. You don't give a fuck. You do think they are a nonce. But legally speaking, the fact is that he could do this, and I hate this, and I hate this, and I don't want to defend this. But this is, why does the age of consent matter? They are still a minor. Unfortunately, it's because she doesn't disclose it. We are setting a fucking standard because she doesn't disclose it. Because there's worse things that go on, but you do have to disclose parts of it. It's unfortunately legal there. Because if you don't disclose specific parts of information, it's like, it does get annoying. Because that could be used as his defense for saying that.
Yeah, she could have literally said, "Oh, he's from the UK," but you don't know if this person who's saying this is in the US, or it actually
Yes.
matters what their age is, and doesn't matter what his age is.
Yes. Because it doesn't defend everything else. There's a reason why you should disclose this.
Is this like, this is like lawful evil? It's not.
Yeah, this
it's
is
not.
this is evil.
This is lawful evil.
Well, no, not lawful evil. This is evil.
Well, if it's within the law, like
Again,
you're saying,
again,
if 16 is the age of consent. That's
it
law.
gets
That's within the law.
Worse.
Yes, lady, it is legal in the UK.
We've.
Do you want to know how that happened?
We're not doing this right now, Ash.
Great. I guess you can be Jerry Seinfeld.
Yes. Oh, here we go,
17-year-old
chat.
when He was 38.
I remember that.
So, what are you gonna do later?
I got a date with Mickey. There it is.
Yeah, she's
This is sped up. I want to point out this is sped up.
a beauty.
And she's also 17.
Bold and beautiful.
I'll tell you the big advantage of dating a high schooler. If you're going out with someone your own age, you can't take advantage of them.
I suppose.
Oh, come on. That's a huge feature.
I'm not
Think about
slowing it
She's so
down.
young, she
Fuck
does-
off. I'm not slowing this down.
I hate this.
I'm not slowing this down. Is it
I'm
illegal though?
shocked.
Technically though, we're not talking about like we are not talking about like statutory things. Also, it wouldn't be legal federally. Just to let you know, if these two people were in different states as well.
Oh yeah, you can't.
Yes,
cross
the reason the
state
law
lines.
matters is because KP asks is yeah. The reason the law matters is because KP's ask is that a UK company takes action against Will. They can't take action against Will because he hasn't broken a law. This is exactly.
He doesn't realize I'm a predator.
Jerry,
Yes?
I've been doing a lot of thinking.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't think we should see each other anymore.
Oh, that's okay.
What?
No, it's fine. No problem. I'll meet somebody else. Sure. There are plenty of high schools in New York City. It's fine. Anyway, it's been really nice grooming you for a while. I'm gonna go scope out a Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, me too.
She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes.
Dating anyone 8.
That
Greg,
lasted
how do you feel about
entirely
that?
too long.
Greg, how do you feel about that? That was sped up, by the way. I sped that up for a reason.
So, fun fact: Seinfeld is also sped up, like at 1.15 times speed, so that they can cram more ads in during replays anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So I think so it sounded like how I normally hear it on
Yeah.
TV.
Oh my god.
But that was awful. I
Yeah.
don't I'm
And
in pain.
And again, my problem with including that is she is now going to bring up credible allegations.
Why did it last so long?
Because
Why was that the longest bit?
Yeah. Because there are going to be. Can she get a copyright strike for that? No, because there is a fan dub.
And she
What?
took the video down.
Yes, she also took the video down. Yes, this video is down, by the way. This is an archival site. But again, in the United States, the age of consent is set at 16 in 31 states, 17 in 7 states, and 18 in 12 states. But it kind of doesn't matter because most people defer to federal law. Yes. Again, the problem is it only gets worse from here, and she's now going to bring up credible allegations against DA Games that I feel should be addressed.
18 falls into a legally gray area depending on what state or country you're in. But the general rule of thumb is anyone 18 should not be dating anyone who's younger than 18.
Okay.
That's the internet law. I looked it up.
Okay, hold up. What is she saying?
The general rule of thumb is anyone 18 should not be dating anyone who's younger than 18.
Yeah, I mean, there's statutory, but yeah, don't do that. You shouldn't be. Hold up. I need to get through this again because there's a part that doesn't make sense to me in this one. I gotta remember this. Oh, fuck a Chuck E. Cheese. I don't care.
Dating anyone 18 falls into a legally gray area.
There is nothing legally gray about dating anybody 18. I'm sorry, there is nothing legally gray.
As an abuse victim, that messes me up. I can't imagine how I'd react if somebody portrayed my abuse in that way.
Yeah. What if she comes out and says I was groomed? What did you just do? You just said, oh, you're grooming as a joke. And again, I understand how people could feel about age gaps. I fucking get it. But 18 is an adult legally. They can date anybody over any fucking age they want. Doesn't matter how you feel about it. So Falgi, if an 16-year-old were to date an 18-year-old in the same state, then we'd arrest the 18-year-old according to KP. Yeah, I got it. I believe me. There's a reason why.
State, right?
Yeah, there's a reason why Romeo and Juliet laws exist. I've had to explain it multiple times. Cohorts, specific cohorts within like a same like fucking vicinity, not your Discord e-romance.
So like if you're that age and you go to the same high school, it makes more
Yes.
sense than if it's like you're just
On
a glub shit on
Discord.
the internet talking to another glub shit on the internet.
Yes.
That's weird.
Again, she needed multiple revisions of this script if she was going to do this, because this is insane. Because again, it's not morally.
This is why you send
it's
your
not
script off to
legally
people
gray.
you trust, so they
Yeah.
can tell you if it's bad or not.
Well, what I've heard is that this script was shopped around to people that she trusted. The people that she trusted were not very good with it. We'll get to some of the people that she trusted later.
Area, depending on what state or country you're in. But the general rule of thumb is anyone 18 should not be dating anyone who's
Again, listen, there's Romeo and Juliet laws. There's a reason why. But again,
younger than 18. That's the internet law. I looked it up. Part 2.5 is grooming. But the most problematic of all of this is minors straight up being groomed in their public spaces.
Yes.
Who you'll hear from in a second was 15 years old when someone around 19 years old started sending them self-harm pictures. Censored screenshots were on screen. It's not a fun video. I warned you.
Stop. Take this off. Take this off.
And manipulated to break up with their current partner at the time. This escalated to until
Oh my god! I'm just kidding.
I skipped it.
Flashbanged.
I skipped it because that was a poorly fucking taken out dick pic. Why can't you black box it? Why can't you black box it? I take your word for it. Why can't you black box it?
What do you expect? The child editor in her sweatshop who doesn't get paid to actually do something?
Fuck me.
I'm gonna crash out.
Not even like I have to skip it. I have to skip it. Like I don't know this will again. This stream is going fucking yellow for real.
Lost in Worlds 15 became a member.
Thank you,
Lost in
Lost.
Worlds 15 celebrates 1 month of membership. If you're not a teen, don't interact with teens.
Yeah, this is like no, obviously. And again, this is abhorrent. I want to make it abundantly clear. This is abhorrent. Like this is disgusting. By all means, disgusting.
until was blocked completely. And how was it handled in the DA game server? Contacted Will about the situation. Who sympathized?
Okay, so this person contacted DA Online Will Ryan, going on to say, hey, I didn't want to do this publicly because I don't want people to know the whole Twitter thing is about me, but yeah, it's about me. I get that you don't want this affecting your image and the image of the team and server, but it's bigger than that. You really hurt my feelings with what you said. I know you probably didn't intend to hurt anyone, but to me it came off like you care more about your image than about victims. My intentions were never attention or love. I just wanted to stay anonymous as much as I could to avoid that. I just wanted to warn people of this individual. I get why the link was deleted, but I feel like you went too far by putting the whole rant there. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I'm seeing that wrong. I'm not upset, just disappointed really, but I wanted you to hear me out. Wanted to hear you out. I think there's just better ways than this has been going on. Was there way better than every single day pulling up some rando when all they had to say was a mean thing and very personal. Bringing our name into it, our community as a whole into something, and work at your discretion. Whatever the claims are, whatever the problems are, I would appreciate my name and my image not being brought into question. People can expose all they want, but involving my brand when in actuality it involves none of us, I don't think is okay. When it comes to major things like pedophilia and whatever is excusable for an expose, that can be done without using a brand name and community title. I just don't see why it does any good to anybody when the community space has to get involved. We're all supposed to feel safer individually, so hearing they walk among us isn't going to keep anybody calm, and this indeed is resulted in our community falling dramatically in volume. More than is necessary, more than is needed. Again, I'm quite happy to be rid of most dangerous people on the internet, but I could absolutely take someone down without involving an entire community in the picture. P.S. Whatever you think you're at fault with, I haven't the slightest clue. this was aimed more at people like Singing Guy and their crew, who lately had been going after several people for the most quite and personal of problems involving our name. Victim, because this was a tweet I made on a side account to address all this stuff that got posted in the bunker by somebody else and got deleted by mods. This is why I thought it was a direct response to that. Will, I actually never saw that link, nor did I see the tweet. I was playing God of War Ragnarok since 12 hours nonstop. Haven't had time until I had a break to eat food and check in. Blank, why would you like to? I think it, would you like to? It helps the context. Blank, Will, honestly. Okay, Blank. Okay. So it seems like he was receptive to it. Again, it
But
seems
didn't want the company name involved?
yeah, like, again, I think that this is a failing of the company that they were not addressing this. They deleted it. I don't know why the mods deleted it. Could they have deleted it because it does contain self-harm scars and fucking dick pic and shit like that? Yes. And evidence of grooming? Yeah. It doesn't excuse the reaction to it. Don't get me wrong. But it seems like Will personally wasn't involved. And this then became, if Will could provide proof, because we don't have it, a campaign to rally against anybody in the server whom may have caused a slight that was not related to the original allegations of pedophilia. Again, I think that this is a very abhorrent way to do this and to highlight this and to kind of like, you know what I mean? Like, this is the problem with having minors in your Discord. Every fucking time. Every time I have to say this. Don't have fucking children in your spaces. Am I missing anything? Did I get anything wrong? Am I crashing the fuck out right now?
I'm just kind of
don't have kids.
Don't have kids.
Just don't have kids. Never breed. Never goon. Never breed.
Delete your Discords. I think the standout thing is him being like, I don't want the company name involved. I don't want the community involved.
Yeah.
And like, they should be made aware if there are or the mod should be made aware if there are groomers prowling around your Discords, and also the community should be aware that there have been people that are being kicked out for this very thing, and to be made certain that nobody that the mod and the staff and the team do not condone that, and that they have been made aware of it, and that they've taken the proper measures.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. It's like, I agree that it should be addressed. Make it very clear this should have been addressed. Publicly, I don't know. There's an issue with it, right? But it should have been made mention to. My only question is, did the victim does the victim have proof that they went to these people before posting on Twitter? That's my only fucking ask. My only ask. My only ask. We'll get into it.
Guys privately, but didn't do anything publicly. But like, what's accountability for exposing minors to a predator? And just left the space on his own. Eventually had to make his own Twitter thread with screenshots to prove the account was true. I mean, come the fuck on.
Okay. I don't think anyone believed the account.
The least you could have done was ban a pedophile. The bare minimum, what's that? Let me be clear. This isn't only Will's fault. It's everyone involved in the company, including the people I named before. And I know rent is a thing, but sacrificing putting children at risk because you don't want to publicly speak out about...
Huh?
She's saying that it's not worth their public image.
...this behavior and threaten your livelihood, and because you don't want to go to college, is just shitty and selfish.
Oh, you are just the worst type of person.
Next is and his friend Pixel talking about problematic behavior in the DA games community and the situation at large. Welcome to the No Fun interview section.
All right, so here we go.
Personal or professional experiences with DA games in the past, and they made a document about it a year ago. But
This is the DA Games document. We will go through it on a different stream, chat. We'll get there. So this is Pixel and another person. They're going to become relevant later.
I brought them on to share their personal stories in audio form, so it's a bit easier to digest, as well as provide some context to these things and that these are real people, I promise. So why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
This is very low chat.
Yeah, I'll
I'm
go
trying.
first. I was a fan since 2018 until I became friends with Will, one of the game's owners. In, I want to say 2020, 2021, I'm not sure. I was commissioned by him in late 2022 to make a concert outfit, but that's
So this is Will of DA Games.
really all I got. Well, that's all I have when it comes to my relation to him. We were friends, but not really.
So you had a professional relationship with Will?
Yeah, I was commissioned once, but that's about it.
Oh my god!
Okay, so Pixel, what's your background?
Whoa.
So I was a fan in 2018 to 2023, and I was a fan artist in the server. I did a lot of general fan art and general art interpretations of his stuff, and I never worked with him like professionally, but I was friends with him during 2023, and we DM'd pretty often for a couple
Okay,
months.
so they DM'd, dickhead, I'm afraid of being the wrong one, blah, 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 blah. Okay.
It's like, we talked in VCs and stuff.
How did that start? Did he notice your fan art and start DMing you, or what?
It was kind of interesting. He was friends with first, and other than the DA game server, there was another friend server that he was in, and at some point the topic of me came up when he was DMing, and he noticed that I wasn't on his friends list, and he was just kind of confused about that. And so it was just kind of, he thought we were friends already, and so it was around early 2023 that I accepted his
Why does any of this matter will become irrelevant later.
friend request, and we started DMing from there. I think we officially started a conversation after an incident with his friend Inu. She was like harassing me for like 2
This is them DMing a random other person. I am not reading a bunch of these. I spoke with Blank, and it was honestly frustrating. He's making it seem like he did nothing wrong. Made a bunch of excuses to not send a genuine apology to Will. Don't know about Freaky. I feel like that's the person in question. I think Inu Trash, Jamie, or Freaky is the person they keep bleeping out.
2 hours, and I had that conversation with Will. I was like,
or maybe not. Who knows?
Your friend is doing this, and this is what happened, and here's a conversation that we had. And after that, we just started having normal conversations.
So I guess Will does this where he'll just take people from the fan server and try to build a personal connection?
Yeah. So there's actually.
Okay. Want to make this very clear. If these people aren't minors, and if they're doing work, I don't know. Not the point. I think it's a weird question. I get where she's going. It's a leading question for a reason, because there's a point to this. Still a weird question.
This second server that a lot of his friends, including
because it sets up having a second server, which they should never have had.
Like Lala and Inu are in. That sometimes just some people get invited to, I guess.
Okay, I guess from what I'm getting at so far is there seems to be a lack of boundaries. Not that it's a bad thing to make friends with fans or anything, but I feel like it's almost competitive if you have, like, a server of people he likes that are also the fan server.
It's not competitive. I don't understand. Didn't you hire people for free? Didn't you put free people in an NDA? I know, listen, we're splitting hairs, but, like, you just don't... Glass houses, chat! Glass houses!
Yeah, it's really weird. Yeah, so what happened for me was I was friends with Lala before I was invited to that server.
Okay.
So because I had a mutual friend with Will, me and Lala, I was invited there.
So Will didn't invite you directly, though? Because it sounds like Lala invited the both of you, and not Will. Need to make clarifications. God, I hate this. This fucking story sucks.
Officially Lala's server, but it mostly gets used for Will stuff.
So it was officially somebody else's server. So, highlighting that, she says, oh, Will's creating a competitive environment. No. The person they were both equally friends with invited them to their server, and Will happens to be there. Again, shit gets more fucked after this, but we need to keep the story straight.
Exactly is in the server? Is it just like personal jokes or a similar layout to the other server, but just kind of private?
It's supposed to be a friend group server, but it's really centered around Will.
Yeah, they had this rule where if you weren't active enough, you'll get kicked.
So that's but it's Lala's server. Remember, it's this person's server.
And if you couldn't go to VCs, you would have to explain yourself, like, oh, I can join VC today because of X, Y, and Z. And generally, from my experience, a lot of people had to cater to Will, like going back and joining the server in general. They used to let people in pretty generally, but then they just kind of restricted access.
Yeah.
Like, the only reason I got in there was because she actually invited me in there. A few times she actually gave out invites, but it's technically a friend server. But they have, like, not official events, but they do VC a lot. Sometimes.
No, derail. Fishy. Whoa. Fishy, no. Fishy, what did you do? What did you do, Fishy?
For, like, days, and they just generally expect you to be active a lot.
So it seems to me like the whole point of the server is for Will to talk to people and get validation. Is that it?
Yeah, definitely. I remember this one time that me and a friend who was in there were watching, I think it was Hellraiser.
Will was the most popular person in that server. It was always made it about him. Lala lives with Will. They're very close. There's a lot of conflict of interest. It's a loop of slop. It's a loop of slop. Holy shit. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Still, my one thing is that Lala created the server. It was not... Okay, how do I express this? KP wants to paint this as Will's extra server. You gotta make it clear. Again, I'm with you on that. But again, and there's also, I want to highlight this. Nothing wrong with leading questions. In my opinion, it's nothing, we're not in a court of law. It's
imagine how long this interview would be if KP didn't get what
where they needed to. Yeah,
I guess, yeah.
Any interviewer should actually also ask pre-interview questions to like set the mood.
Yeah, because there's a difference between an interview versus just like a conversation.
Mm.
I think that's a good way of expressing it. This is clearly an interview where there's information KP needs to express to the audience that we're trying to go through.
Yes.
But I'm fucking grinding my face against a wall here trying to parse all of this. But versus a recorded Discord call.
Yes.
So to speak.
Yeah, we're only doing it for clarification status because there are other people who share responsibility in this. Other people.
It was one of the worst Hellraiser movies. We were like cracking jokes and stuff.
Okay, I got annoyed and upset 70% every day when Will did. I was keeping an eye on VC like 70% of the time. I didn't get it. Okay, this is somebody else. I'm not annoyed. A couple people thought it. Just one person had a crack at it. And a lot of us were anxious. I planned to keep it quiet because I knew this exact thing. I had to subject my life to so much, and one time I opened my mouth makes people dislike me. It's why I don't say anything at all.
An hour in.
So, Lala, I'm sorry, sorry, I'm interjecting. Blank, dude, I'm not saying that this is that it was bad that you said it. What did he say?
Will joined, and he got
what did he say?
upset because we were talking over a movie when he didn't even choose to watch it. We did.
I made a separate room for people to watch stuff. So he just got mad that you guys were talking over a movie?
Were there any minors in the server?
Yes.
Yeah, there were.
Oh, this is where I get really mad. No minors in your server. I can't say this every fucking time. It's gonna piss me the fuck off.
I'm not gonna say names, but I remember there being like several, at least.
So I guess it's kind of questionable that he made a separate server to invite mostly fans of his main server.
He did not. See, but this is what I'm saying. This is why it's really important. He did not make the server. Lala did. You don't know if Will invited those people personally. Lala may have done that and also seems like a freak. You have a very more structurally compelling argument if you show that the people in and around Will, and if the chatter is to be believed, living with Will, is perpetuating this cycle of being comfortable with minors to the point where they start making sexual and inappropriate jokes. This is my problem with KP. I think KP is presenting something very interesting. This is what is like pissing me off. This stuff needs to be covered. It's why I want to cover it later.
And the back to the leading questions portion. This is good to showcase that KP is what information KP wants Anonymous and Pixel to get to, like or wants the audience to understand or however, or wants to portray it however you want.
Yes,
she's asking that Will made this separate when from the previous information moments prior, it's clear that Lala was the one inviting these people.
Yes, and again, it's still incredibly inappropriate. And downright criminal to a certain point, in my opinion. Granted, these people will probably never fucking see any crimes, but then you also kind of need to look at the people in and around certain things, right? I'll keep playing this.
Server, which I guess isn't the worst thing in the world, obviously, but it's things like the boundaries that are weird, the rules as far as VCing that are weird, and the fact that there are minors.
Also, I want to highlight something. She doesn't mind that there's minors in the server. Or okay, maybe she does. Hold up. Maybe I did the thing.
Boundaries that are weird, the rules as far as VCing that are weird, and the fact that there are minors in there.
Okay, I lied. She does. I'm sorry. I did the streamer moment thing.
Were there inappropriate jokes and stuff like that?
Yeah, there used to be an NSFW chat even, and like people would just share their kings in there and stuff. I remember this. They got deleted eventually, but it was weird. Like the time I was in there.
I'm gonna crash out. I hate this. I hate this so much. Camify, you're fine, by the way. I need to highlight it because this video is critically confusing. But fuck these people for having an NSFW chat with children! Do not do this! Oh my god. Just don't have NSFW. It needs to be 18 plus. If you have an NSFW chat, 18 plus. Your server's immediately 18 plus. You don't fucking hide it behind fucking roles. It doesn't work that way. It should never work that way. If I go into your server and I fucking find that shit out, I'm exposing the fuck out of you. Why? Because it doesn't matter. The role doesn't matter. The locked role doesn't matter. You cannot do this.
Have we forgotten what the FCK and ACC wrought?
No, everybody fucking forgets it, apparently. I'm just tired of these like fucking like weird excuses for like really shitty behavior. Like, it's just really fucking annoying. Like, ay. Jesus Christ. Also, I want to bring this up now. Maybe, just maybe, if you bring someone onto your thing, fuck me. Maybe don't bring somebody on who doesn't have the greatest track record with these allegations. So this is Pixel, the person in this video. What if I told you in October of last year, Pixel actually did hashtag stand with Will? Huh. Really interesting that I can find this.
And that it's still up.
It's almost like doing research and doing disclosures. Would it have not been great for Pixel to identify they no longer stand with Will? Yes, Camify, we're gonna get to that. We will actually get to that. Actually, no, fuck it. Yeah, Will posted Lolicon art. That's illegal in the UK, by the way. Having possession of that is illegal. That's illegal. The having that is an actual crime. I wonder how he's going to react to that one.
Illegal, yet Pixel hashtag stand with Will.
Fuck me. Thank you, Shadow.
That just this. It looks like Dop.
Oh.
It looks like Dop.
The clop block. I fucking hate you guys. Shadow, you're the best, but god damn it.
Block.
Oh, thank you.
Looks like a backwards D.
Wait,
Dop
did you
block.
make this drop or you fuck?
I hate you. Block. I fucking.
So let's read some of these. Over the past couple weeks, I've seen certain things brought up regarding DA, and seeing my previous statement is continually used, I felt it was necessary. Hashtag DA games, hashtag stand with Will. Because of recent events, I must speak. In terms of my previous apology, it appears my words were quite minced. None of the screenshots were fake. The issue was not enough context was given for some of them. Obviously, there are behaviors I don't condone, but taking what I said and getting it's fake out of it shows the lack of nuance with these issues. In terms of writing, I confess that there were not my full raw words. What I mean by this is to say the apology was constructed with mods involved instead of straight from me. Yes, I did feel pressure to write it when I did, because I was in the middle of a college class when approached. This was shared, but I pushed to do so anyways. While I was pressured, I want to make clear the mistakes of the previous doc, including personal information of a minor, are things I still am very sorry for. I do not condone lolicon/Shota or anything regarding underage characters. I don't and cannot agree with hiring minors for moderators. I cannot continue to watch those words, which were sanitized and not really mine, be used to justify those kinds of behaviors. Yes, we'll let a minor be a mod. We'll get there. But I want to highlight this for a second because previously they wrote something that they're saying was doctored by other people to defend them. And then they're coming out and saying, hey, I actually was coerced into doing this. The fandom is large and there's quite few issues. Going forward, I will not interact with anything DA related. So again, maybe you can highlight this. Maybe you should have highlighted all of this. I'm not going to read this whole thing.
Remember, if you need a lawyer or therapist, FALGI is both.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I heard that too recently.
Oh,
yeah, I think
don't
Cool
say
Anime.
that.
I heard it from Cool Anime
Don't
Girls.
say
Cool
that.
Anime Girls said that recently. I heard that.
Don't say that. Don't say that. There was a group apology. So this person was a mod? See, this is the other thing. If this person was a mod, they are just as culpable as everyone else in that fucking video. Any links to the tweet? I'll put it in later. Because we have a bunch of links to a bunch of different things. You are just as culpable as the people you are accusing of. Again, I am not saying that this is okay. I am saying that this person came out. This is fine. But like the problem is that you have a history of not. You wanted them. You had them review it. You had them review everything that you wrote. And it appears that Lala was also involved. In my original draft of my statement, I wanted to address the manner in that it was presented unapproachably. He apologized in VC excuse again. If you're saying that you were somehow involved, this came out like, this is what I'm saying. You can't, like, you have to address that your statements previously were used to defend people. I want to believe that people could change, but deleting things as few as days ago is instead of addressing them is bad, blah, 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 blah. Again, want to highlight this. You should have disclosed this in this interview. You are using somebody whose history of potentially defending Will, if not being somewhat involved in part of the cover-up, if not being coerced to say something. Them not saying this in this interview is a fucking problem. This person should have been interviewed separately.
And the chat suit is I was a minor at the time, I think.
So this person, anonymous, was a minor at the time.
Sorry, but yeah, it was really sexual and racist and stuff.
Question, is KP the same KP that was friends with Lily Orchard? Yes. We will get there.
Okay, not off to a good start. So that seems to be the running theme with DA games in general, that they're being inappropriate with minors. They make inappropriate or not safe for work jokes in front of minors, and no one seems to be willing to do.
The only person that we know who's done that is Will. We'll get to, again, Will sucks. Will sucks. Will sucks. I can't say it enough.
Do anything about it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, sometimes they, like, for forever now, I want to say, they refuse to even acknowledge that there are minors in their audience.
Yeah, I remember that. When the first version of Doc dropped, we were bringing up the point that he was trauma dumping to minors and talking about things that younger kids shouldn't be hearing, and he relies a lot on his fan base for personal support. There's an entire channel on that server dedicated to just
A place for giving love to the DA crew and each other. Please refrain from vents.
giving him specifically support, and the entire move to the server is dedicated by how he's feeling that day. And when we met,
Yes, I know Chris Chan was there. Again,
You were
Chris Chan can go wherever Chris Chan goes and be friends with whoever Chris Chan wants to be. Again, a court has ruled that Chris Chan is fucking insane.
mentioned that in our document, like, hey, he's trauma dumping, he's talking about all these horrible things without a filter to these people. And people were giving the excuse with it.
Again, don't trauma dump the minors. I can't believe I have to say that. Again, this DA... Oh, Panda Slowpoke, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, I know KP has interacted favorably with Chris Chan. I made my stance on it. I don't... Oh, what do you, like, Chris Chan goes where Chris Chan goes. If people want to be friends with Chris Chan, what am I supposed to do? Like,
Chris Chan is a much larger entity than
Yes.
KP or any of these other people. We don't like. It's like it's like fish are fighting for scraps around a shark. You know, it's like that.
Like we're trying to attack a leviathan that cannot die.
let's be like frank. I think KP is friends with Chris because of their audience and like their clout.
Yeah.
I'll be up front. It's
You
a
could
fucking.
assume the same way that fucking KP was friends with Lily.
It was like an eldritch creature entered the chat. I know I was there, Sai. It was hilarious.
I saw it. I was just like,
Other teens
what?
were like this age, when in reality the age range was like was a lot broader than like 16, 17. There were 14-year-olds, 13-year-olds in there. The broader range is like from 13 to early 20s in a server, and it's unfair to assume that just because it
Wait, did we tell
was
Kat
people
that we
older,
saw
that
that
you should
Chris
promote
was
to these
in?
people.
I
They
know
did
we
have an
posted
SFW
it.
channel on that
I
main
know we
server, but I
posted it.
wasn't
Tell
around
him
when it
if
was a
we see
thing.
him.
And what year was this about?
He loses his
I'm
mind.
not entirely sure. I remember being there when that channel got deleted, I think.
When did you guys join the server?
I joined the server in May 2018, and it was around then.
I joined in December.
I don't know how long it was around. Like, the server has existed since 2016, but it may have been around since the beginning. I'm not sure.
Listen, here's the thing. Chris Chan, if you ever want to be interviewed, I'll do it fucking live. I have zero qualms about content for content's sake.
I feel like you would be a better interviewer than Keffels was.
Oh, God, I forgot they did that. You know, Gunnar from Mars, Gamer from Mars does a pretty alright job with it.
That's
I think
why
he
I
does a pretty
said
good job with
Keffels
it.
and not...
No. I'm saying, no, what I'm saying is I think Gamer from Mars did a really, alright job getting all the answers that people want. But I'm just saying, Chris, if you somehow hear me, I'll interview you.
But it was around in 2018, that's for sure.
And another thing I wanted to bring up is that the moderators do not go
technically
through
you'd be the most
formal
qualified
training,
too.
from what I could tell.
Moderators don't go through formal training. Holy fuck, I don't know a Discord mod that has gone through formal training. Who the fuck cares?
Wait, mods have to go to CPR training? Oh no, I don't have my certification.
Like, this is a Discord server. Again, fucking disgusting. Allowing predators in, allowing minors and adults to have access to minors in your Discord is fucking disgusting. But what the fuck is the? And also, if part of your pixel, remember you said that mods were controlling your you and other mods were controlling your previous statement in 2023. Really weird that you're shoving all the responsibility on other fucking people. Weird.
I was there and he just picked someone and he was like, oh, you should be a moderator now. You've been a friend for long enough. And like I said, he's hired minor moderators. The most recent one just turned 18 last year.
He's hiding minor again. Fuck this guy for having minor moderators, you fucking disgusting fuck.
Cool anime girls.
Thank you.
Tip $3.33.
Thank you.
Op Block, one-stop shop for all your needs. Falgi has an impressive resume. He is a lawyer, therapist, primary care physician, Reiki master, and most importantly, Midgematics camboy. Donate now to feed the dog and get these benefits.
Yeah, you know, I heard of that too recently. Somebody named Mara told me that.
Midgebag, way to go.
Fuck me. Hi, child. I know.
Graduated high school last year and they were a moderator the entire time in the server from 2018 to 2023. And I'm 20 now, so...
Again, fuck these people for having minor mods. Again, the DA gate... Okay, so straight up, if you sans the fucking if you sans the fucking shit about Chris for a second and led with the DA game stuff and then tied DA games to Saberspark would have been more compelling in my opinion. The Chris shit is petty. This is so important that it deserved its own fucking video, not a 2-hour video.
The Chris shit is too personal for KP to be covering it.
Yes.
Unbiasedly.
Yes.
Like for sure. But this other stuff is definitely interesting and compelling.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
They were younger than me that entire time, and as far as I'm aware, I heard they were recommended to someone.
No, they got picked randomly. They got picked randomly. I remember this. Yeah, it was weird. They just got picked for no reason. And they even told...
weird. Yes. So the pick random. Okay, wait. Well, let me see if there was a screenshot. There's a screenshot. I should actually read this. By the way, I'm 11. XD, you're fine though. 11 is illegal in the Discord. Or it's against Discord terms of service. Don't do that.
Oh, you can't be 11 in Discord. Run away. Flee. Escape.
Snowy, I'm 2 years older than you, so 13. Sugi, LEL, the fucking Will. But see, I called your age out higher. You'd think that kind of stands out as older than your age, right? Fuck you, Will. Fuck you.
No, don't say that. Don't say
mature for your age.
You're mature for your age.
Again, this is so much more of a compelling video. This is so compelling. Why did you do this? The Saberspark allegations you really can't wholly prove. The other allegations, it's personal, maybe pass it off to somebody. This? would have been a perfect fuck you to DA Games. I want to crash out. Will says, because you're more mature, you're another great mod that lets loose every now and then. I mean, for fuck's sake, it's okay to do that every now and then. This is clearly like a mod wall thing, right? Am I crazy? This appears to be a mod. And she's all, it's 2016! I watched a little bit of the Parlo video, Cammy. I have the Google Doc. That's all that matters. Oh, hello, Pixel Kitty. Thank you for popping in. Listen, I'm going to be honest. As I said this before, and I appreciate you coming out. If KP was going to make this video using your testimony, the disclosure of your previous actions in that server and your previous response should have been included. Finding this does, and I don't think it, and I'm being very honest when I say this, I don't think it casts doubt on what's being shown, because I think the DA stuff is important. But finding this allows DA Games to question your credibility. Again, what I want to highlight is that this is a bad video that fucks up, and DA Games can worm their way into whatever the fuck they want to say. Will can say whatever the fuck he says because how bad this video is. We're seeing screenshots like this for the first time. Yep, we told her to remove the jokes and shit. All right, I'm going to pull the trigger on this. Because I know Kim doesn't like minors in the Discord. Let's pull the trigger on something, chat. Because I think it's long enough that I didn't hide it.
About 6 months or so.
Kim doesn't have has a problem with minors in the Discord. But I wonder if Kim has a problem with hiring or having minors work on their animations.
Oh, is this a Demon Mama Glooby situation? Oh my god.
Let's go back a little bit. Let's go.
Cool. The Tale of Michael Boggs. The Tale of Michael Boggs begins about 6 months or so prior to the release of Despective. He was an editor on the team who was very young. Be careful with those children. Let me tell you what, don't hire minors. Who did a good job but was originally caught lying about his age at the time. We gave him pass because he had a clean record otherwise. He was assigned to edit the animatic.
You knew he was a minor. You knew he lied about his age. And you are, again, oh, minor mods? Again, Glass House. Minors shouldn't be fucking mods. Minors shouldn't be in your Discord. And they shouldn't be working for you. Guess what? If you don't have legal paperwork for this minor to work with you on a project that you're making money on, you are breaking a law.
Breaking the law, breaking the law.
You can't have minors work for you. You can't have minors. What, did he get extracurriculars for his fucking school?
I'm pretty sure a school would not sign up on this.
This is like, and yeah, it's weird that a ton of former KP members moved to DA. Weird, right? Almost like, I don't know. Interesting. Almost like there's a reason why she doesn't like DA a lot more than the allegations that are very credible that she's leading with. And it's almost like I keep saying, you need to disclose your gripes with people before making a video like this. But let's continue a little bit talking about your minor editor.
Version of the Despective project and rough animation. But what eventually caught up to him was his failure to commit to deadlines when he was working on our review of a My Little Pony movie called Equestria Games. It's like the Olympics, but...
Could he have had schoolwork? How old was he? Did he have fucking schoolwork to do? Oh my Christ. What, did he fucking go to summer camp and he was 16? You motherfuckers.
You know how ironic I find it that in this
What?
video she's wearing a like mental health matters shirt.
Well, yeah, because they were attacking her. And again,
I'm just saying it's funny. That's all I'm saying.
Why are we looking at a different video now? KP.
Because it matters.
Because KP has a history of having a minor work on animations for her. That's the problem. And the problem with that is Glass House scenario. If she doesn't disclose this, we find this, it casts doubt on this entire video with credible allegations. That's the problem. This whole stream highlights the fact that when somebody fucks up a video like this, they go into your history. This is what we do on this channel. It's what you guys tip us for. It's what we get paid by other people to look through. This is insane.
It's also like, you know your own shit. You know what you did wrong. You don't think other people are gonna look into it?
Mm-hmm.
You are very incorrect. It's content. If you make yourself content, people will dig into the center of the earth to find what you did wrong.
Yeah. Again, like I said, we still have an entire stream on DA Games and Black Griffin of all people now to look in. I said this, and I mean this. This has been a grudge decades in the making. The brony community is fucked. I hate all of these people. Fuck all of them. I want them to all go into a rocket and Sputnik themselves somewhere into the stratosphere. But this is not okay. Oh, Ash, somehow both of your names is on screen. Oh, you put Ash at EriksBlue. Yeah.
Just so people don't, because there's another person that named Ash in the chat, and they were getting added to it, but they thought it was me. I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna just put my at so people know.
Again, that's the reason. Let's play this a little bit more because it's gonna come up.
With ponies, but they're not ponies, I guess. He kept on exaggerating his progress without showing any proof of progress, and even with the final warning, he still didn't.
Huh, interesting. Doesn't this sound a lot like allegations against Chris, exaggerating their skills and abilities? Yeah, no, we're talking to Pixel. Yeah. I see them. Thank you, Abyssal. Pixel, thank you so much. I don't necessarily have more questions for you for, I guess, this stream. If you want to like and subscribe, you could do that. We are going to go over the DA Games allegations and things like that. If you want to provide color commentary during that process, you can. If you want to discuss anything more of how you felt in your KP experience and specifically how that kind of did things for you, you can type it in the chat as much as you want. Like, no one is going to attack you or anything like that. I want to make it very clear. While parts of your testimony can become under question for things like that. Also the shit, we know. Again, if you take accountability for your past, for the past stuff, and then for stuff you say in this video, I can't fuck with you. Also, you please be of age. I know it says on your Discord you're like 21, just, no minors, please. Are you going to go over the Saberspark stuff? Yeah, we're going to get there. I wanted to highlight this, though.
Finish the project on his own deadline. It had to be completed by someone else. So let me just state,
because he's a child.
Michael was fired for not doing his job. And
you fired a child.
This is KP's YouTube sweatshop. Only the best minors are allowed in this sweatshop.
You fired a child. Yeah, this is 12 course. I know. We will listen to the Toon Critic apology thing.
He had a chance to communicate with us any problems, but he didn't. He just kind of, lied and bit off more than he could chew. Things didn't progress with Michael until he was under the influence of past animators Christian and Sean and editor The Lost Narrator. It's also important to note that Mike here didn't have a bad experience. He was just doing this because I guess his friends were into it or something.
Wait, how old was he?
16.
I was gone for a bit.
Axel, thank you so much. 16.
you know, if your friends jump off a cliff, right? If memory serves, he even wrote me a little note that he wasn't mad at anyone for the outcome in this, and that he understood.
If memory serves, you don't have proof of it. If you don't have proof of it, it didn't exist.
Even offhandedly referencing his trouble with local police. Okay.
What?
Though I did receive some harassment from the Despective Project, the instigator of all this online harassment was actually magnified and continued through the use of this Twitter called Anon-KP Leaks. Run by
I'm not going to go through this anymore. We're going to go through the rest of the video, but this fucking pisses me off. She's going to constantly claim that these people shouldn't have had mods in their Discord. Mod minors in their Discord. Completely agree. I hate that shit. Glass house. Glass fucking house.
They graduated high school last year, and they were moderator the entire time in the server from 2018 to 2023. And I'm 20 now, so they were younger than me that entire time. And as far as I'm aware, I heard they were recommended to someone.
No, they got picked randomly. They got picked randomly. I remember this. Yeah, it was weird. They just got picked for no reason. And they even told me several times in DMs when they were a moderator, like, you should have been it, not me. Because, I don't know, they thought of themselves as not being capable enough to be a moderator, but they were anyway.
Yeah, I can get the point of having moderators being subjective, but at the very least, they should not be minors. They should also know it's actual work and should be okay with whatever work they get. Usually mods are like, hey minor, don't go in the 18+ chat, or have a question, we'll help.
The video took so long I can drink in America now. Fuck me. Oh, that made me sick to my stomach. Chad, I'm gonna go feed the dog actual food real quick. If we reach the goal, she'll get a treat, obviously. I'll be right back. This is annoying. I hate this.
So it's just gonna be me, Q, and
Yep,
Greg?
go.
I'll BRB too. I'm going to make myself food. I'm strapping myself in.
Okay. I was gonna ask you about Warhammer stuff, but okay, I'll ask you when you get back.
Ask me now, and I can.
Maybe I can answer.
Oh yeah, ask.
Okay,
ask
okay,
Q.
Q. Okay. So, Q, so I got the paints in. I was told I need to use a medium to thin out the paints. What do you recommend?
You can use water because those are water-based acrylics, so you
That's
can.
what I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I'm not
so-
even an artist. I would just say water. Water? That sounds about right.
Okay.
Yeah, you can also use like flow improver or a medium, but the cheapest solution here is just water. Water works just fine. You can use distilled water if you'll like tap water is too minerally, what have you, or like if your shower head, if it gets all like calcified, then like it might be too much. Distilled water is not a bad choice. I use filtered water, like my Brita filter. I use that. But if you get distilled, do not drink it.
Yeah,
for whatever
I
reason.
know.
Okay.
My fiance
Yeah.
I have to pick up distilled water every once in a while for my fiance's CPAP machine.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So
Oh.
I
What's up, Q?
will. My current fascination right now
Yeah, let me know.
is. I mean, I do not play Smash.
Here's some money
okay.
for your pain.
Thank you for the 5, Pinker.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Pinker.
I will say my new fascination right now is two different things. One is a game called Tainted Grail.
Yeah.
I have been playing the shit out of it recently. I think it's a lot of fucking fun. And also, honestly, probiotic soda isn't that bad. Yeah.
What's probiotic soda?
Yeah. Occasionally I will just buy random impulse buys if I like the label.
Mhm.
That's what it boils down to. If the label pulls me, I saw one. It's called Olipop.
Oh.
Oh, I think I've seen that one.
Yeah, it's called Olipop, and this is one called like Crisp Apple, and it's fucking delicious. I didn't know probiotic soda was a thing until recently. I didn't know it was even around.
I didn't know that was a thing either.
Let's see.
Like what's it called? You ever like go to like Walmart and you look like the yogurt section and there's like one like
window
yogurt that
capture
looks
back
like
up?
almost like a it's shaped like a drink. But it's like
Kefir? Talking about kefir?
maybe? But like when you
Yeah,
drink it just
kefir,
tastes
yeah.
really weird.
Yeah, people are like, yeah, that's
Sigh, asshole. could tell everyone's an adult here because they're talking about off-brand soda. Yeah. RC Cola. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
RC Cola rip. All right.
Okay, that was
Izzy.
funny because we almost actually bought a case of RC Cola because soda was on sale for $5 for a 12-pack, and me and my wife were like, "Holy shit, 12 packs
Hell
for
yeah.
$5!"
All right, chat. I'm gonna be on the picture for a little bit because I am eating because I'm starving. But we're gonna get back into it. Let's go.
You just
Exactly.
So was the minor activity in both servers the only thing that gave off red flags, or was there any other behavior?
Oh, there's way more. I remember in the DA games community, there was a lot of predators, like groomers and such, and they got exposed like monthly sometimes. Like every other month there would be another one, and they would never get acknowledged by the team. And it was just horrible. This is gonna get very personal real quick, but at some point I was groomed by someone in there, and I exposed them like 2 years ago.
That is
and I
not
posted it in the
great.
server I made a Twitter thread.
Jesus Christ, this is not okay.
And I posted it in there. Well, I asked my friend to post it because I didn't want to do it myself because I was a public figure at the time in the DKS community. And it got deleted like instantly because it was just drama tarnishing the brand. And
So to summarize, it's not abnormal for predators to be attracted to online spaces that maybe make fandom content, but it's kind of scary when the mod team is burying it.
One of them literally got arrested for having CP in their possession.
Okay, because Pixel Kitty, you are in here. Was the mod team aware prior to this regarding this person who got arrested? Thank you so much, Midgematic.
Midgematic became a
Thank you.
member. Midgematic celebrates 2 months of membership. Oh piss, I didn't realize I got this. Saluting face emoji. Gay rights.
Thank you, Midge.
Yeah, there's this one guy that got arrested for like 34 counts of child.
Yeah, he was kicked, I think, but nothing publicity was ever said. All right, this is gonna be a follow-up question. I didn't find out until years later. How do I ask this the correct way? Was any of their allegations or crimes, was it ever according to the stuff that happened in your Discord or in their Discord? The reason why I ask is there's a potential, I'm giving the lightest of leeway here, that if anything they got was used in a criminal investigation, they can't tell anybody. But I'm just asking to make sure. Black Flower, thank you for the 4 months.
Blukflower became a member. Blukflower celebrates 4 months of membership. I am so lost. I jumped in at the wrong time. Crying face emoji.
Us too. Thank you so much.
One question. Q, what was the flavor of the soda?
Soda?
The Olipop?
Oh, crisp apple. Why?
Thank you. I just wanted to see if I could get
yes.
to try it.
So DA is UK based. This happened in the VA. Okay. And they were removed. I mean, this still bothers me that they hit it. This is part of the problem I have with this. I don't know how they were going to address this because they can't. How many people are in the DA community servers? Is it like thousands of people?
Yeah, how big is DA Games?
Yeah,
literally, I found out about them 3 hours ago. I've never heard of them before.
The internet is a big fucking place.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me.
Well, have you tried their vintage flavor?
Ash.
2.27 million people. Basically, if it didn't, as Killjoy says, if it didn't involve the server, there's no requirement to disclose if there was any involvement in the server. It might be privacy laws preventing disclosure. Again, I think we're all kind of in agreement that like something should have happened. But I don't know if disclosing it would have helped, because did the people who were groomed ask for it to be disclosed? That's the other thing too. Like, again, I do think they were playing the business politics game. But there's a lot of unknowns we don't know. It's part of the problem in the framing of this. Some of it is intentional to save face. Some of it, I don't know. It's why sometimes you don't always talk about everything in a server, but what you can prove.
2 years ago, and I never got acknowledged by the team either.
He was arrested in 2020, just got out now, just for possession, not grooming. Well, you don't get, the grooming is not a crime. It's everything that is done afterwards is the crime.
Pretty prominent in the server. He would make animations and stuff.
He was really popular.
And he was kicked once that came out at the very least, right?
We don't know. We don't know.
There's a probability he probably was.
Okay, so Pixel Kitty is confirming that this person was kicked from the server. We need to make this very clear. That Pixel Kitty is live telling us that this person in question was kicked from the server.
But they do have a thing where, like, if you suspect someone being weird, they will investigate and kick them, but...
Tusky tipped $1.
Thank you, Tusky.
As someone who
Tusky.
stocks and consumes Olipop, anyone who drinks it is based in my books. Now that being said, when does bread go bad? When you yeast expect it. What do you call the horse next door? A neighbor. One bird cannot pun alone, but two can.
Okay.
It's always three.
It's
You always
done
have
very
three every
badly.
time.
Stop.
It's done really badly. Like, from personal experience, it's so bad. Like, I tried to come forward about my groomer, like, way before I posted about it. And they were like, hey, do you have proof of this? And I was like, no, I deleted those chats because...
Okay. Okay. So...
Okay.
This is the person in question about the DA leak stuff. I'm going to be very honest. If they had no proof of this, and it sucks to say this, and no discussion, no anything, what is the option that DA, this is not even defending DA games. What is anybody supposed to do? If a claim is made and there's no, like, evidence to it, how do we deal with it? Like, and it sucks to say that. I need to be very real. This is why you never have kids in your fucking Discord. But again, the question is, if they see no correspondence, it's just weird. The Anona groomer was not removed. He just left on his own. Anon's a groomer. Thank you. Again, I'm with you on that. My question is, how are they supposed to know if they don't see any evidence of said facts? It becomes the issue. Again, I believe this person. I have to see the problems in this framing.
I don't want to see that shit. And they were like, okay, you can get him back. And I was like, okay, how? Okay, fucking help me, because I was panicking. And they were like, figure it out yourself. So you're going to tell a child in a panic state to just figure it out themselves, or else we're not, or otherwise.
You should never be in that situation. But you would never have kids in your server.
Yeah. He was still allowed to interact with the Twitter account and stuff. There's a thread showing all that. Yeah. We are going to go into all the DA game stuff. I'm just highlighting it because these are the things Kim is missing. And because Kim is missing this, I can start poking holes in your testimony. Holes that are never provided answers to. That's the problem. And again, I want to make this very clear. Fuck Will and DA Games, you fucking freaks. If all this is true, fuck you all. You shouldn't have kids in your server, period. But my issue is that without its inclusion, this should have been 3 videos, by the way. Without its inclusion, I can poke holes in the testimony because I don't see things. And if I don't see it, it doesn't exist. Sorry, that's just how it works on the internet.
We're not going to do anything. It's really weird. I don't know. I'm getting heated. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just so fucking dumb to me that they don't do the bare minimum, or just like don't have a server that's open to minors.
It reminds me of last year when he was doing a set list for MomoCon, and he has these killer robots, and he was going to describe in detail how they kill people, and I was asking, like, oh, shouldn't you put a content warning on there? Since most people are like coming for the DA game stuff. And he laughed at me. He was like, no, why should I do that? I have a song called Mr. Dirty Balls playing. People should know that. We're not for kids because that song is playing. And literally the next day, he had to add content warning anyway. So I just kind of like threw up my hands like, okay, you had to add one anyway, so why were you throwing a fit about it?
Yeah. He gets upset at, like, the smallest things ever, and it's so annoying. So it's really hard to, like, come forward about bigger stuff, too.
Were any of the other team members supportive when you came forward? Because my understanding is that when you go to Will for stuff, he
MomCon is an all-age con, by the way. Yeah, but your Discord server shouldn't be for all ages. I'm sorry. Unless you're paying Momocon, unless you are paying people to run your Discord server, and I really mean paying people, you do not do that. Sorry, it just doesn't work this way.
Kind of brushes it off.
Well, he either brushes it off or he sends HR. The person that's currently HR usually will just go into your DMs and just be like, yo, don't bring negative stuff to Will. He cannot handle it right now.
Lala, dude, you got a few? Sure, if it's not negative. It is a tiny bit. Depends on your interpretation. It's about the messages you sent Will. About feeling like he turned the conversations of pronouns sexual and how it's upset you. Blank, okay. Right now I'm going to come forward on his behalf and being blunt. He really can't handle this. Okay. I don't fucking... Okay. I called Will a charmer. Oh, fuck all. I don't give a fuck about you people. There's no gender neutral or queer people being sexualized. Also, again, what the fuck is this? Don't have minors in your server. Don't have minors in your server. How fucking hard is this? You avoid all of these issues.
And he never handles it, so it's frustrating as hell.
And they just made them HR this year.
Is the HR person a public figure?
Not anymore. They did have a Twitter account, but one of the gripes I have is that as an HR person, they live with him. They're friends with everyone in there, so when it comes to certain situations like yours, technically they should...
Your HR should not be a public figure.
Your HR should not live with you.
Him and the DA team got removed from the 2025 Momocom guest list from what I've heard. Thank you, Jen Kino.
Should not be handling that because they are not a neutral third party.
Does she have like a social presence? Like, is she known for being friends with Will?
Yes, to some degree. Like, to some degree, she's public. When you go into DAM's live stream, she will be there as a moderator. Things such like that.
It seems like the running theme is Will can't handle whatever the conflict is because he can't address it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so let's talk about some troublesome behavior you saw from Will.
But doesn't KP have in her contract that she uses professionals and I'm so tired of this. Also,
professionals get paid.
That's what I'm saying. Hold up. I'm going to let it play. I have to get something because my salad is leaking. Damn it.
I know he dated a minor in 2015, and there was a lot of N slurs and a lot of anti-Semitic slurs. Great stuff. Do you have any antidotes or things to share on top of that?
Just recently, someone did some more digging when they found out on a live stream clip. It was looking at some site called like Young People.
Oh my god. You left at the worst possible time.
What drove you to make this document? Was it the Predator thing? Like, what was the straw that broke the camel's...
Was it the porn site?
It was the porn. It was...
GG's Italian man.
I hate you!
Just put your salad in the microwave like Diesel does.
We don't have time, Ash. We don't have time for that right now.
Oh, okay.
I hope KP suffers. I'ma say it. Fuck it. You want trouble? I'll give it to you. No, I'm not. I don't want to be mean. Yes, yeah, DA and KP have both been removed from Momocon this year, according to the next public thing. Thank you. I missed it. I'm working on a thumbnail for my stream. Yeah, Sai, we're not doing this.
We're not going back.
Was back, and you just were like, fuck it, we need to write all this stuff down.
I think that was just generally, we were frustrated about a lot of things. We talked to each other, and then we found about the SFW stuff. And we decided, nope, this needs to get out there.
That's pretty much how it went. We stumbled across it as well. We were literally just messing around, and that's when we found it. And thought, well, this doesn't look right. And we did some digging, and we were like, this isn't right at all.
So you went back through Will's history and saw the anti-Semitism, and there's one point where he justifies using the N-word as a white person.
I'm gonna say it. British people are racist.
Bold. Truly.
I also don't care about the N-word usage. Like, I don't give a fuck. Do I use it?
Word.
No. It's not my word. No. Okay. Pixel Kitty, this is not at you directly. But, like, when you can't lead with pedophilia and sharing, like, hardcore porn in a server, and then come back to the, oh, but he used slurs. You gotta reverse that order. Listen, Pixel Kitty, I get it. This is not, I don't use this, I'm not gonna use it. But again, nobody cares when you're alleging this guy is a pedophile. Yes, see the chat. You already know.
And I thought that was really sad. So what was the response when released the first version of the document?
Well, the first version came out like really weird. Like we tried to get like fans to see it, so we made a fan account and then like turned it into the release account. It was stupid. That one went really bad. Like if you can say more about that, like it affected you mostly.
Yeah, it just went really badly. We were still fans at that point, and we were just like really heartbroken. So the doc was very emotionally charged, and it just had stuff in there that didn't really need to be in there. And then also after he came out trending on Twitter, like 2 mods, one of them was this HR person, came to me and they put me in like a group chat and they told me you have to fix this. And I'm like, I'm in a college class, I can't fix this right now. But I still had to do this anyway. And after a couple more screenshots came out, the HR person was like, is there anything else that's going on? Because if there is, I'm 1 step away from flipping switches and ruining lives. And I was really scared at that point. And rightfully kicked me from the friend group because I was so scared of what was going to happen to them.
Pistol Goody, but don't know after all this, y'all are fine with me. I know that. That's why I fucking apologized. You threw yourself under the bus. I threw nobody under the bus. I don't care if I get exposed now. I don't have anything to lose anymore. All I had was DA Games. I'm refraining from mentioning either of one of your names all the time. Okay. Again, like I said, like, if interviewing you mattered, all of this should have been disclosed first. You will probably also should have been interviewed separately. Interviewing you two at the same time is kind of... Lala has talked about being a farmer, hinting she might have done some things which scared me at the time. Okay. Many such cases. I'm sorry. Many such cases. Does she also ask for charity money? Does she have pots? Many such cases. She's gonna fucking kill us one of these days.
I just ended up throwing them under the bus because I was so scared and under pressure.
Like, we changed the password for the Twitter account and everything because we could not have this go south.
Yeah, and when the second document came out, I reached out.
Thank you for subscribing, Singing Guy. I am also a singing guy. But this is a different story for a different day.
Again, and I was basically confirmed that was what happened. And I put out my secondary statement on Twitter because the initial apology, well, the quote-unquote apology that I made the first time, it went through those 2 people and it was heavily sanitized. They wanted me to say he apologized in BC, he did this, he did that, and I was supposedly there to witness when he did those things. And
again, we did go through your apology. We'll be going over this part as well as the other part in our DA Games stream. So stick tuned for that, I guess.
And as a result, people started disregarding everything as fake, and so I wanted to make that secondary statement to explain that nothing was fake, and I was pressured into writing something I didn't really believe in. And then later, those 2 people would come forward in private and apologize to me for doing that.
So let me get this straight, guys. So 2 official DA Games ambassadors, mods, whatever you want to call them, basically tried to legally threaten you to formally apologize or else waggy finger. Is that basically what happened?
Pretty much. This HR person, she swagged about being a former Kiwi farmer and like digging stuff up about people. So I knew she had a capacity to do those types of things. Those people on websites do. And I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want that to happen to any other people who were working there.
Yeah, I was especially scared. I was especially scared because they will commission me. Like, what if they save the packaging? I send his outfit in and have my address. Like, I was scared as fuck. So I logged you out because I could not have that happen.
Yeah, that's fair.
So what happened after you released the second doc? Did anyone come after you or try to have you reprimanded?
There was this, it was really weird. Like, this time it went okay. Like, we posted it on, like, the Reddit and stuff. And it actually got some reaction. It was really cool. But there was also this one person that either was the HR person or someone pretending to be the HR person. We still haven't figured it out. Because the HR person has a habit of stalking me, specifically. And they threatened to...
Hello, it's Lala. Yesterday, after your second round of exaggerations and lies, Will hurt him. Oh! Boo fucking who?
Fuck Will.
Remember, chat. It's never across the street. You know which direction. No, don't do that, please. Fuck me. That's the fake Lala, by the way.
Wow.
He's a fucking pedophile. I don't give a fuck. Go to nonce jail. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why this wasn't disclosed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Again, it's like KP did a really bad job at this.
They acted like they were going to sue me.
Yeah, I remember that. It was just horrible. Another thing is the second doc, it just kind of inspired someone to go through the server logs. And they found that people like Chris were going through and deleting all the racist stuff that they said. And they found videos. And they were like a whole archive just going back. That they were like just going back and deleting things.
So Chris got caught being racist and sexist just in general?
Yeah, pretty much.
So before I move on to the last question...
I didn't like any of that. We're going to move on.
We're moving on, chat. I'm not fucking looking at any of that shit.
You guys give some context as much as you can from the anonymous Chris story that you know.
Oh, it's the fake account that was accused of being me? Oh god. I feel bad for you guys.
So that's actually my best friend who told an anonymous story. So this had to do with her username, which had the word animal in it.
Okay.
And then her name. And so it actually came from that. Like, it was weird.
We covered this.
Why did they say that? Why did they think it was appropriate to say that to a 14-year-old they knew was 14?
What took me off guard is that the 14-year-old had met Will before. Was that at a convention?
Yes, it was at a convention.
Okay, cool. At least that's purple.
They're also pretty.
Yeah, there's fucked up censoring there too. Yeah, there's fucked up censoring in this entire video. I'm pretty sure she doxed some of y'all. I'm pretty sure she leaked people who wanted to be anonymous. And for what it's worth, I am sorry about that. I will say this is just me. If I don't hear a call or a public VC and there's only one person corroborating the story, it's very hard to believe. I apologize, but that is a standard on the internet. Again, not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think a lot of these allegations have a lot of weight against them, and it should have been its own video. Yes. Reminder that KP, in addition to hyping up how excited she was for this expose, also signaled how emotionally exhausting and draining this was for her. Yeah, she did do one dox. Here, I have that tweet too. Be crazy if I also have that tweet, right? Would be crazy. Oh, chat, this is what I do. This is what we do for you. You suffer, right, Greg?
Unfortunately.
I'm so tired. I'm so drained. This required a lot of emotional energy for 6 months, and I'm just so ready for it to be over. It's all just sad. I want to highlight everything I see right now is other people doing the work for you.
Be prominent as a person in the community, so it would be weird if they didn't know how old she was.
Is she still prominent?
No, she got banned, and now she fucking hates their guts, so...
So the whole team has a controlling presence with their fan base and on social media, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So my last question is, unless you guys wanted to add anything else as far as any general stories or experiences or anything.
So as I mentioned before, I was a fan artist, and at the beginning of Iris, I would make interpretations of characters, and Will would go in the chat and say, these interpretations give me anxiety because now I'm scared and not going to be able to live up to these expectations.
Let me backtrack. What is Iris? Is that a song they've done? I'm not familiar with their content, really.
It's one of his IPs.
Yeah, it's an original.
But yeah, we VC'd today and made it clear that this cannot be fixed. She did not make a proper apology. Like, Retool isn't going to fix this. You could skip this to nothing more. Yeah, nowhere. I'm going through it.
Yeah, it's a dystopia thing. There's a lot of characters, but not a lot of them have designs. So what a lot of people like myself did was like, let's make a design on this character based on this very vague description that he had. And people would also make covers of songs too, and you'd get high amounts of anxiety over it. And in some cases, you'd call it defacing. I got caught out.
This is a side note, but this child continues to lick my kneecap. I do not know.
Please stop saying child. Please say dog. Please say
dog. Sorry,
what
dog.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I know. I'm sorry. It's the dog. It's the dog.
Oh my god. Falghi.
I have to fucking. It's my baby.
Or say fur baby. God damn you.
Yeah, whatever.
Clip.
Oh, fuck you. Yeah, how about you come on, huh?
I heard no one else complaining about his design or anything like that. And then on top of that, a bunch of other artists started apologizing, like, yeah, we're so sorry.
The Seinfeld bit was originally AI. Oh, that's hilarious. I don't really care about that.
I mean, if she doesn't pay her, editors.
Yeah,
like, I can imagine they're not paying.
But there's legitimately malicious people who want everything for themselves. I also oh my god, I don't care, Will.
Didn't know it's drawing.
I would suck your nuts.
This stuff upset you so much, and you never said anything until now. And he made it a rule in the server for a while that you can post interpretations, or you can post covers with more than one instrument or more than one vocal track.
Oh, guys, you can fucking make art of us all the time. If you go into the Discord, we have fucking full spreadsheet, character sheets of our fucking art. Do it. Please make it.
Now change that rule. I heard from somebody.
She banned me from the server a little bit ago because I've also shown that her friend Courtney claimed victims were... Okay, we're 4 hours in. Chat, you need to stay with me, because I'm going to rip Courtney a new asshole. I'm going to be really fair about this. I am going to rip Courtney an entirely new asshole later in this video.
But that's still in there. He just changed the rule back to where it was before, so you can do that again.
I can't get over that because that's the stupidest fucking thing. He should be happy that people are making fan art because they enjoy the thing. It's like he's punishing his fans.
Yeah, even on Twitter, someone was asking about it. He's like, well, I'll go forward in making more character designs when I'm sure that they won't be tampered with. And just a lot of extreme words or stuff that wasn't extreme.
Wait, Lala's... I don't care about this. Lala, again, we will go over this during the DA game segment.
16, and that was devastating to me. And when I was telling him, this really hurt when you said that, he was like, well, don't have a cow, it's not that bad. But that really acknowledged.
Oh, yeah, I'm a head mod and was called in to get Courtney to stop. The channel got deleted, so I can't even show it. Wait, Pixel Kitty, are you also a mod for KP, or you were a mod for DA Games? I actually need to understand where that is. Singing Guy, thank you so much, by the way.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Singing Guy became a member.
Server, I believe.
Okay.
But they'll correct me.
I'm trying to double check what your part of the point is. The tie, like the DA games, like I know that like mods were interacting with you. Yeah, I was a mod for KP quickly though. Courtney left KP's Discord when KP wouldn't let her fist fight people about the video. Listen, I'll fucking listen. If Courtney wants to come on, I'll fucking fist fight her all day. I don't give a shit. It's a 4-hour reminder that we still haven't hit the fucking Saberspark part.
I was gonna say I was gonna bring it up, but I'm like I'm guys. How long have we been at this? When is Saberspark coming
Hey,
out?
Gokado, what's up?
I'm waiting.
We're 4 hours in queue.
We're 4 hours. Listen,
Where's
chat.
Omni-Man?
We're gonna get there,
4
chat.
hours.
You wanted to see all the fucking receipts to the leading up of this fucking video? I told you we got them.
How I felt or how any of these other people felt about that.
That's a problem he generally has. Like, when someone comes forward to him about how he hurt their feelings, he's like, yeah, but it's not that bad. Like, bro, you hurt someone. It's
Yeah,
not cool,
I call.
Oh, it's so dumb. It's so dumb.
was called to get
predatorship
Courtney
and
to
the child
stop.
porn is probably the worst of it.
Amazing.
Okay, to recap. So I was going to say it sounds like it's pretty bad between the allowing predators to be in their spaces and not really doing anything about it, or threatening people who make fan art, or Will dating a minor, and Will looking up child porn. I remember seeing that because I thought that was the worst thing Will specifically had done, and then Chris just had the behavior of being sexist and racist too, and gross with minors. So what would you guys like to gain from coming forward on a bigger platform and speaking?
Oh, this is a perfect example. Who's it? Pixel, you're here. Was Chris involved with the covering up of pedophilia and or involved directly with sending information like that to minors? Because we've seen a lot of screenshots of Will sending lolicon and like fucking zoo art. But I need to know, the Sonic characters, I'm not fucking touching with a 10-foot pole, calling it zoo or not. I'm really not touching that with a 10-foot pole. But I would like to know if Chris was ever, that was all in Chris's server. Why didn't she say that? Why didn't she say that then? This video is presented so fucking badly. If Chris was in charge of the server directly where Will was sending things, why is that not in this video? I'ma crash out.
Do it after. We gotta get through this. We got 4 more hours.
About your stories.
So my original goal would be like acknowledgement of this stuff happening, but like I don't think that's gonna happen. Like ever. Being realistic. I don't know exactly what I want anymore. Like I just want this stuff out there, I guess. That's all I can do.
What I personally think is Will needs to take a break from the internet because this sounds really unhealthy from a third-party perspective.
No! He should go to fucking jail! He should go to jail! Having pedophilia is illegal in his fucking country! What the fuck? Honestly, she might... No, she never did. This is the second or third time I've listened to this statement. She never mentions that it's specifically Chris's server. I'm locked in on this video right now. I am annoyed. This video could have been so much fucking better. She fucked it up.
This is gonna sound really mean, but I don't.
Again, also remember, our Discord is 18 plus. If I find out that you're a minor, you are getting kicked and blocked. Nice knowing you, but there are no minors in our Discord, I swear to God. I understand that this is like a lot of stuff, but please, if you're a minor, you're not even supposed to be here, there's an 18 plus stream, please respect that.
I don't think he's capable of taking a break from the internet. I mean, he went on a camping trip with his family and he was on his phone and was in voice calls the entire time. So even then, when he was supposed to be out in nature, he wasn't taking a break. There's multiple times he said he'd leave Twitter and then he never
Yes,
did.
I should also remember. I should also say that the minors asked to not. The minors, holy fuck, the editors did not want to be credited. Chris Chan was only in the chat, not involved in the creation of this video.
I believe someone caught him lurking because he was pretending to be off of Twitter, but then like he retweets something and then quickly unretweet it. He's on Instagram mostly now,
Christ, I hate
and even
this.
now he's pretending to like be offline on Discord.
Something I've noticed too is that people who enable him are dependent on him, like the HR person who's a roommate of his and is dependent on the channel's income in order to live.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Like,
okay.
it's
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they lived with him. Listen, I don't like the Lala person. Doesn't matter if Lala lived with Will or not. HR was always going to be dependent on the income of the channel.
him and doesn't have a job outside of HR for DA games. I think we don't know because they're not a public figure. We don't have any connection.
HR shouldn't be a public figure. For the love of God, they shouldn't be. And I'll be honest, Lala sounds a lot more like a head moderator than an HR person.
To them anywhere.
Can you imagine living with HR? Nah.
But I think the only thing they do in their life is sit in Will's house and send out angry emails to us.
This is what the kids call an allegation, something we don't know if it's true, but it's based on a theory and evidence.
Yeah, she used to have a job like as a childcare worker, but she stopped. And then she did like art commission. Yeah, and then she did like art commissions for a while, but then she like fucked up her wrist. So I don't know what she can do if she has a job.
Sounds like a healthy work environment. So the only time they acknowledge anything wrong is when I retweeted one of the emails a couple of weeks before this recording, and they were like, Chris is taking a break. Chris is taking hiatus, which I think means we're going to wait until this blows over because we're not going to show you any proof that Chris went to any HR training.
Deadwing Dork called KP a walking HR person earlier, and I think that's the funniest. I'ma say this right now. If Deadwing Dork ever sees this, I would love to talk to that motherfucker. Every time we agree on something, I like him. Deadwing Dork, if you see this, let's get a fucking beer together. If you drink.
No, you just say that because he's saying along with you.
Yes, he sang along with me one time, and it's fucking great. If it was for the stream,
Damn,
I'd be a
bro,
fan.
Doodles could have handled this better.
Oh no!
Not diaper Doodles! Oh, yo, fuck me.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and
Hey, Bird.
allege that he did not go through any training. Like I said, the HR person was only made HR this year. DA is only 4 people. Even emailing and doing NDA was against it.
You guys don't have to reach out Deadwing Dork for me. I'm just saying, if he ever sees this clip, I'd grab a beer with the motherfucker. He seems like a cool dude.
CAS
Who's
guidelines.
Deadwing Dork?
So
He's another like commentary YouTuber guy that reacted to our Dan's Burst thing. And like we share community members. And I know Moderina likes Deadwing. And we share some pretty cool community members. And I've seen some of his streams, and he's really funny.
I don't know what training he would have done if there was any. I think we had a timeline down.
Hey, we're at 200 viewers. We haven't been this big in a while, but thank you guys so fucking much. If you guys want to like the video and subscribe, to be fucking awesome. We do a lot of research here. We do a lot of critiquing. We also do like a variety of streams. We've done stuff on nuclear and hazardous fucking paints. We've done weird fucking pedophilia book talk thingaboobers.
I found you very uncomfortable with the ASMR react stream.
We did an ASMR react stream. I yelled at a pedophile once and made him fucking cry for his mommy.
Retweet came out. He left Twitter the day
Can
after.
you guys raid yet? Yeah.
Yes.
We've been raiding. Yeah, we're over
At
1,000.
At 500,
At 500, you could raid, yeah.
It's just sadly, like, when we raid, most people are offline.
He was saying I got trained. Like, at what point during that timeline would he be getting trained?
Thank you.
And keep in mind, for those who don't remember, I had the original conversation with HR a year ago. And I was feeling antsy because I wanted to make a video for a while, and we were waiting for the right
Lady,
time,
you're
and
cool,
then this
no
blew up,
worries.
and I'm like, this would have been great a year ago. But ideally, it doesn't sound like the team is even safe to make content because of their influence around others. Like, Will himself dated a 17-year-old when, how old was Will?
22 to 23.
Again, this is stupidly legal in the UK. I hate it. I hate it. We do need to make that fucking, like, that statement known. It's not to defend him. It's an out he would use.
Ugh, great. So when you date a 17-year-old, regardless...
I did scream at 2 pedos, allegedly. You can't, well, yeah.
Well, you have to go to Kick to watch that stream.
To get the other one. I saved a clip of Deadwing crashing out on this
So
video.
when it happened, you should know better. Like Chris telling the story, regardless of when it happened, he should know better. So I guess we'll hope for the best. I think at the very least, if there's going to be any changes, they have to show proof and a plan, or else no one's going to believe them.
You want to know what actually pisses me off? I'm going to crash out right now. This is going to fucking piss me off. KP, you cannot say, oh, I wish for them to get better. I wish for this. You want career and life ruination. Stand on business, bitch. If you want them to not be in this space anymore, stand on fucking business and say, I fucking hate their guts. I hope they fucking die. Like, stand on business. Don't do this fucking, like, don't do that. Stand on fucking business. Because this whole video is, I want these people to suffer. If you want people to suffer, that's okay. Want them to suffer. Just be honest about it. Holy shit, it's annoying me so much. It's fucking pissing me off. Stand on bitchness is correct. Oh, I'm so fucking frustrated. I hate it. Just stand on business.
I think a public apology is probably a good start.
Yeah, that's like the big thing. Like, you would think that nobody would believe what DA are saying, but they do. And it's weird. God. Like, even when you show them proof, they're like, no, it's fake, you're just haters. Like, their fan base is very, their fan base is like very, they just really want to believe that they're good people when they're...
It's the fan bases do that. It's only if you cultivate a fan base of constant accountability to the point where you fuck up minorly and they, like, hate you forever. Sigh!
Thank you.
KP Karen too close to the sun.
Oh my god. This is so fucking stupid. You're literally... I can't.
Or not, because... Lord knows why, actually.
It's because he built up a parasocial relationship with them.
True.
Even with the lolly thing, when we told people about that, they were saying,
stop! Why did you show it again?
You know, like when I want to talk to victims, I'm gonna just show off a list of materials because you know that's totally an appropriate thing to do when talking to victims.
Wait. I need to know something. Okay. I need Pixel Kitty. I need to ask you a very fucking real question. Did she get those uncensored? Does she have those screenshots uncensored? Did she censor them herself? You got it. Like, you can't. You can't tell me otherwise. Are those... Did she get those uncensored? Okay, those are for the doc. Okay. If you make a doc like this again, please censor it 1,000 times better.
20-something-year-old telling you all his deepest secrets and stuff, and all his childhood traumas, and you feel closer to him. And on top of that, you have this whole Discord channel dedicated to just...
Thank you for 100% of the will taking care of me. You're such a light. I don't know who this Enigma person is. Who are all these people? None of the... Okay, I'm gonna be honest. None of these people matter. None of these people matter.
She realized her audience was falling asleep, so she flashed the corn emoji.
Fuck me.
Thank you.
There's a car thank you.
Just giving him support. You're encouraged to look at his Discord status and see what state he's in.
Yeah, this doesn't matter because what you're doing is just highlighting. We believe you when the public reception is they like their audience believes them. It was uncensored in the first doc. Guys, no! Oh, fucking guys.
But she was like, no, I have to. What? Wait,
when I was
in
younger,
the doc?
Could even go as far as to like, delete.
Yeah, because there was two docs. There was the first doc and the second doc they made.
To delete the YouTube account because he was feeling bad. And when you're put through that over and over
I'm
again,
not
you
going
want to
through
feel
that.
close. You want to feel like this person can't be bad. I did all this for him. Or I went through all this for him. And I'm just sorry. I'm getting really a bit heated here because again, I went through all of that and it's such an emotional journey thing to go through. It's like, no, you shouldn't be doing this to 13 and 18-year-olds. You shouldn't be.
No, you haven't missed the Saberspark stuff because we're not there yet. We're still already close enough to it.
Oh.
This is what I mean by this video is really, really bad.
Things like I'm gonna do my YouTube channel where, yeah, when I was bullied, I got my head bashed in.
Yeah, exactly. Like, the worst example I remember is, I think, that he said in his Discord server that he was gonna kill himself because his fans were so fucking annoying.
You should have.
I don't have proof of this, sadly, but I remember seeing it.
If you don't have proof of it, don't say it. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
just
You can't. Please don't say it because he can deny and say, I've never vented like that to my fans. I vent about like bullshit, but not like this. Don't say that.
This is also on KP for leaving it in.
Yes, it's on KP for leaving it in.
Right, several times.
And then Chloe had to come out and say, no guys, he's fine. And then he just like, he never deleted it afterwards.
And he didn't kill himself.
Okay, there we go. Okay, that's different. You probably should have led with that.
He's okay.
He posted several times, like, while he was in the hospital as well.
Yeah, I remember this happening when I just was a fan, like, in 2018, 2019, this was happening a lot. And, like, I felt super...
No! Sigh!
When are we getting to the Saberspark factory?
Another half hour? Another
I'm sorry, I literally just knew him for, like, 4 months. It was weird, like, I felt this super close connection to him, and now I understand.
Okay, you want to know where the Saberspark stuff comes in? Here is everything. We are an hour and 13 minutes in.
Oh, an hour in.
The Saberspark victim testimony is an hour and 28 minutes in. Yes, that's how fucking far we are! Oh, Lost Coyote, thank you!
Thank you.
I support a 3/5 THS compromise for Lollicans where their vote is only worth 60% of my vote.
Time to
Thank
feed
you
that
so
dog.
much. It's time to feed that dog. It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the dog now. At the Uplock stream tonight. Yes, chat, you know what time it is. It's time to feed that dog. Oh, she's right there. Go get it, girl.
She's looking at you. She's like,
She's
where's my treat?
activated.
Where's my treat, father?
Good girl. She's gotten a lot of them today. Thanks to you, chat. If you want to do it again, you know what to do. I'm going to set the goal a little bit higher this
I
time.
wish I
But
could share my cat. She's sleeping on the bookcase.
chat, it's time to feed that dog times 3. We're going to thank you guys very, very much for every tip that you give. Every tip you give to this channel goes to our artists, our editors, and all the other people that make this channel very, very powerful. And more importantly, it goes to dog treats. Dog treats now? Dog treats are now a tax write-off. Fuck me. That's funny.
There's Pippi. She's on the
Why?
bookcase.
That is so fucking awful.
Oh, Pippi.
On that note, do you guys have any advice for people that are kind of in similar shoes that you were when you were finding all this stuff out?
Talk to people. Talk to people. Like, you're not alone going through this. Like, please talk to people. Even people that are still fans. Like, talk to them. It's okay if you don't feel okay going through this because it's fucking hard. Having to sever a connection that feels so close and personal to someone.
Go to the police. Go to the fucking police, for the love of Christ. Tell an adult. When you say talk to people, please go to an adult that you trust. Don't go to the other Discord kittens. Go to an adult that you trust. Oh my God. Yes, and don't go to KP, whatever the fuck you do. Go to an adult that you can trust so you can report it. Please tip the authorities. Oh my God, I want to fucking explode.
Like, if you have allegations, don't put them on the internet. Go to the adults and police.
Yes, go to the
People on the internet can't really help you. They can just like treat you like shit. Or just tell you, oh man, I feel bad for you, man.
Rain, but more importantly, the National Centers of Missing and Exploited Children, you could also contact, and they can get on-the-ground services with police officers. Oh, God.
First you say no, then
Yes!
you get out of there.
Yes, don't tell Mama Max. He'll Spencer you up. Listen, Mama Max, real talk, Mama Max is a feeder. That is the kink that Mama Max now has.
I don't want to think about that.
Turns out to be a terrible person. Like, it's okay to feel bad. It's okay to feel sad for the things you lose.
Yes, this is fine.
It's okay.
Please go to,
Like, you're gonna be
please
fine.
go to the
Talk to
authorities,
people.
for the love of
Well, I
Christ.
agree that wholeheartedly, like, just talk to people. One of the driving factors that led me to become friends with again is that I talked to someone about everything that happened, and I suggest to talk to people who are outside of the server, go to different servers, and just know that this is nothing.
Yes, because the police have a wonderful track record of helping victims. I don't give a fuck what you think. Alex, do you want to know something crazy? these people will continue to abuse other children. They'll go by another fucking different Discord name. Go to the authorities. We've literally discussed two groups, Rain and the National Centers for Missing and Exploited Children. They're not the police. They have people who literally are volunteers. Are YouTubers your best solution? I'm sorry. Listen, I don't like the pedo hunter shit. I've said this openly. You need to create police reports. Because if nothing else, like they're not facing legal ramifications on the internet. They're just getting fucking life ruination. I've literally had, I'm about to say, like Layla Knight said, this is coming from a survivor. I've had like people who have come to us talking about it, who have been like, because we've talked about this. We had to do it one time here on this channel. I agree with about the organization, but the police hardly help children. But that's why we literally mentioned them. Even if the police have a terrible track record, it needs to be a paper trail. A lot of these things need to be paper trails.
This is not how things are supposed to be. Like, I talked to a friend who had nothing to do with DA or anything, and they were like, that's not normal. That's not something that should be happening on a regular basis.
Yeah, I think that's a good note to end on. Therapy's good, guys. All right, well, I guess on that note we can end. Thanks everyone for being here.
Thank you for the
and telling your
therapy.
stories.
I
It
love
sounds like a hot
you.
mess.
It is. Like, it's so messy right now. Like, on the DA Games subreddit, currently they're, like, censoring.
Finger Neo Nova. Thank you so much for the Canadian 5.
Feed that dog.
Thank you. Yes. Like, obviously talk with your friends if you feel like something's going on and you feel very uncomfortable. That's usually the first place that this starts. But you need to talk. Like, if you're a child, please talk to a responsible adult that you trust. You can get law enforcement involved, if not, like, other resources that they can investigate this. That's, like, the whole issue. Yeah, is this going to lead to a trial or an arrest? Yeah.
Words, you cannot say the number 11 anymore. Shit like that, it's stupid.
And if you try to post anything without context, I was trying to post context of what was going on earlier, and they just deleted it immediately.
Yeah, they nuke it instantly. Like, I got banned from Reddit.
As someone who took a media literacy course, this is not how you deal with backlash. You apologize.
Oh my god, yeah. Like throwing your minor editor under the fucking bus? Like fucking putting Seinfeld jokes in a fucking video about rape and pedophilia? Yeah, really, that media literacy course is working real well, you idiot! You fucking moron! Again, I don't hate KP. I actually really don't. What the fuck are you saying?
But it's kind of hard
what the fuck? It's like, again, I try not to be mean. Like the stream so Saberspark can appear. I swear to Christ, if another huge YouTuber fucking appears in our chat when we're covering stuff about them, I will crash out live. Again.
Yeah, you don't crash out every day.
You
yeah.
crash out.
Minors and predators in the same space, and you haven't really done anything about it. These are really serious issues that aren't like a oopsie, so...
No, they're dealing with it so badly, like, it's embarrassing for them.
I know, I heard through a mutual friend that they originally weren't going to say anything, but they didn't see a reason for it. They were like, oh, there's no reason for it, it's going to go away.
All right, thanks everyone for listening.
Yes, thank you.
So there's 3 players in this Shakespearean tragedy. Chris, a former member of my production team who made up this gross story about me. His first boss, DA Games, a YouTube channel run by Will Ryan. And his second boss, another YouTuber named Saberspark.
How is Saberspark involved in that fucking play? What?
What?
How is Saberspark involved in DA Games at all? How?
You know, Falgi, I used to think you were seeing patterns, and I'm really starting to feel like KP is seeing patterns that don't exist.
You motherfucker. I'm gonna fucking throw out my salad. I'm losing my mind.
Microwave your salad.
Did you microwave your salad? Yeah.
No,
now, Ash, the time is now. Bring up the salad.
No.
Yes. Okay, so Hal revealed to Q that Diesel microwaves his salads. FPS Diesel microwaves his salads.
It was all planned.
I wasn't
all strategic.
Yes, and I have put in, and Diesel probably doesn't even know that I added a new emoji.
No, he knows. He in the VIP or
in the Diesel Discord.
He posted the sticker.
Okay.
So the sticker is made by Cat, and it is a microwave with a salad inside of it and a shoe on top of it.
Chad, I'm
Because
gonna
Diesel
fucking
said
crack. Yeah, the joke
if
is cringe. I
Templeton
know.
showed up in the Mama Max video, he would eat a shoe.
Oh,
Now he needs
that-
to eat
yeah,
a shoe.
That's true. All right, let's fucking. I'm getting pissed off. How is Cybersmith involved? Cybersmith, oh my God, Saberspark. Oh, Cybersmith, come back one day, buddy. I miss you.
Okay. Okay, Diesel said there was chicken in it, but like, why don't you just like put the chicken
Is
in
Diesel
separately
short
and then add it?
IRL? No, he's my height.
Yes.
We're both like 5'8", 5'9".
He's short.
Misk. Will's Nazi racist and anti-Semitic memes.
I mean, Falgi would know
There's
they
also
say each other.
racist and anti-Semitic memes. It never ends here. Part 3. How Semitic memes. There's also racist and anti-Semitic memes. It never.
Oh.
Adam Sandler's anti-Semitic Christmas. I'm sorry. What the fuck? Is it funny? No. Did I giggle when I saw it? Yeah, because it's kind of insane, actually. What an insane thing to write. Fucking Adam Sandler's anti-Semitic. Oh my God, it is Cybersmith's birthday today. That's right.
How did you know that?
Happy birthday, Cybersmith, because I saw somebody post it the other day. For those who don't know, Cybersmith is the human pet guy. In the infancy of this channel, he actually fucking raided us, and we had a lovely interview with him. And by lovely, he's still crazy, but I love him for it.
There's an edited version of the video.
crazy,
on it.
Yeah, the
you
human
know,
pet
bro.
guy.
You
Yeah,
wanna check it?
I fucking interviewed him live. He tried to fight us live, and I
Yeah, he
never
thought we
let
were.
him.
He thought we were
A political
trying
channel.
to gotcha him.
Mm-hmm. Do you know he still ats me every time, and I just say thank you, and he likes the post. I love
You're
him.
best friends.
I know. Oh yeah, that's why I'm wearing my
You
Star Wars
need to
shirt.
help him find a dream lady.
No. It's either a femboy or a trans
he
woman.
bakes.
Well, he
and
needs-
He'd
okay.
be a catch. I'm just saying.
Cybersmith needs to find the most outrageously racist and bigoted trans woman. They do. They're out there.
Blair White.
Brianna Wu. My God, if him and Brianna Wu hooked up,
No.
it would be. Brianna Wu is perfect for him. As long as Brianna. No, I'm not gonna say it.
Chris works for DA
Yes,
and
yeah, no,
Saberspark. I'd kiff he still does, so that's why they're including Saberspark.
Thank you, singing guy. We do know, and she does like highlight it, but that's part of the problem. I was gonna say, but to be fair, oh yes, Cybersmith has famously said on Twitter, if you can market trans titty milk, that trans identity would be more socially accepted. I am not fucking kidding.
You know, whenever Chris has said, I just keep on thinking Chris and Eric. I'm like, wait, no, wrong Chris.
That's
My brain just keeps on going to that.
Yes, we do know. So we were in the chat. For those who are coming in late, we were in the chat. We know Saberspark was added last minute. We know specifically that he's only added because of the Chris connection.
Never ends here. Part 3. How DA Games handled the Chris situation. Badly. Back to the Chris situation, the DA Games team first responded to the situation privately in November of 2023, citing the issue had been resolved to their own satisfaction.
Also, wouldn't that be nice if we know where this email is from? Not you posting it last year? Would have been crazy if you posted this recently. Like, with a date on it.
And that Chris didn't work for them at that time, even though there's proof that suggests otherwise. And that Will
I remember the general group of people who frequently hung out. Blank was my main connection to the group in 2015, and Chris and Will would frequently be in group calls with me and Blank. I wouldn't be surprised if Will heard it, but I can't say with 100% confidence that it's been a long time, definitely more. Again, this person can't say it in, like, confidence. We'll get there.
Ryan was likely in the room to hear the story recounted at least once. They continue to lie about my legal rights, and basically put pressure on me to stay quiet about everything. We'll show you those emails in a second. At a last-ditch attempt, DA Games attempted to send me
DA Games sent you a cease and desist.
Lady, your First Amendment rights don't matter when it comes to, like, a lawsuit.
Could it have been because they best part, they cited a lawyer. I called the office. They had no idea what I was talking about. Get rucked, DA lames. Okay, I don't know. So I heard about the fake lawyer allegations from a credible source. I don't know how true they are. I will say that if that's true, fuck you, DA Games. But again, KP, they're sending you a cease and desist because they offered you private like private information, your lawyer said fuck off. Well, you told your lawyer that you weren't going to do it and fuck them. And then they would send you a C&D because you have private information about them doing internal investigations on another employee that maybe he doesn't know. Yeah, you showed an email related to the lawyer. Yeah, exactly.
Me a cease and desist. So we're going to go through some highlights of the emails here, but feel free to pause the video and read them for any context that you'd like. Hi Matilda, I was told to contact you regarding the Aficionados Chris case.
Many months later.
Hi Matilda and the DA Games team. It's been 3 months since I last reached out, and I'm disappointed in the lack of urgency. I'm reaching out one last time to discuss the issue and sell it privately.
Hi KP, thanks for your patience. Chris informed us that the recording between you and him was not consensual. Nonetheless, we listened to the recording.
It wasn't. It actually wasn't. That's correct.
Ourselves and have determined that the two of you had already reached a resolution. You will allow the actions of the past to be forgotten and forgiven. It is also our understanding that all of this took place before Chris was an employee.
I would love to hear the full call because it did sound like she was like, okay, I'm mad at you. I will never speak with you again. Yeah, both are in one-party states, by the way. Fucking. God damn it. Like, well, if they're in one-party consent state, that's fine. Again, just like be very careful.
Employee of DA.
Hey, Singing Guy, thank you so much for the 5, dude.
Thank you.
DA also made a rule in the Discord server on April 19th to not talk about the allegations to both Will and Chris or people will get warnings.
Thank you, thank you. People do that, actually. To be fair, I could be mad at DA Games, but specifically, I remember in the Naomi King, what the fuck was the guy's name?
Daniel Green.
Daniel Green stuff. They did tell people, if you talk or ask about the allegations, you will be banned. That is all. That's usually done for damage control and not people adding to the narrative. Do I agree with it? Their Discord server, they can do whatever the fuck they want.
Well, the thing was...
It's suppressing information that's the problem.
I'm in Daniel Green's, like, Discord server before, like, all this happened. And the mods basically create a new...
Oh my god, it's Lazy Bedhead! Holy shit, you're right! I'm sorry, Ash. This is the person that put out the Black Griffin video. I'm sorry, Ash. I didn't, it hit.
It's okay.
It clicked. Oh god, honey, you're so much better than this video. Oh my gosh, she's so much better than this video. Like, her videos are really good.
I will say when, Naomi King put out her video, it was very much a bloodbath in that Discord.
Yeah.
And a lot of mods a contingent of people made their own Discord. A lot of people like joined there and left his. Apparently, another thing that did happen is that the fucking mods removed like a lot of Daniel's permissions, and he had to like he got upset and had to like tell them to give it back to him.
Yeah, they were like, "You don't know if this is true. You're Wait, I never finished the Black Griffin video yet. She shouted them out. Oh, cry. Okay, so I'll say this. I can understand them not knowing to a degree. I'll be very real with you. Black Griffin, Lazy Bedhead made that Black Griffin video. She at least knows the connection to other people. She would have done a lot of research. The further I get into this video, the more I'm confused about who knew what. The person who read the disclaimer probably knew jack shit. But everybody else, they stuck their name to it. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not blaming them, but they stuck their name to it.
Meaning that he was not under contract at the time of the incident. Therefore, as a company, we do not have the jurisdiction to punish him in this situation.
God, she fucking took down so many people with this in a weird way. Like, none of these people's careers should be affected, in my opinion, even KP's. KP should get fucking slapped around for it, but, like, I don't think she should get off the fucking internet. But, like, this is wild.
as he has not breached contract.
I'm disappointed with the lack of action taken regarding these issues and your lack of alarm in terms of how it reflects upon your company's priorities, values, and internal culture. Also, regarding the recording and Chris's statement, fact is, whether or not Chris engaged in the activity, he openly spoke about doing it allegedly in calls involving his coworkers post having his position within the company and after, as late as 2019. This is highly inappropriate, morally unacceptable language to use when conducting oneself around coworkers, much less when it's attempt to convey approval from peers and a superior by presenting himself as a
hot
Girl,
take.
you
Sorry, go.
recorded without his consent.
No, hot take. It doesn't matter. They wouldn't fire him over it. Here's like the actual hot take that you guys are not going to want to hear. If it didn't happen while he was actively working, nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, that's also that.
Like, this is going to be the hard take that I'm going... Again, all this should have been in the beginning of the video.
Comparison, but like...
All of this should have been in the beginning of the video.
If a priest is at one parish and you get sent to another...
That's all we say! But I'm gonna be honest. Like, Chris and Will are best friends. They bought him back after a few... Again, how do I say this very kindly? They're not gonna care. They're not going to care. They should, but they're not going to. KP should have included this in the front of the video. KP should have included this in the front of the fucking video. This would have been great to include in the Chris section.
The sexual harasser. If he was bragging about sexual misconduct...
Fresco, since I see you asking, DA Games, specifically Will, is sexually inappropriate in and around minors. Things around the server, clearly grooming and pedophilia took place in their server. Whether they should have made it public or not, that shit like that was going around in their server, is up to your own discretion if you feel like it's warranted or not. The reality is this is why you don't have kids in your fucking server. At the end of the day, I do not care. Sexually inappropriate around minors. When I mean in and around, I mean in proximity
Spaces.
to and around.
Conduct involving a minor, would that change your response? Because if the answer is yes, you should be taking this seriously because sexual harassment is sexual harassment.
Because he was in their presence as constantly doing it and putting things that, even if the minors were there or not, weren't there. Oh, Pixel, since you're here, the Lolicon and other stuff, was that specifically in an NSFW thread? Because I remember you said that there was one. Or Anon said that. Were those things in the NSFW thread? Or is that in public spaces? That does actually matter. Because this also goes into my thing is that you should never have an NSFW thread that's locked if you have minors in your server.
To employ Chris, you not only condone his behavior, but actively encourage it within your workplace-related settings. At this point, it's a matter of safety for myself and members of our communities, and me attempting to handle this issue privately is a courtesy, one that seemingly is not being honored, and in fact, dismissed. If no satisfactory result is brought about, I have no problems going public.
We will review this case again, and
we will be doing a Black Griffin episode, chat. I have the document. We're going to be going over the document, the history of Black Griffin, and all of those things. That was in Chris's NSFW part of the server. DA did have an NSFW channel in their server that got taken down in 2020. So so we have confirmation for Chris. Fuck. I'm pissed for a variety of reasons. That needed to be disclosed that was in an NSFW chat that should have been locked from minors. That should be disclosed. Again, yes, because the minor mods, I know. That actually needs to be disclosed, though, because an excuse is going to be, oh, well, we don't know why. This is this person's problem because this errant mod did this. I didn't know there were minors there. It's supposed to be a locked channel. That That needs to be exposed. That needs to be disclosed. We disclosed it, but it wasn't mentioned in the vid. Fucking Christ, I hate her.
Our issues, I hope this comes off, Pixel, our issues are not with you. The structure of this video and the script is infuriating.
Because those are really key details. Okay. Those are really key details because if Will and or Chris ever come back and they want to address these allegations, they can address KP's video and not the document you made. Because KP is the larger person. And they'll be like, well, she deleted this video, but let's address the deleted video. And if they're able to address the fact that they were like, oh, we didn't know a minor mod was there. Oh, this person did this person did that. We didn't allow them in there. They can go in and attack that. Oh my God. I fucking...
decide on appropriate disciplinary action. This will be handled internally and confidentially, of course. We would like to state that we do not represent Chris in any legal
Trevor, I love you, dude. I don't know what the fuck we're doing anymore.
capacity. DA Games as a company does not tolerate threats of defamation or libel. If you go
Yes,
public,
KP will be the scapegoat if these allegations don't work.
we have the right to pursue legal action. We will share the results of the investigation with KP, but only on the condition that she signs a confidentiality agreement.
Part 4. How Saberspark handled the Chris situation. Badly. Next is YouTuber Saberspark, who primarily makes animated themed content and generally seems not to care about the situation unless he's listed as an employer of Chris. I originally contacted Saber through his staff.
To be frank, let me know if Steven will take this seriously and we can go from there. I already told him it's coming down the pipe. He's talking to Blank about it since he's currently working on a video with Chris. But that's all I know right now. No, is there something specific you want Saber is/isn't going to do? If he's going to take action or not. So this is really important. If I'm understanding this correctly, KP, this is 2023. Oh, it just fucking hit me. Oh, it just fucking hit me.
This is when she found out about Chris, about what Chris was saying.
This is about what Chris was saying. This was never, she didn't include the stuff about TA Games. She's framing it as if she fucking knew about the DA Games shit before this. I'm gonna scream. She's framing this so disingenuously because all he knows is that he fucking made a terrible joke that he has apologized for. No, but you don't understand. She said that, but that's the problem with the framing of this video. If I'm watching this video, I am assuming that they also know about the DA Games because she set up the video this way.
Yeah, we talked about Chris 45 minutes ago. We spent the last 45 minutes talking about DA.
Yes.
So when you circle back to Chris, it looks like you're referring to Will DA, right?
Yes. Yes. That's the like, you have to understand that this is purposely framed that way. That's kind of the whole point.
And here are the Discord messages to prove that. I hate it here. There were talks of a hiring change, and I assume Chris was terminated from working with Steven due to that. Cool. One less thing to worry about. Then it got worse. Turns out nothing happened.
You don't know if anything happened. These are the same messages.
Cool.
Oh, there's a big surprise!
I tried following up, but never heard anything. Cut to November of this year, where Steven is mentioned in that email asking for an NDA to look into the Chris issue. This eventually escalated into a public spectacle when I shared the NDA.
I fucking hate when it does this. You put up a giant thing. I need to see what that
Steven
was.
is mentioned in that email asking for an NDA to look into the Chris issue.
Yeah.
We also wish to clear up the point of confusion. Okay. We read this. We read this before.
This eventually escalated into a public spectacle when I shared the NDA email on Twitter. One of the people in that thread tagged Steven directly, and then, thanks for the support, guys. It's emotionally draining, but I feel like being critical of online spaces, especially when you try to solve things privately.
Yes, because he wasn't supposed, like, his involvement wasn't supposed to be included. He may have not okayed a third party to say that as well. That's the other thing, too. He wasn't supposed to be included.
First is important.
Were you able to contact Saber or anyone that currently works for him about Chris?
I contacted Saber through some friends in common. Never heard about an official firing, though.
I was never contacted by any friend of yours, nor did you ever make any attempt to reach out to me on your own behalf, via Twitter, email, or anywhere else. You are omitting so much information right now, but I'll provide some here in a sec under your original post.
Dude, we can talk privately. I have screenshots that I contacted both and.
Are you going to record the call without telling me the same way you did to Chris too?
Talk to me privately. I'm not doing this back and forth on Twitter.
Then don't at me with your half-truths and omitted information in order to gain sympathy and slander my name. I'm 100% to debunk every accusation in your video. I have no idea how you can claim due diligence when you never reached out to me.
Don't fucking talk to me like that. Don't call me a fucking liar when I have the screenshots to back me up.
Your screenshots were contacting a friend. That's not due diligence. You should have had his direct at. I'm sorry. Oh my god.
And if you were aware of the call, then the information got back to you regardless. If there was some decision made, I never heard about it. I'm ending this conversation.
Yeah, he doesn't owe you an explanation. The thing is that you reached out to DA Games. DA Games is who you have an issue with, not him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, like, I've been quiet for a lot of this because a lot of this has been very confusing to me. But I feel like Saberspark being like, asking, well, are you going to record the call? Because everyone knows she records calls, and then her pointedly not answering that question is all the reason that he needs to be like, I don't owe you anything then. If you're not even going to answer that
and
question.
Again, this allows Saberspark to run from accountability that you want him to be accountable for. You want him to be accountable. Yeah. How can he be accountable? Just how? You're fumbling this!
So a couple of things to unpack here besides me not purposely tagging Steven. It was a third party. Regardless, Steven proceeded to call me a liar publicly. You calling me a liar?
It was a third party. It's a third party.
I ain't calling you a truther. Proceeded to tease me about doing an unsolicited recording and to slander him.
Slander is spoken. It's libel.
Some red flags to this response. 1. Steven could have calmly asked who I talked to instead of assuming the worst. 2. His anger was directed at me and not an employer, Chris himself. 3. Steven is claiming that I never contacted him directly, implying that he'd had no information about this. But
no, you were never he never contacted about it. He heard it from a third party. He heard about, I'm pretty sure that he heard about it for like, holy shit. Okay, whatever.
Admits to knowing the confrontation with Chris was recorded.
Yes, because DA Games told you he did in the fucking email. What the fuck? Because DA Games has the footage. Do you think, for instance, the DA Games team, the HR person, didn't tell him that the call was recorded and they had it? Do you think if he requested it, they would have actually sent it to him? Do you think that when he talked to Chris was like, yes, and the call was recorded? The footage is publicly available. What footage is publicly available? The call with Chris?
That's true.
Yeah.
We can find all the bits that she purposefully cut out. Like the Chris call, the full Chris call is public.
The whole thing, unedited.
So she just
Pixel, put it in the Discord. Actually, put it in the Discord. Why is that not in this fucking video description? Are you insane? I may lose my fucking mind. Yeah, put it in the stream chat section. One of the mods is going to send it to me. Holy fuck. Well, listen, if they're in both one-party consent states, she can consent to it. It's not the point.
The point is, she's actively well, obviously, but she's not. If the full call is available, we can see everything that she's not including in that Chris call.
Yeah.
One of the mods will put the Discord server in, but please, 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 please. If you are a minor, you A, should not be in this chat, and B, more importantly, our server is 18 plus. Your account must also be 6+ months. Please, please respect that. We're asking you guys to nicely. Listen, I live stream chat. Christian not Visionato safe report. Let me see. It's where? Thank you. When was this Google Doc made? Clearing up misinformation, PDF. Bathroom event, MP. Do I have to download this? Do I have to download an MP4? This is the best viewable on PC or laptop. Do not engage anyone. What the fuck? Who? The individual that's previously led an association with today. Here is the link to the community tab. Okay, what? Oh, I can. Okay.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Can, yes.
Oh, do you? Yeah, yeah. Anyway, Riddle's got some background noise issues, but
So
he'll
date
just kind of be muted.
2023?
Yeah. Yeah, Chris, you want to say anything?
Why does she not disclose that there's another person in this call? Why did she not disclose?
That's very fucking weird.
The safety report is in the description, but she deleted the stream, so why did you not disclose? Like, you made this then. This call is 23 minutes. I just want to hear where it happens. I'm going to go to 1.5. Let's go, chat.
I guess I'd go first, yeah.
Go for it.
All right. Well, first, I think it's the obvious thing is one, just want to profusely apologize for that terrible fucking thing I did.
Mm-hmm.
And that God was an absolute horrible person so many years ago, and you didn't deserve that. So,
Right. So I have a couple of things. So my source says you told the story in front of Will and Sean and a couple other people. Is that correct?
that would probably be correct, yeah.
So Will has heard the story probably in passing a couple of times, correct?
Yeah, probably once.
World premiere
Okay,
for
same
first
with Sean?
full call, by the way.
Yeah, Sean.
Okay. Did you talk to Sean privately about anything else that happened when you were working on the team that I don't know about?
Not that I can remember.
Okay. Okay. So can you kind of just repeat generally what your
Okay,
experience
so we
with
heard
everybody was,
this
just
part.
so we're on the same page?
We're gonna like.
Oh, like what the event was like?
Yeah, like why we were there, me inviting you as a friend, you know, kind of just the circumstances of Everfree from your perspective.
Everfree was stressful, but otherwise fine. I do recall having bouts of constipation at one point.
Hold up.
Everfree from your perspective. Just,
Wait, hold up.
there, me inviting you as a friend, you know, kind of just why
as a friend?
Like what the event was like?
Generally what your experience
at the time.
I can remember.
Hold up.
Okay.
Right?
I need to hear something.
Okay, so can you kind of just repeat generally what your experience with Everfree was, just so we're on the same page?
Okay, with Everfree. Okay.
Like what the event was like?
I'm trying to see if she cut the call, chat. I'm being very real. I'm trying to see if she cut the call up.
Yeah, like why we were there, me inviting you as a friend, you know, kind of just the circumstances of Everfree from your perspective.
Everfree was stressful, but otherwise fine.
I'm speeding it up even more.
I do recall having bouts of constipation at one point, but yeah, it's I'm trying to remember so many years ago, but
it's fine. Well, let me just refresh your memory. So I invited you and Jordan, and it was me, and it was Nick Ha, right? That was the four of us, and we were saying
Everfree was the
far away from the convention. You know, basically
for those who don't know, Everfree was the convention where the story took place.
And I set that up so you guys didn't have to, you guys weren't on the hook for the hotel at all. So that was a nice thing I did. And so from what I remember your behavior, that even before any of this, it was, it made me uncomfortable how, every time you're around basically anyone at the convention, you know this, but I'm just stating it again. Like, I don't know if you remember this specifically, but it was very much like anytime you're around anyone, you would be like, you know who this is I Love Kim Possible a lot. And what I remember is their faces would light up. And you did this a couple of times until I was like, hey, Chris, like, this is making me uncomfortable. So it kind of ties to this whole thing. Did you brag to people about, to your friends about, recording the video and being a part of it and all that stuff? Do you remember?
I can't say I ever bragged about that. That was God, I don't even remember doing that. But
well, I remember you were invited because I needed help with the camera setup because I'm not used to it.
I remember that. I don't personally remember going up to a lot of people introducing you. But if you say that's what happened, then that probably happened.
Wait, but if he's doing the camera setup and he's recording the video, isn't the whole thing to record B-roll of you being introduced to other people? I'm so confused. This is 2015. pony cons don't exist anymore. I'm so confused. What the fuck?
Yeah, that is. I definitely remember that happening. I'm sure Nick can attest.
How old was this recording? So this recording should be in and around 2023.
2023. If you look at the bottom right, 8/12, 2023.
Yeah.
To that as well. So I apologize if I was personally frustrated with you, but that was one of the reasons why I kind of felt like you were kind of treating me like a piece of meat for validation, and kind of the story matches up with that timeline-wise. So,
okay, I'm just gonna say right now, Luigi Master Brony is an insane name. That's an insane name. Oh, fuck me.
I apologize if you didn't feel valued, but like I'm sure you can understand, my perspective of why it was kind of making me uncomfortable. Correct?
No, absolutely. And I don't really think you need to apologize for that. That should being refreshed of that and knowing your perspective. I should be the one apologizing to you for that.
Well, I appreciate that.
So she accepting apology number 1.
Whatever my intent was, that doesn't really matter, because what matters is how you feel now.
Do you hear how fucking remorseful this guy is? He is hyper remorseful.
He probably grew as a person.
And this is why you don't get in a private call with KP. She'll put it in a video.
Christ.
Thank you, Sai.
How you felt then.
Thank you, Sai, by the way, but fuck me.
I will apologize for that.
Okay, and just for the record, the story you told didn't happen, right?
No.
Okay.
It's 100% false. And if I may, nothing I say is meant to.
Yeah, we'll review this with the DA stuff.
What I did,
clear tied to
it's inexcusable. What I did.
Do you want me to say what the story was just for context, or do you want to explain it?
I mean, I guess it makes more sense if I do, because I don't think it's fair for you to have to reiterate that horrible thing.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so the old tale goes is that I pleasured myself in the hotel bathroom we were sharing during one of our breaks when everyone was gone and whatever, and that I fell off the John after basically getting lightheaded from what would be ejaculation falling on the floor, where your dirty clothes also happened to be, and that my face planted on your underwear.
Is there a transcript of this? I don't see one.
Right.
It'd be nice to get one, but I don't have
my PD version. I have a 6-year-old in the other room. So.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that, but thanks for being honest. And just to reiterate, like we were doing a lot at that con, so like it's reasonable for my clothes to be in the bathroom, kind of rolled up away, because I had a lot of dresses and it was a lot of makeup and changing because I was doing a lot of
and all
that stuff, right?
Yes, that bathroom was mostly covered in your stuff.
Wait, you guys shared a room, and your dirty underwear was just there?
That's just nasty.
That's whether it was or wasn't. Like that's not really the.
No, it's not.
But.
I've gone to cons and shared a room with my female friends, but like I don't think any of them have ever left their underwear on the floor.
I've never encountered that.
My recollection, at least.
That probably tracks with just my general habits, especially during convention. So yeah, this was Everfree 2015, correct? From what I remember.
That tracks. That sounds about right.
Okay, so Everfree Northwest 2015, which was a PonyCon. Okay,
Yeah.
have you ever told this story in company of Saberspark, or has it just been Will?
Oh, no.
Okay.
I can assure you that the first time I ever told it, and this is my brutal honesty, is because I was very angry at you at the time, and was also going through a really bad situation of being on the verge of being homeless and not knowing how to deal with my aggression of the feelings I was having toward you and the feelings I was having toward my family. And I made this.
If this motherfucker goes, I went to therapy to change my life a little bit, I will lose it. Because it's just again, this doesn't excuse that if those screenshots were in his server around minors, the bestiality thing, unfortunately, I can't corroborate it. So it doesn't exist. I'll be honest. The bestiality claim in the VC does not exist. I can't corroborate it. It's hearsay. But if this guy says I worked on myself, why are you trying to constantly still ruin his life?
This stupid shit up to validate myself for some stupid fucking reason. And really only told it to other former KP people who were also frustrated with you at the time.
Oh, so it was a story around people that didn't like her because she had disgruntled employees. Remember, she fired a 16-year-old because he was too slow on deadlines.
I don't.
He doesn't pay. Pay them.
That was fucking stupid. I should never have done that. And I don't know why. I just, for some reason at the time, I thought it was funny. It's not funny.
What the
fuck? The fact that we have to revisit this so many years later is just horrendous.
So she found out about this, and he is talking to her about this. And he's owning the fuck up to it.
Yeah, he's apologizing many times. I don't remember there being the apology in the video. I don't remember.
So
not
the
this many
apology
times.
is in the video, but not this extension of the apology.
Yeah.
And apologizing for the series of problems. Again, you don't have to like him. Posted the apology he wrote in the stream chat. It's the PDF. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Jazz. Good to see you.
Yeah, I appreciate your honesty now.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, the thing that I think of is as an analogy is kind of the Trump locker room talk. And excuse my.
Oh my God, you made it in here.
Oh my God.
You've planned this. This has been.
You planned this. You planned this hit piece for years. That proves to me she's planned a hit piece for years. I'm sorry.
Oh.
You've planned this for years.
Da Vinci's crashing on me trying to make the transcript. This sucks.
Insane. You've been thinking about that for years. And again, she doesn't have to have disgruntled employees. She just has to pay people. Yeah.
My French, but I feel like that's kind of what it feels like. You kind of boasted yourself up.
Here's the thing. This is stuff she already knew about and was unsatisfied with how people were dealing with it. And I get it, but you didn't know about the other stuff. You were going to make a video regardless if you didn't have the other stuff about him.
Up around another guy, and you kind
No,
of.
that's 100% accurate. That's a very good analogy, actually.
Yeah. So you kind of did a.
He agrees with it. No one is blaming her, Brandon. No one is blaming her. The thing is fabricated. It's still very gross. It's just very disingenuous because right now, it sounds like he's agreeing with everything she says about his statements and how wrong he was.
You know what it could be too? And like, I've been angry where you just kind of like, something will inconvenience you and you take it really angry. But it seems like he's having this weekend, this trip with his boss, so to speak, even though he wasn't getting paid, his boss. And on top of doing all this other work at this event, she's out, interacting with people and having different outfit changes, and she's leaving her stuff on the bathroom floor that she's admitted in this situation. And while he's there, he's just like concocting this story because he's just upset for a multitude of reasons, including not getting paid. And then, vents to people who also feel wronged by her as well. And it just makes up a story.
Yeah, she dead ass jumped.
It's a disgusting story. It's a disgusting story, sure.
Yeah.
But like,
because she's also been sitting on this recording for what?
Yeah.
It's 2 years?
A year and a half?
No, 2023. So let's just say 2 years. You've been sitting on this.
The video's that bad.
You've been sitting on this recording for years.
I mean, I'll just be blunt, kind of some misogynistic talk to kind of both.
100%.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just making sure we're on the same page as far as that. So, as far as your relationship with Saber, like, is it like, just so I know, is it something? Are you guys like friendly, or is he just giving you kind of?
She doesn't need to disclose this. Yeah. Go on, Greg. Say it.
No, she keeps bringing up Saber because she's been trying to connect this to him.
It's not related to him. It's about you and Chris, not Saber.
She wanted to take a lot of people down with this. Holy shit.
Kind of contract work, and that's it.
I mean, I guess you could say it's both, but I don't have like long conversations with him because he's so busy. The most I ever see him is at conventions if he happens to be at the same one.
Okay, so you're not in an environment where this would have come up anyway.
Never.
So he would probably be
Never. He's 100% unaware. Like, again, I can't stress enough is that.
And then you say you don't believe him about this. Why do you hate Saber? Like, okay, I gotta know. Sai, if you know, if the chat knows, why does she hate Saber so much?
What's the lore here?
Because it's either that, or she always planned to hear him out, record him, even though she... Because here's what I'm actually getting right now. Here's what it's feeling like. This was posted on 11/14/2024, but she had this recording beforehand.
It was recorded 8/2/2023.
Yes.
If she didn't share it with you until then, she was been sitting on it for over a year at that point by the time it got posted.
I'm going to be upfront. She is probably going to accept his apology in this call and then privately she's like, I'm recording this on purpose. I'm recording this on purpose so I can get him. She's trying to what she's trying to do is she's trying to life ruinate this guy by listening in and trying to figure it out. Saber was weird with her in the past, supposedly acting like a creep to her in the past. Bronies, I don't know what to tell you. They're all socially awkward and inept. Should they do that? No. They probably were like, ooh, it's the only girl in the room. Let's all try to have sex with her and make her our wife. This is not an excuse for their behavior, but this is weird.
In the times I ever told the story, it was, as you described it, locked.
I could be wrong because this is what I heard, but I heard apparently Saber cut off KP when KP started associating with Lily Orchard, and it wasn't just him, but others as well. Yeah, because Lily Orchard fucking raped her sister! Like, do I have to say that? Like, listen, I don't care. Like, listen, I'll say this right now. Courtney, if you somehow find this fucking video and find this in the chat, I will rip you a new asshole for your consent talk at the end of this video. We will get there, and I'm going to destroy you. But I'll be very honest about it. Courtney is a victim. I don't think that's true. What the fuck? Why? Why? Why don't you think it's true? I still think Courtney is a fucking victim. I just don't think that. I think the fucking talk she has about consent at the end of this video is so abhorrently disgusting and so dismissive of people.
Room talk is a very small amount of people in a private call. I never told it publicly.
Alex, I'm sorry if you see this. I thought you were saying about the rape. I'm just being very, very honest.
I never.
Yes, she could be a victim and an asshole at the same time.
Ever told it to anyone like Saberspark.
Okay.
Like that. That I'm 100%
aware, just so we're on the same page. Is Saber even aware that you worked for me in the past?
I've never brought it up, and I don't think he has either.
Oh.
Yeah, no, this is a boss attacking her former employee. This is 100% yes. The out of context button, I do need one of those.
I'm just making sure.
I genuinely do not know.
Okay, but I know Will knows you worked with me in the past because I'm sure you obviously.
Well, yes, but only because, and again, to be brutally honest again, is that around the time that I left Team KP was also the time that DA Games took off, and I really needed a job because of the situation at the time. So he would have really only known because we were becoming work partners, and because a lot of people he hired also worked for you prior and did have.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It also feels like she's really mad that DA Games poached from Team KP. But they were paying them. Allegedly, you weren't paying anybody. If people are like, I really want to get paid for this hobby I'm doing now. What is happening?
Man.
I'm
not gonna lie, being poached is pretty cool.
Hey, Sai.
I still believe Courtney, mostly because of how much Lily talks about incest. But I'm not taking crap from Courtney anymore.
Yeah, listen. I'm okay with Courtney feeling however she wants to feel and trusting the people that she wants to trust. I said the same thing I said about when the Destiny stuff came out regarding Pixie. I believe Not So Erudite is a piece of shit and was willing to throw that woman under the bus. But if a victim believes other people, that is completely fine with them. Schmoozy Schmutz, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you.
Like, you can tell me shut up if my connection is like at pocket, but like I see a lot of of cataclysm in the way Courtney is acting. It's like,
no, I would
actually
agree.
Really unhealthy from you. You need to kind of like disconnect and get Chris. You need to get your mental health together because this is like not good for you.
This is unhealthy.
I don't know who Courtney is. Will you explain when she shows up in the video?
Lily Orchard's sister. Just straight up. And if you know the Lily Orchard lore, that's just how it is.
Have pent up frustrations of their time as Team KP members.
Okay, and those are like you're speaking directly about John and Christian, correct?
Those would be two examples, yes. I mean, I hate to mention, but Bogsy was also a member, but I don't communicate with Bogsy at all anymore.
Is Bogsy still there?
Fuck no.
Okay.
No, we fired him years ago.
Okay. Do you know what he's doing out of curiosity?
Why are you so curious about what the miner is doing?
Like, I have my hit list, and girl, everyone's going down.
She wanted to grate this guy for information. She wanted to know where all her haters were. This is an insane conversation. He apologized, you are accepting it, and then you're moving on to hear about all of your haters. Did Saberspark know? Oh, did Saberspark, but you still work for Saberspark. What's the nature of your friendship? And Bro, this is wild.
Well, my understanding is he does composition work for Spindlehorse. That's all I know. I don't keep tabs on him because, quite frankly, I'd rather not.
Yeah, I agree. But I did, just for the record, I did warn Busy Pop about how toxic he was a couple of years ago. So I wonder if she acted on that. Anyway, that's
Busy Pop.
Doesn't
there has been hotel shit?
Well, doesn't okay. If I remember correctly, KP hates Vizzy Pop now, right? Am I remembering this correctly, or does she still defend Vizzy Pop? I remember reading something about it. As if Vizzy Pop would give you the time of day. Again, I say this all the time. Fun FALGI lore. I know one of the people who tried to destroy Vizzy Pop, which is very funny. Vizzy Pop hates KP. Yeah, we used to. KP I actually helped them pay for their animation school one time because I felt bad because they couldn't pay for
that's
it.
Nice.
Yeah, they were doing a GoFundMe. KP hates Vizzy because a guy she doesn't like works for Spindlehorse. Amazing.
So
Griffin and Boggs worked for Spindlehorse. Great.
And so just to kind of reiterate, your anger towards me, that's what you want. Did you have a crush on me and I didn't reciprocate the feeling?
No.
Or like, can you articulate?
No, well, my frustration really was that, like a lot of people there, I felt undervalued and overworked for no pay. And that's really what it was.
You know what's really interesting?
Reasonable.
Yeah.
Do you want to know something?
I wouldn't apologize to her essentially if I. Okay, definitely I did that, but like she like basically like uses like a slave.
I'd like to hear Riddle of Lightning talk. Why do I feel like Riddle of Lightning is the guy that gave the impact testimony about Chris? Because it's very weird how everything KP is asking about was addressed in the character testimony about Chris. Very weird, chat. It's too convenient. Listen, I see patterns all the time, but it's weirdly fucking convenient.
Is that and I lashed out in an extremely toxic way.
Right, and then just
didn't she in her video say he didn't mention issues working for her?
For the record, you've never tried to talk to me about any of that directly because I don't remember that you did.
Say that again?
Have you ever tried to talk to me directly about how you were feeling at the time?
I can't recall. I think I brought up pay at one point, but I would assume it wasn't on the.
I'm just trying to ensure that, like, because that wasn't my intention. That's never been my intention. Doing YouTube for 10 years, and like unfortunately, the trauma in that experience helped me to kind of make sure I call it my trauma brain, but make sure my trauma brain everyone's treated well, and like so I'm just confirming that.
What trauma? What trauma?
I don't want. Okay, person who's recording this, what the fuck are you doing?
It's the ADHD shuffle where the conversation has gone on too long and you have to move your mouse. I see XQC do it. I saw Lewis McClung do it. I do it sometimes. I understand what's happening, but if you're recording this for other people are going to see this.
5-hour reminder. We still haven't gotten to Saberspark.
Use the pop out. Use the fucking pop out. Jesus,
Black Griffin was the singing voice for Alistair, I think, in the Has-Been pilot. Saberspark defended him, so I guess that's why she warned Divjapop, I guess.
Yes.
That's fucking lore. It's deep.
Damn.
This is crazy.
Remember when I said this had to be 3 streams? I told you. I know all the Black Griffin lore now. I've also said this before, that you can hate Black Griffin, but you should hate that one girl's mom because she definitely was trying to pawn off her kid to him. And it didn't work, but it worked for the friend.
I don't know what that means. I'll find out.
Yes, you will. I know too much about bronies now. I don't want to know anymore. I'm tired of it.
Which matches up with my memory. Like, you never talked to me about it directly. Sean and Christian did, and they realized they, as well, never brought these issues to me directly. So I assume that you didn't, and you probably, based on the timeline, you probably didn't bring them up either because you probably thought it was handled. Correct? Does that sound about right?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So I think my last question, unless you want to jump in and add anything else near the end, is so we're having this conversation in 2023. This was events about mostly almost 10 years ago at this point, like 7 or 8. Like, were you hoping this story would get back to me, or did you even think about like the implications of
why? Why would he hope the story got back
of course,
to you?
At the time I didn't, wouldn't have wanted to reach you because my understanding was that at least with the people I was talking to, no one was talking to you. And and that was that. I only recall ever telling the story maybe 3 times, and those other times was usually because someone else egged me on to tell it.
She's something that happened 10 years ago.
So self-centered. Holy shit.
She held the grudge for 10 years so she could ask that question.
Damian Wolf, I know about the Bronies React thing. Do you want to know who else was in those? KP, very specifically.
Right.
Again, that doesn't mean anything because they all submitted stuff, but just saying.
Right. So
it wasn't like a habitual thing. I wasn't like going on to podcasts and telling a story or whatever like that. You know,
yeah,
I had at least enough self-control.
Like he would bitch about me because I wouldn't give him his panel or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I appreciate that at least. So just
No.
okay. I think I had one more question, but so you just kind of assume that I'd never hear about it, right?
Well, I think anyone would, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, did it ever cross your mind to kind of bring up the story, and confess to me privately, like that the situation happened, that I wouldn't have to hear from a third party?
Well, to be honest, I hadn't even thought about the story until you messaged me.
Why?
That was the first time I'd even thought about it because I haven't told it in gotta be 5 years at this point.
She's like, oh,
and
you feel
genuinely
guilty.
the only
She'd be,
reason
like,
I
up all
didn't
night thinking
is
about, oh, I was
because
such a piece
I
of
didn't
shit to
think about it
KP.
reaching you, one, and two, we weren't really on speaking terms, so and even if I did, I don't know how I would even approach the whole thing.
Yeah, how is he gonna approach you?
Just never crossed my mind because around that same time I would stop telling it is when I, made an active effort to fix myself. So I wasn't really.
He went to therapy. He did the thing she said you're supposed to do is go to therapy. Liger Lord, thank you so much for becoming a boom operator. Thank you, dude.
Legal Lord became a member.
It's not Legal Lord, it's Liger.
It's like she's mad that someone fixed themselves means they don't go on like a My Life is Earl type situation where they try to go back and like make up for all the shit they did. It doesn't actually happen in real life.
It wouldn't have been good enough because she had the hit piece in mind anyway. Like,
Mhm.
she needed to get to the end result, so no progress he has on himself personally can be enough for her to forgive him because she needs that there to get Will Ryan and Saberspark.
Yeah. It seems like she always was ready to target everybody involved. Because she's asking targeted questions to know who she can get involved.
Thinking of toxic shit like that.
Right. Okay, I appreciate your honesty.
That's an error on my part. I definitely should have brought that up sooner. But it just, after everything, I just completely fucking forgot I ever told that shit.
Right. Okay. I think those are all my questions for now. So have you told any, well, never mind. I guess that answers my question. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Well, I mean, again, besides, profusely apologizing for it and rest assuring you that I'm not that person anymore and haven't been for quite a few years. So.
Okay. Well, I remember my question. So were you aware that I got diagnosed with PTSD from everything?
I did not know.
Who the fuck cares?
From what? From what?
From all the trauma regarding to the internet. She got diagnosed with PTSD.
To guilt you. Let me guilt you. I want to guilt you more. I want
guilt you for not, after you almost went homeless because I wouldn't pay you for your work.
High key, get diagnosed again. I don't understand. Like, I got diagnosed with PTSD because I faced the ramifications of my actions because there was a series of issues that I did not address that I had to come to terms with.
Are you aware that I have a service dog now that I need?
I did.
Okay, nobody cares. He hasn't talked to you in years.
He's apologizing. She's like,
Yeah, I'm really curious
She's
to know.
not listening to his apology at all.
I will say this, because I know, Sai, I saw you in chat and you were talking about it. I would love to know what Gramulia thinks about this. As Italian to New Jerseyan, I would love to fucking know what that man thinks about this. That she is throwing her literal shit all over the place. She got PTSD from a 10-year-old joke she only recently found out about after not interacting with a person.
Did not know that either.
Okay, 7 years later. So he's right here. His name's Toby. He's a good dude. He's asleep right now. But I guess what's my personal frustration?
I don't care what your dog's name is.
I don't.
I was suffering so hard.
Oh yeah, you did a stream. Very cool.
And you were kind of unbeknownst to me, kind of rubbing the dirt in my eyes behind my back, which kind of.
I do know she tried to get Ant to voice in. I do know.
My trauma stuff anyway. So I guess that's kind of the part that also kind of disgusts me. And I'm sure you were kind of using my name as credibility on a professional level in some way, and you were using that to basically, to be honest, to get gigs.
You mean on a resume for work that you've done?
What?
I mean, I've never heard something like this before.
So I guess I'm just kind of
Who do you think
frustrated.
you are, lady? Who do you think you are?
Q is now activated. This is insane.
At the very least, that.
Do you know that we have more to this fucking video, but this is like a world premiere call thing that nobody's heard before?
Hold on.
No,
Huh.
people. I mean,
I mean, it was in the doc, but nobody
it was in
paid
the doc, but
attention.
she deleted it. So
Shh! It's a world premiere. It's a world premiere.
Hold on. Did she actually say?
Q's sitting up in his chair. I hear him. I hear him.
he's
ulting.
activated.
Did she
Excuse me.
actually say that, like, that you're gonna use my name on your resume? Did she say that?
No one will ever understand how cathartic seeing my distrust of KP from the
I
very
just-
start being confirmed in such spectacular fashion.
Yeah.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I just want to make sure that that's actually what I heard.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
not the exact words
Not
that,
the
that
exact
she
word.
said.
It's a roundabout.
But
it is what she said.
That's how I'm taking it.
She got a trauma because Boggsy did a slander campaign during his time working with her. She hired a minor. I don't care if the fucking 16-year-old gives you PTSD from slandering you. You're a bitch. You are literally nothing. You are made of glass and paper, and all your bones are gonna break by any pressure. You hired a minor. What the fuck do you mean? I can't.
She thinks
Standing
she's
out of my
Mr.
chair.
Beast. Well,
What the fuck? What the fuck are you telling me? Bogsy's a child.
The funny part is, oddly, Mr. Beast and this has some association with children.
What the fuck? Please, don't tell me that's true. I want to believe that the adults actually fucked her up, not the kid. Not the kid. For real? No, I want to believe her. I can't.
L, you got traumatized by a child. L.
I can't believe it.
Oh no, I lost
There's
my thing.
no way.
Oh, there's.
That those things were happening simultaneously, and that you're like, I'm sure you're aware of it now, but you're angry.
I'll be real. Like, I'm not mad. Like, again, I'm still somehow I'm obviously not mad at KP because it blah 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 blah, right? But like, are you telling me the 16-year-old that you hired? Wait, she told this kid's mom? You're fucking.
And she's not in jail?
All right, hot take coming in. How the fuck are you people mad at Lio sometimes for calling a kid's mom about him being a shitter on the internet, and this bitch flew under the fucking radar? You've got to be shitting me she called his mom. You've got to be fucking shitting me.
Scarlet Reaper was right, she got reverse predated and got PTSD.
There's no fucking way!
Scarlet Reaper.
There's no fucking
Well, it's because Lio never escaped the shit he did during the road.
Listen, I'll clown on Lio for all that shit, all the predator hunting shit. I will tell him to his face that he's a fucking idiot. But like,
it always goes back to Scarlet.
But here's like the crazy part. At least he's kind of owned up to it. She's not apologizing for this. She's not apologizing for this at all.
I mean, she's actively like ignoring
She's
the apology of the other person in front of her.
She's only going to accept this guy's apology so this recording can take place.
I want you to know how upset I am that I have been blue balled for 5 hours. About Saberspark.
Where is Saberspark?
I know.
5 hours.
Where is Saberspark?
I know.
Where is
Where is Carmen Sandiego?
Anger directed towards me.
Does number 2 work
the point of
for?
that story, like, was going on at the time where I was really, really selfless.
Damien, the Senate does not live anymore. Lio is in this chat from time to time. He constantly has to answer for it because he's also he goes in our Discord from time to time, and my chat will never let him live his mistakes down. If Drummer is here, Drummer never lets that motherfucker live his mistakes down. Legit, we have had to be like, you're an idiot.
Oh man, fucking Lio let Drummer in his Discord and regretted instantly.
Listen, he is trying to get better. He's trying. But I have been like, stop this. We do beat on Lio a lot. We have asked him how many kids he can fight, and he left the call.
He didn't even. I think he said sixth grade. I think.
Listen.
No, that was me.
He can only try. He can only try.
I think his like he was wondering if he can use weapons or he had to be his fists.
He's doing great. He's a good time in Pootopia. Oh yeah, you guys at Poo server. God bless. Those two somehow have made up. Fuck it.
I don't know if I
2017,
never
a year
go
after I've
server.
been hospitalized completely for 2 weeks. So I'm not saying that to be like, whoa, poor me, poor victim. I'm just trying to.
No, that's valid.
Yeah.
Like, it's no more different than what I was saying, is that because I also suffered a mental breakdown a few years ago and had to be properly psychiatrically evaluated. And, I have a therapist now. I'm on antidepressants. So
you called it
FALGI.
You called it.
Wait. Good. You're taking care of yourself. Good. Wait for it.
My vibe is there might be some, like, don't take this as an insult at all. This is not meant to be an insult, but there might be some autism at play. I don't even know if that's correct.
Sigh. We need to have a conversation right now, Sigh.
What?
Sigh. She called him autistic. I can't.
Sir,
He called him autistic.
But sir, do you think you might be into trains?
I can't. There's no way.
I can't fucking believe that.
I'm
testing 111.
I'm in shock.
I can't believe. I need to hear that again.
I don't mean to read it too much, but my vibe is there might be some, like, don't take this as an insult at all. This is not meant to be an insult, but there might be some autism at play. I don't even know.
So you're giving him an excuse for kind of being a bad person now by saying he's autistic.
Oh my god, that actually might need to go on the soundboard.
I think maybe autistic. Like, what? Ma'am, what?
I
Why are we here? Why are we here?
Can you go on the soundboard?
I'm losing my fucking mind, Chad.
A kids at play sign and said it's some autism at play sign.
I'm losing my mind.
That's crossed your mind. But
No, that's true. I just never disclose that to people out of habit.
Oh, he's diagnosed and you don't say anything. What the fuck?
Bro, answer the question.
Well,
Did
he's
you dox
autistic.
this?
Autism is real.
He doesn't want to disclose. He doesn't want to disclose the autism.
It doesn't.
We're 5 hours in. Oh no! Saberspark, where are you? Bro, like fuck this guy for real, but like again, if there was like miters in his server too, like and that like this Will guy was also doing shit in that server, fuck him. But what the fuck? Oh no!
Really?
okay, well, I think that explains why you might have been pigeon. I don't know what the expression is, but you might not have been focused on how it was affecting me. It was just kind of like you.
No, that's fair.
Kind of thing. So, but I'm glad you're aware of that at least. Like, I'm sure there's a lot of people.
I apologize for not disclosing that to you, but that's also technically a childhood trauma thing, is that people would treat me differently if they knew I had that, so I usually kept it secret.
Right. Well, I'm just saying for me, like, I don't think you need to be embarrassed. It's just kind of who you are. So, like, if that.
No, I'm not anymore, but at the time, I definitely would not go.
What?
Doesn't this sound like she's accepting his apology? Doesn't this sound like she's very accepting of his apology?
I mean,
like,
a lot can change in 2 years. Falgi.
Maybe like she's only accepting the. It's like she's only going to accept the apology on the condition that he admits he's autistic. That's what it kind of sounds like to me. I don't know.
This was a gay op. This was a gay op! I can't! It was a gay op the entire time! Hold up. Before this goes any further.
Or she gaslighting him to believe he's autistic.
That's going nowhere now. Chat, if you want to know why, that call's going nowhere now if this doc goes down.
Not the misogynist, you know.
Well, I mean, no, that was just toxic masculinity.
Yeah, well, that's what misogyny is.
What?
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Anything else?
I mean, I feel like I've covered most of the ground, and I'm glad we had this talk at least to sort of square things away.
Does any of your other friends know? Like this happened in their circle?
This?
This, yeah.
The only people that would know would be my family because they had to console me from the stress of the texts. But I didn't really divulge anything. And I called Sean to say that things are kind of fucked, and I was going to talk to you and hope that we could square this away.
That's
if he was a person who would have known about the situation before. So
right. How much did you tell Sean?
I'm gonna watch some anime, scream real loud when the Saberspark part comes up.
We'll do. Just for you.
TLDR, or did you
I gave him a TLDR. I didn't divulge. I didn't say what you said verbatim or anything. I just said, that this happened and that we were going to talk about it, and that I hope it goes well.
All right. So I don't really have anything else that I feel comfortable saying at this point, but I'll just leave with good luck and may God have mercy on your soul. And this too shall pass. Okay. All those things together. Okay. All right. Well, have a good night. And I think I'm going to limit my communication with you for obvious reasons, but
no, that's perfectly reasonable, and I understand.
Okay. Well, all right. Well, I appreciate you talking to me. Okay.
I appreciate the same. You being good health.
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm much healthier, but it took a very long time for me to get here. Lots of very deep trauma therapy.
I'm very sorry you had to go through that. I know what it's like.
I appreciate it, but
just
it's not something I started talking about relatively recently, but it really fucked up my relationship with my family. Really complicated it, and it's been harder than I've let on publicly. So I appreciate you saying that.
No, it's all good.
All right, well, I'll let you go. So just keep all that inside. Good luck, and hope it goes as as painlessly as it can. All right.
Oh my God!
All right, cool.
Getting so cringe.
She asked for no contact. She asked for no contact.
That's what he said in his tweet also about quote unquote blue.
The God have mercy on your soul part is whatever she was going to. She gay up this. Again, Chris is still a shitty person for making that, and if he allowed the sharing of Lolcow and other stuff in his server, that's fucking disgusting. Again, I do need proof of that. We'll go over it during the DA game stuff, but again, it's not really presented that way. It's never presented that it's Chris's server. But this is vile. She planned this from the jump. We're gonna go back to the video now. I am in shock that she thought
Pixel,
releasing
thank
this
you for
call,
sharing this.
Yes, Pixel, thank you so much, dude. Like, legitimately. As much as like shit I'll give you for certain things, this was good. Planned what? The call? No, the video. This video has been planned for years. She was trying to figure out everything about who this man worked with, who he worked for, how much they knew, if they ever discussed certain things about her job, about the animation she ever did, where would they go? Oh, I don't know. Are you sure you didn't tell this person? I'd like to know the inner workings of your job with this person, all of which she is not deservingly privy of. She planned to take down Chris and anybody associated with him for years now. She was just waiting for more dirt. She was waiting for more dirt. What's up, Quite? Quite.
Hey, Quite.
Quite, I watched your, or I haven't watched it yet. I still need to watch your MPreg video.
M. Greg.
I fucking, the MPreg, the Draw Me Pregnant video. That shit is hilarious. That's a joke in our community, so I'm super. What's up, Quite? Good to see you, dude.
I wasn't going to make fun of Steven so much, but I gave him so many chances to communicate with me, and he just didn't do anything. So clearly he doesn't care what I have to say. It's only an issue when there's potential backlash.
Girl, what? Oh, why are you audio mixing again? Diesel! There's my man. Look at it. Look, everybody.
Diesel.
Look at him.
Oh, hi.
Look at the little guy.
Diesel.
It's the little guy.
Everybody's here.
It's like Smash Brothers. Everybody's here.
If anyone wants to listen, Diesel, if you want to join the call and hear everything crazy that I'm going to give you for your stream on this, it's going to be a good time. This is part 1 of 3 streams.
This got crazier than I was anticipating.
Oh, by the way, so she stole this. Wholesale didn't make this, stole this, didn't give credit to anybody. No, God, no, this is tomorrow. Brother, I have stuff to give you.
More stuff has happened.
More stuff has happened. We've got insider information. Congrats on the numbers. Aw, thanks, Poppy. We love you. Microwave your salads.
I've come to make an announcement. Shadow the Hedgehog is a
Yes, you stole this from a cosplay video. Yep.
bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my fucking wife. That's right. He said his dick was this big, and I said that's disgusting.
Yep. And the guy, yes, there is a thing that she stole this. Share the Chris call with D. Yeah, I got it. Anything we get, Diesel always gets first dibs on. You guys don't know this.
I'm making a call-out post on my
You've been trying to get him to do some good content. He's like, I don't know.
You got a small fucking dick. It's the size of this walnut, but way fucking smaller. And guess what? Here's what my dong looks like.
No, okay. I don't care. Okay, big number, big number.
Yondev stream Wednesday.
Yes.
You know who interviewed Yondev? Diesel.
I was about to say, Sai, I know you're doing a Yondev stream. Diesel did interview him and broke the story about all his creepy pedophilic behavior. Might be a great person to talk to about Yondev. I don't know.
Don't put him out like that.
It looks like 2 balls and a bong. He fucked my wife. Guess what? I'm gonna fuck the earth. That's right. That's what you get. My super laser piss. Except I'm not gonna piss on the earth. I'm going higher. I'm gonna piss on the moon.
Yes, a 6-hour video, I know.
How do you like that, oh bomber? You have 23 hours before the piss droplets fall on the earth.
Why does this matter? Why does this matter? Why does this matter? Yeah, she stole this. But why does this matter?
Too long. This is too long, and it is almost as bad as the Seinfeld bit.
Yeah. I want to remind you, this precedes a rape allegation and actual pedophilia.
This is yeah.
This is insane. We're gonna power through it, chat. Just for you guys, we're gonna power through it.
The bit has been beyond killed. The bit is beyond dead.
The bit is beyond dead. Remember, this video is about zoophilia, pedophilia, rape, sexual assault, sexual misconduct, sexual harassment. All of this.
Fucking sight before I piss on you.
This is insane.
How did she think this was funny? How do you even make this connection? When you have to type this much text different from the meme, it's a bad meme.
Yeah.
Thank you. Listen, she had 2 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen, I'm gonna be honest. I'll make a better DA Games video than this bitch ever will.
Can I ask Pixel something?
Yeah, go for it.
Pixel, were you one of the people involved that asked to not have their name associated with this? I know the editors didn't. If you don't want to answer, you don't want to have to answer, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
That's fair.
I'll make a fucking
I understand.
I'll make a better fucking DA game stream than this bitch ever will. Mac, you missed the whole... It's impossible to catch you up.
Holy crap, what did I miss?
Your friend was one of the editors? Oh, fuck me, dog.
I'm so sorry.
Imagine if the Nuremberg trials had memes before the proceedings began.
Fuck me.
But don't worry, most actual decent human beings don't fucking care about the editor of a video.
Yeah, no, we don't usually do it. Unless they act like they didn't have any agency in making the video. Shit. Did you guys see? Yes, we do know that she deleted some Discord. I know the Discord is going under some revamping. Again, I still don't really hate the fucking KP. I just think this is so incredibly poorly mismanaged that I'm like actually kind of concerned. Like we need somebody to carry the DA games thing correctly now.
Like,
I'll fucking
most
do it. I don't give a shit.
Most things, no matter what you see on YouTube or whatever, everything's going to be biased. But you need somebody less biased than KP covering all of this.
Yeah, I'll push. Listen, Pixel, straight up, I'm not even gonna front. If you guys want to redo all the stuff about DA games, the involvement, the concerns, and your doc in a correct format, I will do it for you. Straight up. This is if you want your story to actually be heard and not a video like this, I will redo it. Straight up.
No
So
cringe-ass jokes.
If you want to talk to Anon about it, it's fine. If you want to be by yourself, I will actually do it. I got no issues with that. Because it's pissing me off that credible allegations are stuck in this fucking shit ass of a video. Like, it's actually making me angry. And I'll release it as its own thing and even react to it, and we'll do like we did when it came to the jar stuff. When we got the Just a Robot call with the evidence that contradicts everything, as well as showing proof with and considering to the thing, to the interview. So it's not just slapdashed and that it's put together.
You too! So what I think happened is that Steven was informed by Pim, didn't know it came from me, discussed it, blew it off or decided it was nothing, and forgot about it until he started facing some public backlash, and proceeded to blame me. Because he was so concerned with direct communication, I ended up sending him this email detailing who I talked to, why this is important, and why this isn't a single incident. Good afternoon, Steven. This email is your requested private communication regarding Chris and the overall sexual harassment situation that he has caused. Our full incident report can be found here if needed. Since you publicly displayed confusion at best about my attempting communication with you prior to this point, below are screenshots of my conversations with aka the friends/employees I passed Chris's information to. The conversation with specifically mentions a possible staffing change based on Chris's actions, and I honestly cannot fathom a situation where there would be that drastic of an employee change or discussion without your knowledge. Screenshots can be found here, here, and here. I do not appreciate you calling me a liar publicly, and I would like some form of public apology. He didn't give me one. Additionally, your public statement states that you knew the confrontation between me and Chris was recorded as a matter of community safety. Combined with your email interactions with DA Gaines lead me to believe that, unless there was some major miscommunication, you were aware of the situation and you have chosen inaction. You still have the choice to either hold Chris accountable, i.e. firing him with proof, or keep him on staff. Should you choose the former, please communicate this to me as soon as possible to avoid any miscommunication in any public statement.
He doesn't deserve, you don't deserve that. What he does privately is of his company. What? What he does privately for his company is not for you to know. What the fuck?
Statement/information present after. If you believe this is a one-time incident, this document linked below has logged some of Chris's other inappropriate behavior, including but not limited to making bestiality jokes to someone he knew as a minor, and the use of the N-word and Nazi imagery with himself and Will of the A Games. You can find.
Okay, I know you people are so woke, I don't give a shit about the fucking Nazi imagery shit. I've seen worse on the internet. This reads like one of the passed over emails from the Hillary leaks. Yeah, those just carrying 100%, like 10%. Yeah, 6 year ago allegations, like shit he is no longer attached to, a bestiality joke that none of us can prove because we don't know it exists. I hate to tell you this, people make bad jokes around minors that they shouldn't.
More information on page 4 and 29 of this document. I've been clearanced to show unedited screenshots of the bestiality incident if requested. I hope that we can clearly communicate about this going forward. I have no desire to get into an internet squabble with you, so let's please work this out like adults. And do you know what happened? No response to the email, but suddenly the Twitter exchange got deleted? Where did it go? Nowhere to be found. No apology.
Yeah, what, you think that he's not gonna get his lawyers involved when you send an email like that? He has to do a company investigation. You're asking. Okay.
No clarification, just deleted the evidence that he knew about the situation.
Yes, while starting the said internet squabble.
Coverage tracks and enable the weird dude because God forbid Steven have to find a new editor or even do the public apology that I asked him to when he falsely threw me under the bus. I believe Steven realized I wasn't lying, and instead of talking to me directly or apologizing to me, he just deleted the thread. So if Steven wasn't hiding anything or wasn't sus, why didn't he just ask me about the Chris stuff? He just assumed automatically that I was lying and started yelling.
You knew about that, though. You knew that he had the email. You told us that the email... the email correspondence you had means he knew about the call existing.
Very defensive, very sus. What exactly was the move?
Yes, I asked him to make a public apology. A public apology for doing something far before he ever hired him? Like, what the fuck is he gonna do?
Here, Steven, do you think just
Again, if he was inappropriate about minors, that is a very different story, but that's not fully substantiated. And I'm sorry, but it's not.
thread, putting your fingers in your ears and going la 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 would make this all go away? More of the story is to fire creepy people on your staff even if it's inconvenient to you. Steven, it is clear to me that you do not wish to correspond with any direct communication despite you personally requesting so. To say I'm disappointed with your behavior would be a severe understatement. You called me a liar publicly without even asking for the truth or further clarification.
Go on.
To me, it seems like the only reason why you...
other workplaces should act in the way that she wants them to. So if you see someone that should be fired, they should do it because she wanted to, not because they've actually done something wrong within their workplace, just because she perceived that it was wrong.
Yeah. She wants perceived wrongs. This is fucking insane.
Want to get involved is that your name was attached, and you're more interested in damage control for your brand than your brand's actual integrity. I feel like we wouldn't even be having this
memory leak time.
In your space.
Yep, it's memory leak time. When I see it do that, it fucking is memory leak time.
I hope that you can be professional about this going forward, even though, frankly, you haven't been through this entire nightmare ordeal. But clearly, that is not possible.
Hey, Rachel.
Embry, great point. Why didn't you stop being friends with Lily Orchard sooner then, Kim?
Oh, you want to see
KP
the
more
manager?
like Karen Prime.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sai. Again, why didn't you distance yourself from Lily Orchard sooner? These allegations had been going long before you distanced yourself from her. Shouldn't you have ran away?
I have not seen Kim Possible's Why I Stopped Being Friends with Lily video. I wonder if there's something tying in that video we should go see.
Oh, God,
that maybe
second part on Kim? We could do it. I don't mind a second part on Kim. She claimed the proof was too triggering for her to look at.
That means there's proof.
What a fucking moron. What a fucking moron. Lily did a fanfic with all those problems a decade ago. I can't. You knew. You cannot be throwing glass stones. Fucking stones in a glass house. Fucking me.
Glass stones?
Every time there's like a 50-50 chance that you actively say it right.
I don't get it. What cartoon is she supposed to even be revealing right now? Quite. No!
KP's emails are so awful. If Dev was receiving them, all 4 of his email vids would be valid.
Oh, fuck. Thank you.
Oh, fuck me.
To start things off, I replied to you on Twitter the way I did, out of frustration due to the misinformation you have about me and how you were talking about me without ever contacting me directly prior. I'd imagine you feel the same frustration if someone had incorrect info about you, and probably you do, with how some people went after you in the past with false information. I truly don't want to engage in internet drama that operates off of gossip, but the amount of misinformation you have is staggering, so I will set the record straight. As far as you and me, I'm dumbfounded. We hung out, and that was it. I'm not sure what you saw in hanging out with me, but we just went our separate ways. All in all, I feel blindsided by your emails, Rachel. How can you say that you come to me as an impartial individual? As far as Chris goes, I heard through second-hand sources of his stupid joke, that Chris made amends with you, and that was the end of it. Only for me to get accusatory emails months later?
Yes.
You never reached out to me officially, so how could I acknowledge anything besides... But finally, I do have a lawyer, and I will...
Whoa, why'd you cut
that? To me
that?
officially, so how could I acknowledge anything besides...
How could I acknowledge what? How you reached out to me? How could I... Where's the rest of the email?
But finally, I were emailed months later? You never reached out to me officially, so how could I acknowledge anything besides... But finally, I do have a lawyer, and I will...
Why was that cut?
Why was that cut? Because he heard it from Chris, and that you two had a call where you, and we all heard it, you do accept his apology.
Yeah.
You were mad about it, but you accept it. And then you sit on it and you want to life ruinate him. Oh my God.
Do you all remember the old Soigi? Smiley face emoji, sex for you.
Thank you for the sex. Okay, so
Emery, it's all good. I already have these things. Don't worry.
Even if she doesn't accept it, she acknowledges that he apologized. And if that's not enough for her, obviously it isn't. That won't be enough for her. But to Chris, at that point, it seems like everything got squared away.
Why does this dude sound he was in special ed?
You know why. He's a brony. Clip clop. Again, I think it may be crazy to say, but we are. I have lowered the video so much, guys. I'm sorry. It's like the audio stuff is crazy. Free voice actors, fuck me. Again, we have the op lock or I'm hypercritical and we are hypercritical to a degree where the insanity confuses me. At this point, Greg could tell you I see patterns. But
Yeah.
Greg, do you think I'm right this time?
I don't want to be wrong, so I'm going to pretend like you didn't ask me anything.
I was right.
We'll gladly bring him into our conversation to clear the air if needed. Now that it has come to this degree of misinformation on your end, I will do everything within my power to clear the record for the truth, and that
Thank you,
includes
Risa.
exploring legal avenues if necessary.
Remember, the VOD will always be up. We don't take VODs down. So you
Unless
guys
something
are good.
happens, but
Yeah,
generally,
unless something
good.
happens or I have to re-upload it anytime, I'll download it if I need to, but yes.
Hope this information helps and convinces you to reconsider your position. Regards, Stephen.
Steven, you've already passed the allotted time I've given you to deal with the situation privately, as outlined in my first email, which I feel.
What is going on? He doesn't need to answer you. Oh, you've passed the allotted time. What allotted time?
She gave an arbitrary number.
Brony actually explains too much.
True. She gave an imaginary number in
What
her
the
mind.
fuck?
She gave an ultimatum. If you do not do what I request within 7 days, you will be canceled.
What are you, fucking Samara? Like, the what the fuck?
Feels ridiculous considering you had access to this information for more than a year, regardless of where it came from. If you're now going to sit there and threaten me with legality after this many private attempts at communication, I will not.
Oh, yes, chat. It's
Feed the
time to
dog.
feed the dog.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Is this our biggest goal? Have we done a 3 before?
This is the first time we've gotten this many, I think.
So what I have done is
Thank you, chat.
Yes, thank you,
Here
chat.
she come running.
Here she's coming. What I've done now is the first 2 goals are like 5, and then come here. The first 2 goals are like 5s, and then I put any donation because it's a higher. I'm not gonna ask people to pay 5 all the time. It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed that dog now. On the Uplock stream tonight. Come on, Leia. Good girl. Look at her. Look at her.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go, chat. What that dog doing? Being the cutest that's ever existed. Let's get back into this crazy fucking video.
Not be entering any further discussion with you after this last correspondence and cutting contact with you at this point. The reality is I'm incredibly uncomfortable with your general approach in which your previous email and how your public correspondence has been addressed, as well as you in general. So I'll keep this as brief as possible. To add to this whole "I will fight you for the truth" tone your whole last email and the Twitter thread is drenched with undermines the actual issues of the conversation, on top of assuming I'm going to publish falsifiable information. Is that how you talk to someone who's treated poorly by a current employee in the past? Based on all of your previous conversations, forgive me if you're not on the top of my list of people who treat me with assumed respect. In regards to your response on my Twitter posting, your heated response calling me a liar and questioning my character
Respect is
publicly
earned,
is
ma'am.
unacceptable. How you were particularly feeling at the time doesn't justify calling people names and treating.
Is that a question? Could that not be said to you when you call a man autistic? And then when he says it's really something I don't disclose because it's traumatic to me, you hand wave it? Interesting. Why does everyone get to be... Why are you the only one who gets to be emotional? Again, I'll say it again. What Chris said is inappropriate. What DA Games does is so incredibly abhorrent that the fact that the allegations and interviews are stuck in a video that, like this, we have to now fucking redo it. I'll fucking personally redo it. This is insane. This is an insane in the braino statement.
Treating them poorly. As well, you could have DM'd me as requested several times or asked for further information before responding in such a tone. When all I asked regarding this exchange is for you to apologize publicly for something you did publicly, you instead doubled down in the last message and tried to justify your feelings.
No, you want him to fire Chris, and you want him to apologize for hiring Chris. That's not what you said. You want him to apologize for hiring Chris. That's what you want. Stop lying. Because that's what you wanted. That's why you're calling them out about Chris's behavior. You want them to apologize and fire him. Stop lying. People can read through it. Listen. Motherfucker, not everybody's autistic. People can read through the fucking lines.
And only privately at that. This doesn't strike me as someone who's dealing with the situation with the utmost maturity, but a desperate attempt to distract from the actual issues and make yourself the victim. The fact that you're going about this route again, even after I proved I wasn't lying the first time, is fucking deranged. Regarding your access to the information about the incident regarding Chris, and your insistence that I was the one who directly discussed the information about Chris instead of your general access to said information seems to be misguided. Do I have to tell you directly what to do with an employee incident of this scale for anything to happen?
Oh my god, he said that he came on your panties. Holy fuck, dude. I need to, like, now I'm getting angry. Now I'm actually getting angry. I am not defending this guy, but holy shit, is she pissing me off.
He fell onto her
Yes,
panties.
he fell on your, like, and you didn't prove you were, like, ay. I can't. I'm not defending this guy. I'm not, I'm not. But, like, this is insane.
Feeling a little parasocial with how proud I am with the ops. Not so little guys anymore. We're becoming an actual company now.
Thanks,
Smiling face with tear emoji.
Oh, thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you, Mitch. That's really, really sweet. Dog, like, what the fuck? Like, this is insane.
I shared the confirmation I had from both and that you had said information, which came off as indifference based on what I felt, as well as your correspondence with Games Looting.
No, the shit you said was we tried to reach out, we hadn't heard anything.
To such, as well as there being a public safety report available with public contact information present for over a year regarding the situation. So
How did you, the public safety report, we don't even know about. We had to find it. Nobody knew about this except your little tiny community. Why was Chris never called out for your public safety report? Come on. You're acting like he knew immediately. Like, come on.
I don't understand how it's particularly relevant how you learned your employee sexually harassed someone in the past. It just matters that it happened. Even assuming you didn't know about Chris'
He didn't. Okay.
to the Twitter.
Time out. I really need to make this clear. He didn't sexually harass you in the way that you're describing. He told an off-color and disgusting joke to other people, and it came back to her. He didn't do it to your face. He made an off-color joke about you that, again, I still think is incredibly disgusting and disrespectful and something he should have never done, including the fact that if he did have minors in a server, that he allowed Will to be disgusting. But you cannot, like, this is insane.
Exchange, I still emailed you directly to discuss it before it reached this point, and you seemed to ignore that email and only responded to a second after my frustration became clearer. To be frank, it doesn't matter how the perpetrator feels how the resolution went, but the fact that it happened in the first place is unacceptable. Chris is...
What? You accepted his apology. You did it so you could gay op the guy with a recorded call. You lying bitch. Like, it is actually annoying. I shouldn't be agreeing with Chris. I should be pissed off at him. I should be pissed off at everybody in this scenario. But the fact that you recorded him, you're asking him about his employers. You wanted to take his employers down far before you knew about their other improprieties. And again, Will is a fucking pedophile. I'll fucking stand on that. You don't have fucking minors in your Discord and have a fucking NSFW chat. I don't give a fuck. You're talking about shit. You called a minor mature for their age. You fucking pedophile.
That's always the red flag. The biggest of red flags.
You've got to be kidding me. Like, you've got to be kidding me. Chris thought he was apologizing in private. And you accepted his apology. You did. When you yes every time that he's apologizing profusely to you, he's agreeing with you. And he thought the apology was private, and when you asked to have zero contact, he agreed and said that was for the best, and he apologized again. Again. She doesn't need to accept his apology, but she did it for the purposeful fact of recording that call and later using it against him.
And other people he's associated with.
Exactly. That is my issue. Your video with the fucking allegations against DA Games is so fucking tainted because you are a Weasley little bitch. And I would say that about a guy too. He apologized. He said he legitimately did the dark place meme, but meant it sincerely, which is actually insane. Yes, where's the apology to Lily's victims if you care so much? That's what I would like to see. Not a fucking video being like, I regret my attachment to Lily Orchard. Where's the fucking apology? Where's your email? I should email you. Be like, why did you associate yourself with Lily? Sounds like you shouldn't be on the platform anymore. I don't believe in that. Should I email all the people you've worked with and be like, why did you associate with this person?
Very obviously going to tell you whatever you need to hear to keep his job. It's alright, guys. The criminal said the crime actually wasn't so bad after all.
He didn't commit a crime. Fun fact, he didn't commit a crime. I actually need to say that. If you're so pressed about what Chris said, take it in civil court. Again, I don't approve of people suing each other. But this is insane. The only reason she stopped associating with her was because her other friends did, yeah. And again, you blamed them for having minor mods, which I agree. But you are throwing stones in a glass house when you hired a minor as an editor, and then you said that said minor gave you fucking PTSD. Fuck off. Like, this is insane. You mishandled everything. What is this now? Because KJ just sent this to me. Uh-oh, KP! It seems like shit's leaking from your Discord now. I don't want to explain this or talk about this yet because I didn't want to make myself about the situation, but I feel too many people will not focus unless I do. So I'm going to explain why KP was initially involved. About a month ago, Saber's victim wanted to reach out to me with their story. They saw I was managing to get the word out on Griffin's actions, and then with Saber as his good friend and partially tied, it led them to be more confident about coming forward to their story. Statements they said about me. At the time, I was handling a lot, including being suicidal. Oh my fucking Christ. I don't care that you were suicidal. Fucking insane. I know 2 people run this account. I don't care. The topic was triggering for Sophie on a personal level. How, unfortunately, covering her story at the time was something we could not handle. I want to fucking crash out. I swear to Christ, I want to crash out. I swear to Christ, I want to crash out. But we'll get there. I see. I did, however, know that KP was already working on a video about him. Before this year, I never had a conversation with KP. All I knew that she was about her that was years ago. I remember hearing her, she paid her team in exposure. As more and more was coming out about Black Griffin, she started responding to it. Her and others on her team reached out to me asking to help cover DA Games. I told them I knew nothing about DA Games, was already very preoccupied, and felt it was very out of my brony fandom-centric wheelhouse. KP had room in her server for people to talk about DA Games. I mentioned that because she made another room for to discuss Black Griffin, I joined her server. Because obviously I knew a lot about the subject and thought I could help resolve any misconceptions and add insight if necessary. In a call I joined and was informed about the DA Games situation. Later, more privately, I was informed on the coming video on Saberspark and KP's own first-hand experience with him. Both with DA Games and Saberspark, there was actually serious problems. And those problems were all I was told. That means, hey, fun fact, she was already making this before a fucking victim ever came around. So this whole fucking story about them was still gonna happen, and then the victim was just a convenient fucking thing. And again, I will say accuser and not victim because I can't prove half the shit that she's fucking saying out loud. There are two people running the Brony fan don't account. You're okay. I know it's fine. Literally. Ay. We were not further involved. I did not pitch this to KP. I suggested the victim talk to her, and until a week and a half ago, that was it. A week and a half ago! She tacked this on a week and a half ago. A week and a half ago. About a week and a half ago, KP messaged me with the finalized testimony and already pre-written statements for us to use. Again, it's fucking... you should not pre-write other people's statements. Pre-written statements on other people's behalf always looks like you're fucking putting it in. We were not asked, only given a statement that claimed both I and Sophie talked to the victim extensively, which was not true. Yes, I do know that, yes.
Directed the victim to KP in the first place.
Yeah, I got
promoted the video and is now trying to cover his own butt.
Yes, indeed. I was just about to say that. We'll get there.
Thank you, Sam.
Trigger warning, the following is a testimony of rape with the Saberspark 2 isolated incidents. We, Bonk, as well as a YouTuber, I Love Kim Possible a lot, have talked to the victim extensively and exposed video, okay? I did investigate the victim prior and had no reason to doubt them or their motives. I did not, however, have extensive conversation with them, and Sophie had no involvement at whatever. So I ignored the pre-written statement. Because I believed the victim, I posted the testimony. KP told me to take it down because I was too early. She hadn't explained that she wanted to post it on the day of the video release. She also wanted me to make sure I was posted at a specific time. Knowing that the victim had been talking with her, I went along with the plan. I assumed that it was the plan that the victim had agreed to as well. And I would... You know what's fucked? You know how I know that this person is covering their ass and also lying? In my opinion, in the statement, they also included the throwaway at of the opposed accuser.
Supposed.
Yes, supposed accuser. They included their at. If we can get, you know, guys, you know what you want to do. Just get fucking screenshots of these for later, chat. You know what to do. Make sure you have screenshots of everything. Make a thread.
KJ has it.
If KJ doesn't already have it, you know what? He probably does. Remember, make threads, people. Whenever shit like this happens, we make threads. Testimony was posted again on May 1st. The video was released shortly after. You can see for yourself my reaction at the time. I was trying to be generous, both because at the time, I thought it was only not her understanding the problem prior to the releasing publicly, and because I wanted her to hear me out and remove the video. Bonk. Hey, I know you're probably swamped right now. I don't want this to come off as an attack or add any people attacking you. But I'm currently watching the video and I'm really disappointed. I don't think it's appropriate for the memes to halt the video every few seconds or for a lot of it to be discussing squabbles instead of serious allegations. I haven't gotten to the most serious parts of it because of this is front-loaded with your personal defense for you. I don't even think that Saber information should be in the same video at all because shared and pushed to the back of the story. The DA game seriousness should have been in the front, your response, and defense at the end. Every time with Saber allowed to be entirely removed from the video, entirely removed in a different video. And your mocking voiceovers also ruin the credibility. It all comes across as childish when there are extremely important things in the video and mixed in the rest. I'm messaging you instead of making a public statement because, like I said, there is a lot of awful things that I want you to know to bring to light. I don't think you have bad intentions, but I don't think this video would only harm causes, and I don't want people to say it's all just drama simply because of the exhausting video. Here's my issue. You can't claim that you know that all of this is bad and then say, well, I didn't vet the victim extensively enough. Because I immediately off-ripped believed them. Now, I know that there are other statements by this person's alleged former roommate. Bonk is one of the people that runs this Brony Fan Don't account. It's Bonk and Sophie, from what I know. Now, again, I will say this. It's very interesting that you're like, oh, I off-rip believed the victim. But now you're like, well, I didn't extensively vet them. Incredibly suspicious. Incredibly crazy. I'll think about it, but I'm currently exhausted. Think about what? I thought you were implying that I should take that the video. Bonk goes on to say, I'm very worried that the video will be used as a huge stopping point for the discussions about DA games and Saberspark. Yeah. We'll get to the Saberspark allegations. I need to make them very clear. I didn't realize this was going to be how it was formatted. I didn't want to make the statement, but I don't fucking care about this anymore. I'm very worried about the yeah. I'm too tired to comment right now. I'm in an hour and 20 minutes so far. I'm finding it very... Yeah, this is... I've been told the rape allegations are a small segment at the very end. Okay. Because it sounds like that's all this person has. The video's unlisted. I'll discuss it later with team members. I know you... Thank you for taking the steps, though. Blah, blah, blah. I don't fucking care. Even at this point, I was giving her the benefit of the doubt. I talked with her in a call about the problem. She told me was surprised by the reactions because her team and the victim viewed it prior and liked it. I did not realize at the time she was lying. The victim had not been shown the video prior. She was shown a much smaller segment of the video that was actually related to her story. Learning this and seeing how KP was reacting to things in my DMs was what made me realize she's much worse than just tone deaf. Is there anything else to be said on Twitter? People are assuming me as bad as the people I covered. I'm going to bite Amy's head off. I cannot add any additional... Who's Amy?
Is that the victim? Or the accuser? Saberspark's accuser? I don't know.
Did these fuckers just out the accuser? Did these people just out the accuser? No, who is Amy? Amy New is not a victim. Amy New is not a victim, okay? It's fucking... I don't know what's... Like... Who is Amy? I don't care. Sai, this isn't helping. Yeah, Cartoonishi got you. I know. I stopped talking to her immediately. I watched the video she sent me, I thought it was really well covered, and you can find my comment in the video still. This thread is going to be long. I'll tell you tomorrow about why I left the... Oh my god. Another problematic person on... Why I feel suicidal. I don't care that this person feels suicidal.
A week and a half ago.
Amy New is friends with the victim.
Okay.
I don't care that you feel I'm going to be honest. I don't care that this person feels suicidal. I don't care. Bro couldn't even apologize directly to me for blaming me for the KP skit clip. Yeah, I saw that. They were defending them very long until public opinion couldn't do anything. It's very interesting. We will get to what the accuser has said out loud. We'll get there.
Hell, it doesn't even matter how I feel about it. Still, if you were so concerned with my personal opinion on the matter to the point whether it would directly dictate your decision to keep Chris on staff or not, I do not, for the life of me, understand why you didn't reach out to me, directly or indirectly through our friends. Great job updating me on the current status of Chris's employment, even now, by the way. Good job. 10 out of 10. Regardless, this isn't a joke, and your insistence as such is the underlying problem of this whole situation. How is it a fucking joke to say you ejaculated on your boss's clothing and say that?
Because it was. It was a joke. It was a poor joke, but it was a joke. Are you saying he really did it?
Because he told you he didn't.
And you said yes.
That to other men multiple times. It cannot and should not be belittled as just drama. Why would I have gone through the trouble of corresponding with DA Games?
You know what? Straight up, I'm sorry. It is just drama. I'm gonna be honest. It is just drama. I'm sorry. It is. I'm sorry that you feel this way. I'm telling you right now, his joke about ejaculating on your underwear is drama. I'm very sorry to tell you this. Welcome to the internet and being a public person. Did he commit a crime? No, it's just drama. It sucks to say that. It's really shitty because fucked am I annoyed. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that actually makes me really upset to say, but it is just drama, and I still don't like him that much, but he literally, yes, and you made it drama. Falgi, you said he face planted into her panties. I know.
Or having a safety report be written if I just thought it was just a joke. I was and am worried about the children Chris and the greater DA Games community still have access to. Even if I had forgiven Chris for some reason, it wouldn't be relevant.
But you cannot verifiably prove that Chris is a predator. Again, I need to state that in this video, I have not been shown that Chris is a predator or has any improprieties around kids. Will, 100% so. A lot of stuff thrown at Will. But what do I know? Goat Cato, there was a lot of information that we kind of premiered on this fucking stream. I'm letting you know there's just a lot.
Even still, you seem to show anger that I got Chris's confession on record.
What, Greg?
No, it's just a lot. We're in hell together.
Yeah, we're in hell together.
In comparison, you know, what he actually confessed to with your comment stating, "Are you going to record the call without telling me the same way you did Chris?" To be clear, he is not the victim. Full stop. Neither are you for that matter, Mr. Truth Seeker. Publicly throwing the actual recipient under the bus and siding with the sexual harasser just because he did not know he was going to be on record as a safety concern, on top of being incorrect about your information, is one of the most idiotic parts of this whole ordeal. I felt it was very obvious that the intention was a recording for the public record, and a possible angle interpretation of him being blindsided by a bad joke turned public because I want to be a bitch and cause problems is just insulting and disrespectful on so many levels. Or how you put it, publicly discussing half-truths to gain sympathy and slander your name. Spoiler alert, this isn't about you. Additionally, the fact that I went out of my way to privately talk.
No, it is about him when you constantly say that he's employing somebody and you demand employment records. It is about him when you say his name over and over. What? What?
To you directly after several attempts to seek resolution with the staff and wanted to ask on the Twitter thread and still did not receive a response until sending a second email outlining my frustration is just ridiculous. I then even provided additional proof of racism and Nazi imagery that Chris and Will displayed.
Will is not under his employ. What you showed was Will. I didn't see Chris's fucking account there.
Or even incidents of lolicon/child pornography and sharing that material.
Which you said was morally gray. In this video, you discussed that, like, lolicon is like a weird area, if I remember correctly. I could be getting that wrong, but you said that, like, artistic expression.
The morally gray thing was dating
18, dating 18, yeah. But, like,
legally gray, something like that. That's
yeah, legally gray, something like that. Legally gray dating an 18-year-old. But when you discussed lolicon, you said it was like expression. Like, am I like, hold on.
She didn't condemn it. That's
right. She didn't condemn the things of lolicon. And yes, you were friends with Lily, who made it. Didn't Lily make lolicon art like a CP fanfic? You have no right. You have no fucking right.
Incest CP fanfic, perfectly.
You have no. You want to know what's crazy? Wait. If I remember correctly, calling out Chris would have been still around the time she was friends with Lily.
Oh my god.
Don't go do it. Quite, don't do it. I can't.
With minors, allegedly accidentally on the document linked, as well as Will dating a minor in 2015. If we only knew what Saberspark thought about lolicon. Oh wait.
As his following grew, Cal became very publicly outspoken with his dislike of lolicon and similar taboo art styles. For those who are not familiar with them, let's just say it's
This additional document has been publicly available for over 2 years. The DA Games community server has had pedophiles that.
So it's over 2 years. Weird. You were still friends with Lily Orchard. How long was Lily Orchard stuff around? Years? More than 2. Interesting. So KP's been friends with both Bonk and Lily while they were both avidly into that shit. So I don't know about Bonk being friends and or into Lolicon, but yeah, Lily for sure.
That were quietly kicked out if/when discovered instead of publicly acknowledged. One has a motherfucking mugshot on the document. Since this all seems to have gone ignored until now, on top of the safety report of the incident being publicly available for over a year, it solidifies to me my original assumption that you do only care when you have consequences for your lack of action. God forbid someone is a creep on my staff, just don't tell the public he works for me. Does it not seem like common sense to fire someone who talks this way about others, especially women, regardless of when it happened? In the interest of openness, though, I am open to do an on-the-record three-way conversation between you and myself to get to the truth of the matter at a later time, but that will be at your discretion as his boss and at his comfort level. As I want to honor request to not be involved anymore and not emotionally distress him. But
why are you redacting Chris? She's doing the fucking Mama Max thing.
Okay, the fact nobody else has mentioned it has made me question my memory, but I'm pretty sure KP was the one who played the one MLP game Lily was associated with that contained our word and foul our word.
Thank you, Axis. I don't know any of those words you just said.
Yes,
so, Lily Orchard made an RPG maker that was like with ponies, and it had CSA, incest, non-con, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
But why is KP wanting to do a call?
No, this is this is.
Oh, is that the
wait,
response?
Is this her? Oh wait, or no, is this her or is this him? I don't fucking know anymore. I'm lost, chat. I
think this is her.
Still her.
But
well, why
she
are you
already had a call.
Chris's name? Yeah.
But she already had a call with Chris. Why'd she want another call?
Yeah, you like. I don't fuck me.
I will not.
It wasn't. I don't think it was KP. It was Nintendo Gal. Okay.
Tolerate the consistent implications of untruthfulness until this happens. Can reach out in the future if he's interested and comfortable about a possible conversation. Lastly, as I don't want to get too personal, but it's absolutely laughable that you consider your romantic interest in me and our friendship ending as mutually parting ways.
What?
Why are you bringing that up?
Like, what fucking planet are you on? Is that how you summarize every one of your failed courtships? Let me refresh you on the experience. After months of spending time together in person,
Oh my
and your
God.
insistence that we were just friends, your goal seemingly was instead to spend time with me and see if I would change my mind and be open to a romantic relationship. At that time, I felt like I'd finally had found a like-minded content creator and friend close and distant to me. I think I even said something along the lines of, these feel like dates, I'm just making sure we're hanging out as friends, right? After you
Doing
grew
it again.
distance, I felt manipulated and pressured to say I was open to dating in order to not lose that friendship. You then dated
She at the beginning of this video was all about her own personal
Every
gripes, and now that
man wants to fuck her.
But here she is doing it again, a personal gripe, and a personal gripe responds to talking. Let me talk to your manager about this personal gripe I have with this employee.
Every man that she's ever come in contact with is sexually interested in her. Like I'm so confused now.
Does she like sexualize her enemy?
I don't know, but it's also that I'm not okay. I'm gonna be upfront. I'm gonna be upfront when I say this. People are not gonna like this. If you say I was pressured to saying I was open to dating because I didn't want to lose a friendship, you cannot rewrite history on that one. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I know that men and women have experienced this. I have experienced this. Do you know why I say that? Because I know internally that's me rewriting the way I actually felt. And it was me not being like a person that should have like done the right thing. You're not taking responsibility for that. You're not taking responsibility for it.
Yeah, it's kind of a shitty thing to do too, but I can understand. See, I would understand if she felt awkward in that situation with another creator or like a male creator in that space type of thing. But she's specifically saying to not lose that friendship, and that's different.
Gabe's sister over me and then asked about my dating availability immediately after that ended. I tried to play it off but was uncomfortable with the whole situation. I felt like I was only important to you if I was dateable, and a backup option at that. Would I have been treated the same way as a new potential friend if I was male identifying? This is the whole reason I went to your staff in the first place and not you directly. I felt objectified by my direct experiences towards you and did not wish to repeat said experiences for the sake of my own mental health. But you implied you needed the clarification, so there
Things that can't be proven. So hearsay.
you go, buddy. At this point, I feel exacerbated with the favor I've given you and others, personally and professionally, so I'll be ending the conversation here. To remind you, I am not a third party in the situation trying to get cheap or easy views off a popular content creator. This is how Chris treated me behind my back. This is how he never owned up to those actions till I had to find out about them myself. This is how his behavior has continued. This is how the greater DA Games community could be potentially harmful to children. This is on top of Chris's misogynistic, anti-Semitic behavior that I stupidly forced myself to tolerate when he worked for me. And the fact that I have to sit here and fight and scream and kick for—
I thought he wasn't your employee. Remember what she kept saying? Remember how she's saying in and out, he wasn't my employee? I brought you as a friend?
Because he wasn't an employee because she wasn't paying him. But she doesn't pay anyone. So she has no employees.
Remember
except for the child when she's getting free work. But she never paid the child. So is she culpable for child working laws?
Yes. And he did own up to it and apologize when he was confronted with it. And because he didn't, like, you two weren't talking. And you two kind of, at that time, kind of agreed to, like, there was, like, when I don't talk to somebody, I'm not going to fucking, like I said, my name is Earl, cross you off my list. Because why would he want to make amends with you? He kind of knew the bridge was burned. And then when you come up to him about it, he is actually incredibly remorseful. Are you calling him fucking sociopathic? You weren't going to let this go regardless. You're lying.
Anyone to take this seriously is so emotionally draining, triggering, and insulting. This whole situation has been a nightmare, but I'm not going to sit here and let everyone else pretend it's just a joke out of public convenience. And I would bet good money that he's still on your payroll. I'm at a loss for words. Frankly, I do not have the patience or emotional bandwidth for your tone, your constant visualization, or to discuss this further with you at this point, for your own perceived direct benefit. To be blunt, you triggered the shit out of me, Steven, and I still tried multiple times to communicate with you, but ultimately was met with silence until now. You were screaming on Twitter like a child at me for months after trying to get any kind of internal word on Chris, and the information being in the public eye, and you still haven't fucking apologized for any of it. How do you think this makes me feel?
Why does he have to apologize? He doesn't need to tell you anything. What are you doing? You're ruining this. There are really things that Chris should answer for, and he did to you privately. The other stuff about DA Games and the server, this is what's pissing me off. The DA Games allegations, interviews with people at hand are now stuck in this fucking thing.
It feels like it takes backseat to her personal hangups.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you know how fucking... We haven't gotten to the actual allegations, right? No, we haven't.
Not Saberspark.
Not Saberspark.
We haven't even gotten to Saberspark yet.
This is like, I'm actually mad for the
almost
victims.
at it, though.
I'm actually mad for the victims of the DA Game stuff now. I am profusely frustrated. I don't think I've ever been this angry covering everything in my fucking life. You are disgusting. You are deplorable. You are self-righteous, self-serving. And I get it. Listen. If you want to get in contact, KP, I'm more than willing to reach out to you. I am more than willing to hear you out, but it will be public. It will not be one of your fucking recorded private calls. This is a public call out. You want to talk? Get on this fucking broadcast and talk. I'm sure you won't do it. You'll probably be like, oh, I'm too small. But guess what, motherfucker? Do it. Because right now, you have been incredibly disrespectful to everything. And I'm sorry. Fuck it. I'll even say this. The person who is accusing Saberspark needs to make more public than just fucking 2 cons, one of which she got the wrong... this is a fun fact for you. It wasn't 2 years. It was 2 cons in the same year. I have a problem with this because when you make anonymous claims like this, but we can't support other stuff and it's all fucking he said, she said, you delegitimize that person's actual allegations. You want to fix this video? Fucking own up to everything. Own up to everything. You want to come onto the broadcast? You and I both know people who can make that liaison happen. That person, I can get one person on my side, one person on your side, if you really want it that way. I'm like actually annoyed. I am done being nice.
But only then to even be taking it seriously because I might make a video and hurt other people's reputation really shows me how being affected by all this really matters in the long run to you. Sexual harassment, use of Nazi imagery, pedophilia, fine to sweep it on the rug, just don't...
the use of Nazi imagery was not directed towards you. I want to say what KP is doing is life ruination shit. Leaves people with no way out when they fuck up with the preemptive to destroy their careers, leaving no room for forgiveness, making victims feel less safe. Repeat that. That did give. Wait, I died. Rose, I don't know what that. Rose, you're gonna die. My brain hurts. Repeat that. Did give KP give the wrong year? No.
Did KP give the wrong year?
No. In the written statement, it has now come out, and we'll kind of go over it because the individual who's the accuser has made statements. It wasn't 2012 and 2013. It was allegedly 2 cons in 2012. They just got something incorrect. And again, that's fine. But this is why you work it out with them. Lily has falsely accused multiple people of being a Nazi, a CP haver, and a PDF. What do you mean? Yeah. None of what's happening is going on.
Don't bring it up on Twitter.
Ramesses, you bring this upon yourself.
Heart, whatever. Chris isn't the victim.
And again, don't you fucking... I hate you. I hate you with my soul because you include memes in a fucking professional call-out video saying that you're a victim. And again, he did make a joke, an off-color joke. He didn't sexually harass you to your face. He did it behind your back. It's still not right. But he apologized profusely to you. And you accepted it out of the fucking thought process of, I'm gonna get this motherfucker later. Because you weren't satisfied until he was fired and publicly shamed. You could have done that. But you didn't, because you weren't happy that when your call or your allegations or whatever the fuck wasn't taken seriously enough, you wanted him to be fired by everybody. And yes, another segment about Chris. When are we gonna get the Saberspark? Because we haven't.
Victim. Chris isn't the victim. I can't believe I have to even have this segment, but with the implication of Stevens, what are you going to do, record me comment on top of Chris's statement talking about the recording being without his knowledge? Let's just clear this up.
Saberspark doesn't want to be recorded by you. He's not talking about Chris, he's talking about you.
So firstly, as already stated, I thought it was obvious that a call-up was being recorded for safety reasons, because it's about sexual harassment. It's not like a fun call. Like, I thought it was obvious. Obviously it wasn't. This isn't just someone calling me a bitch or something, subliminally small. Like, this is someone using the fact that I am a girl as a way to negatively sexualize me to make themselves feel better? Should I have to say that's not okay?
What?
It was partially that you were a woman, but it was also partially that you were his boss and you weren't paying him.
Yeah. Why don't you include the fact that he had pay discrepancies with you? Why don't you... Okay, that's my issue. Why don't you include that he had pay discrepancies with you? Why don't you show the fact that you actually paid him? Hello, Bonk. It's nice to meet you. I wasn't planning on name-dropping you, Wolfie, but I would like for you to stop talking about me. Bonk? Hello. Nice to see you. Glad you're watching the stream. I have issues.
I was gonna say, like, she's fucking lucky Chris wasn't in California, or he could have gone to his fucking labor board and she would have been fucked.
Bonk, I have issues. When either you or I or Sophie talked, you made it a little clear that you kind of knew the how important these allegations were. In your response tweet, you said you really didn't talk to the victim that much and you directed them straight to KP. That is not how you explained it. So are you going to talk about it now? By all means, fucking comment. Because that's not how you posed it. And that's not how you've been posing it in multiple replies. Realizing why my character still can age so poorly in real time. Yeah.
Trisha Paytas is having a boy.
Congrats.
Pope Francis is here.
Francis is back. He's been resurrected.
Pope Francis is back, yeah.
No, I don't need them to come on call. I'm not going to fucking platform them. Explain. I'll let this video play. We'll go.
Additionally, this is someone I trusted enough to represent me at a convention.
I could answer questions if you like, but I'm not sure what the discrepancy is. Very clearly, you are saying that, again, you I'll pull the tweet up again because this is an actual problem that I have. Let's go. Starting from the top, now we're here. Oh, I probably still had it up. So, you say about a month ago, Saber's victim wanted to reach out to me with their story that I saw. I was managing this. Partially tied, coming forward to the story. I was handling a lot right now. Suicidal, the topic is very triggering for me on a personal level. Unfortunately, covering her story was not at the time. However, know that KP was already working on a video. So, what you're saying here is you did not also attest to the validity of the accuser's claims. But however, you are speaking on Twitter with full understanding and knowledge, like you know who the victim is, that you understand all of the claims being levied against Saberspark. That's not what you're saying here. You're backtracking. You are backtracking actively. Where is it specifically? We were not able to handle Saber's victim story personally, but I was aware that somebody else was working on the video. With their own firsthand experience to further validate it made a lot of sense to suggest it out to KP. Why did you not express that? You are talking with absolute certainty. No, that's not true. My statements do not contradict. Okay, I'll leak DMs. I don't give a fuck. Let me pull up the DM, because this is annoying now. All right, let's go. Let's go. I'll go over the DMs. I reach out to you this past Friday, which would have been... What is Friday?
Friday was the 3rd. Oh, sorry, 2nd. 2nd. Friday the 2nd.
Yeah. Listen, my friends, whatever. Good day. I represent a small commentary YouTube channel. I was wondering if you had comments regarding the recent KP video. I've seen you've made some comments publicly, but I'm curious on how the accuser in question reached out to you, or how the story was validated, and how KP got involved with this with the separate entities. You should know, covering the victim's story, the video is irrelevant to anything. It barely existed at all. I understand that, but unfortunately, it is part of the way this broke. I strive to get a fuller picture of the narrative, and this happened to be a part of it. Even if you do not wish to comment on how the story was brought to KP, I'm still curious how the individual reached out to you and how you were able to ensure its validity. The victim saw my coverage on Black Griffin, and how well the reception was to those who previously felt like they couldn't speak and wanted to reach out. This is how I know their identity and was able to judge their credibility. Where is it? Where is it now? Because now I'm like actively annoyed.
You got to scroll down. Scroll down.
Or did I do it in this one? Because I have so many of these now.
Scroll down. You didn't keep it.
Where'd I go? Am I crazy? I was not able to handle the blah 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 blah, specifically with their own firsthand experiences to further validate. You said privately you validated it already, and then you're like, oh, but I just believed them off rip. So which is it? Did you believe them off rip, or were you able? Do you not see how this is contradictory? You said you were able to validate their story and the validity of who they were. Here, you said you couldn't further validate it. Are you insane? You realize this victim is fucked now. If this person is telling the truth, you are complicit in fucking their story. And you are too stupid to see it. Like, I don't understand how you do not see that that is a blatant contradiction of statements. The DM you sent me is not consistent with this post. At all. You were suicidal. Oh my God, Sophie couldn't handle it. It was most triggering to you. So which is it? That it was triggering? I would, okay, yes, I know who they are and I trust them. I think you sound and act are acting insane.
No, he's just very disappointed in you and how you're handling this.
Yes. Yeah. I'm disappointed. You want to know why? Because I've went through your Black Griffin stuff. I actually like that document. That's hilarious. You are contradicting yourself. Oh my God. Buddy. At the Outblock, the wife of Black Griffin, Scootaloo's VA, tweeted out that this guy made inappropriate comments about the character when she was still a minor. Bonk, is that true? Bonk, is that true? The statements don't contradict. I don't know what your issue is.
Let me say plainly as someone who isn't FALGI, you lied in DMs to him, and you're saying something differently in public.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're saying? You're saying you'll lie to people behind the scenes, but you'll say the truth in public? Or you're going to say the truth behind the scenes and lie in public? Which is the truth? Which truth is the one that you want to go with? That you didn't vet them, or that you did vet them?
Yeah, listen, I'm Italian by nature. I could be calm about it.
Then. Just log off. I don't know.
I could be more calm about it, so you will listen. I'll slow down even my speech. You told me that you were able to vet this far past the idea of, I just passed it off immediately to KP. And then you were saying publicly that you and the other person that run this account were too suicidal and mentally compromised to verify further parts of the claim. I need you to understand this. I'll be a little bit nicer when I say it. I did not lie. I did not say two different stories. I vetted them. I said I wasn't going to cover the story, but I did still investigate them. Where do you say that? Where do you say that in this public speech as you were denouncing KP? Where did you say that? Would you like me to reread your statement for you? And I'll do it clearly so you understand. Because I think there's an important part where you say it. Exposure. You also knew about KP's past. Interesting how you know about KP's past dramas too, by the way. I think that's interesting. Reached out to me privately. I knew about DA games, was already very preoccupied, and it fell out of my brony fandom centric wheelhouse. Obviously, you couldn't cover the DA game stuff. That's fine. So when we were not personally able to handle the victim's story, I was aware of somebody else who already could, with their first-hand experience to further validate it. It made it suggested to reach out to KP. We were not involved any further. I did not pitch this to KP. I suggested it to the victim, and until a week and a half ago, that was it. Prior, I had left KP's server. I'll explain that in a bit when it's more relevant to. I did investigate the victim prior and had no reason to doubt them or their motives. I did not, however, have extensive conversations with them. So, what you're saying is, and Sophie had no involvement at all. So when you say, I had no, we were too mentally compromised to handle the story. We understand what the victim is. I don't know what your level of investigation is. What is your level of vetting? Knowing that the person in Saberspark went to a fucking con together? When somebody asks you, how did you vet this? And your statement is, I investigated it. And then now it's like, well, I didn't investigate it enough. You're literally saying, I like the person enough to believe them off rip. Again, this is insane. I'm telling you, this is not how you portray it to And it's not just to me. It's not how you portrayed it. Why are you the one making the public statement for the victim then? Why are you the one making the public statement for the victim? Do you understand that? When you make the public statement for the victim and then you at their throwaway Twitter, you are speaking for the victim. You are complicit in the video's creation. Why are you acting? I need you to understand this. Why are you acting like you weren't complicit in this way? Yes, like KWITE says, clarifying the metric of what you used would have made it far more trustworthy and elucidate whatever you're coming from. Yeah. I have never claimed I had physical proof. I have only claimed I believed that they're trustworthy. I investigated the victim prior and had no reason to doubt them or their motives. I am sorry. I'm incredibly sorry. But that statement that you just made actually contradicts this then. So you just believed them. Again, I'm going to highlight your own statement, and I need you to, I never claimed to have any physical proof. How do you know that the accuser is connected to Saberspark then? Because she's showing proof now. And you brought this to a person who wants to make a video on Saberspark. All of these statements are the same. They are not. No. They're not. Greg,
they are not.
Greg, they get away from me because you're the nicer one.
I don't feel very nice right now. What you're actively trying to both sides this. That's how this is coming off to me, someone who has not looked at this yet. From an outsider's perspective, looking at your Twitter account, from what you're saying, having heard allegations, passing it off to somebody else, trusting it wholeheartedly, and then saying that you investigated it, but not enough to investigate it yourself, not enough to vet it properly. How often do you do this? You've done a Black Griffin topic. I don't know who the hell that is, but FALGI said you did good on that one. How come you couldn't do this one?
Yeah.
What makes this one different? Is it KP? Is it the KP Saberspark connection?
Have you guys been taken advantage of by a YouTuber? We should, like, why aren't you coming forward with that? Like, if this is, like, legitimately, if this is triggering to you, why have you not come over with your statement? Listen, I think you did all right with it. I thought it was, the document is okay. And people are running with it. Is that going to take the guy down? I fucking know. It's not really, but. This is the same thing that happened with Slazo, yeah. Yeah. KWITE is absolutely right. I'm going to prompt you because I'm really trying to, KWITE is trying to help you. Go into detail as much as you can. The burden of proof that you felt trustworthy, even over-explain it when you can without compromising anyone. Yeah. I can apologize for being heated. I think you're all very stuck in a perspective extremely heated, but you're not open to accepting I have not done what you claimed I did.
I'm sorry. I'm just letting you know the way you're acting right now, whatever you come forward with in the future is going to be highly suspect and critically reviewed by every single person, and you are going to have a lot harder time going forward if you can't accept that you made a mistake.
Yeah.
Bro, you doing this whole, it's not me, it's everyone else. It's not doing yourself any favors right now.
I can listen. Let me teach you something real quick. I'm angry as performative nature because this is my brand. If you'd like, I could be therapist me. So bonk. Your statements do contradict to the greater audience that I have here of over 200 people, as well as to myself, the person who is presenting this information. My question to you is this. Can you fully explain, without compromising this person, that you vetted them enough that you felt like this was appropriate? because you talk with certainty in other spots. Okay. I see. I see. I'm sorry that you feel that way. I truly am. I'm not putting things that I have chosen for you. If you can show with evidence that I'm wrong, I'd love it. But right now, I don't. And I still believe the accuser exists. There are other people that have confirmed it. But I really think that this is very sad. It's actually really, really sad. And I feel bad for this accuser. If this person really experienced this, which again, there's a little holes in their story either. There's the obvious glaring issue of them having a crush on Saberspark that they are obvious to, but say that Saberspark is the one that took advantage of it. I'm going to be very honest. It's not a great look. And I'm very sorry. I've only ever claimed that I believe and trust the victim. I never once claimed that I had information that I was withholding. That's not true, because you know the victim. No, that's not true. Remember, because you heard the story and you investigated the victim enough to believe that the correlation was there. Your statement is, okay, brother or woman, whomever you are. I have your statement up here. I have your statement from the DMs. I'm just going to ask one more time. How did you fully vet this person? Because you come off with an air of authority that I don't think you may or may not have right now. And I'm trying, I'm going to, like I said, the anger thing is performative. I can be calm. And I do think that this victim's story is screwed now. And it's actually really sad. Yeah. And I kind of agree with Sai. Like, there's an ego issue. And the victim said that she spoke with a trusted friend who knows Bonk.
Is that Amy New?
Is that the individual, the VA person who knows you? Is that who it is? Listen, if that is your evidence, if that person vets it and you went off a testimony alone, like, can you? Lost in the World, thank you for the 5.
I'll be blunt. You messed up. And your reluctance to even listen to how you did puts everything you've done into question.
By looking through their account, there was no reason to believe false claims is something that's aligned with their existing posts or that they're seeking attention. They've existed in these spaces.
That's not always how the internet works, though.
That's not how the internet works. It's a very naive way to look at it. Again, yeah, they're in the fandom. Apparently, they're in a video that they have now kind of confirmed who they are. Not the first time they've gone by testimony alone, so it wouldn't be... Again, like, this is the problem. I
want to point out, it's not just Bonk. It's a lot of people that do this across a lot of different...
Yes.
I don't want to say dramas, but a lot of different communities, too.
Not to belabor the point, allegedly the victim is in a con video, from what I understand. It's posted on the Reddit. I believe Gamma covered it. We'll probably try to get to that video. Again, don't want to belabor the point because yeah. As Quite says, would you say that it's fair to characterize your argument as there was a good reason for doubt from your perspective, or so you believe them what they told you? Yeah, like no good reason to doubt them. Let me know if any of us are missing something. That is a really good question. I know it's not definitive. I've never claimed anything above believing them and having looked into them that led me to believing them.
But the statements could have said, I believe the victim in this case. Or I believe.
There's like a difference between an investigation and believing. An
Yeah.
investigation demands like evidence. You have physical things that can prove this. Believing someone isn't an investigation.
You can believe a victim, but still ask for proof.
I've had someone come to me about a very big, huge story, and I don't believe them for shit because I can't vet it. Yeah. But, like, I think you are now getting somewhere. Like, you know what? I'm going to tell you this right now. I'm with you on this. And Quite's right. Is that why you didn't want to pursue it as the guy breaking it? It's okay. Like, listen, I actually really accept your statement. And listen, we'll wait. We'll listen. I don't want to detract from you. I actually think that what you're saying is very important. I think Quite is absolutely correct that you are getting somewhere. I did not want to break it because I was not mentally well at the time. Okay. So let me ask you this then. Were you yourself able to ever verify or no? And it's okay if you don't. I just want to be honest. Were you able to verify that these two met in person outside of a trusted person's testimony? And again, I won't make fun of you for struggling with your mental health. I just need to know this. Outside of the testimony of someone you may have trusted and looking through their profile, did they show you any proof of the correspondence with Saberspark? Specifically, I know the Skype DMs are deleted. I understand that. But did they show you any other correspondence or any other evidence that would have connected this? Because again, I agree with you that, KP, I know they have a picture together. I've seen it, but I cannot share it. Greg, do you have the Gamma thread on RIP? Could you find that for me?
Believe so. Let me see if I can.
Yeah. Because I'm gonna ask you a question. Bonk, I'm being legit with you. I'm not mad at you. I'm not disappointed in you. I do think you got wrapped into something. You and your friend got wrapped into something over your head. But I'm gonna grab a picture and if you can confirm or deny, I guess that's the point that we have. Because if I can confirm it, you're not sharing it. Because a lot of people have come forward with a picture. That's like specifically related. And again, I want to express this to everybody in chat as well. Be as respectful as you could possibly be. I understand, like, we're not going to fucking attack this person. I want to be very clear. My performativeness aside. But the picture is the only evidence that you have. And then somebody else's testimony. You are accusing somebody of rape. You are, let me rephrase that. You are backing the accusation that this man raped somebody. Gamma said he can't know for sure the girl in the pic is the alleged victim. Yeah, I know. I guess you don't have to confirm or deny. That's fair. Though I know that she references something in regards to it. But yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Again, Gamma is another streamer in the space. They make some good videos. Yes, I am backing an alleged victim. No, I understand that. I understand that. I'm not taking that away from you. But if you were not witness to the evidence that maybe KP would have had, I do think that this would have been very dangerous to place your name on. And again, I'm not mad with you. I don't know you, so being disappointed in you is probably inappropriate. I don't take pity on you. That's also inappropriate. But I do want you to understand that the picture alone doesn't 100% like do they. You told me I contradicted my statements. You told me I lied. But ultimately, we have just different interpretations of what investigating means. I'm going to be honest with you and truthful. No. You and I don't have different interpretations of what investigating means. You and the internet have different interpretations of what investigating means.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to say that. When you bring allegations of this nature, there is a standard. I'm being honest with you. There is a standard when you bring very serious allegations like this. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and as Quite says, we understand, and I agree with what Quite is saying. I definitely agree that you wanted to hand this off because you were in a bad mental spot. I get that, and you vetted it to your best of your abilities, but it needs to be very sure because of the credibility, as well as the rest of the research, which we can't see. And I think that's the issue. If you say, listen, I'm not going to put words in your mouth. I'm not going to do that. It's. Thank you, Greg. You know, if that I don't. You know what? I'm not even gonna. So this is a picture that's floating around, and apparently one of these podcasts are referenced. I'm not gonna ask directly if this is the person, but is this a similar picture that you were handed? You don't even have to confirm that this is the person. Is this a similar picture? You want to confirm this is the person? I actually don't want that. I think the person should have come forward. But you have to understand that, like, when people say research or investigation, there are a lot of familiar names in this chat, and it's not a big group. Many people here have harassed me, and it's not a sense of criticizing me harshly, but actual harassment. I don't trust this community. You don't know me from Shit the Shinola. We do not cover ACC animation stuff very often. It's something that we touch here and there. I am asking you. I don't know people in chat. There's a lot of new faces in chat. I could tell you right now there's a lot of new faces in chat, and I don't know you specifically. That's fine. That's fine. But I'm coming at you very calmly and politely. Again, anger is performative stuff. What I'm asking you, right, is very simply, do you see what people are understanding? And what, because this chat is not just reflective of us and people who who may have or may not harassed you. This chat is emblematic of a greater commentary community at large who is supposed to believe this statement. No. Again, I don't care about the again, I don't want anybody to be sued. But I think that, and I'm trying to give you a lot of grace, man. Victim is not in the picture. Thank you. That's fair. But this is a similar picture that you would have gotten. Was this a similar picture you got? Or is there like a private picture between them? Like more private than this? Like far more private than this?
Are you saying like, is it the photo like as in similar as in like a public con photo?
Yes. Like,
Okay.
is it a photo that was taken in like a con booth, or was this at like a dinner, something like that, or it's them by themselves with friends? Yeah. 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 I did not ask for private photos. Anything I saw was posted publicly. Okay. 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 I'll ask you this. I can't even ask this because I actually I don't want the victim to be like kind of like exploded for. But like, was there Twitter correspondence at least between Saberspark and this person? I'm asking legitimately. Like, you know, just like Quite is saying, like I'm taking at your word that your investigation and stuff. But again, I'm not insulting you. I'm just saying that I think that like maybe, just maybe, this needed a little bit more time and dedication. And passing off somebody else's research, and I can hold to the fact. Yes, the alleged victim has only at this time showed they went to the same con at one point, or a con at one point. Yes. Again, I don't want. There's more info I get. The more info I give, the more people will be able to piece things together. I don't want to say anything the victim does not approve of. Okay? Guys, be chill. Be chill. It's okay. Just be chill. I will say this to you, Bonk. Again, I'm being very genuine when I say this. I think that this was handled very poorly. And I don't think it's just on KP alone. I do think that there's a level of responsibility you need to take. I think the issue is Bonk is afraid that the victims will be found out and forced to come out like Sophie was for the Griffin stuff. Potentially. I listen, I get you. But I think, personally, because it does feel like you're throwing a lot of shame and shade toward KP's way, I think that there's a level of responsibility that's not fully being taken by just saying, yeah, I looked at their public profile, and I don't think that this would have been their character. That's just me, okay? Because, and I will admit, you did change, like, and I get it. Maybe KP didn't show you everything, but
she didn't show everyone.
Yeah.
She didn't show anyone everything.
Yeah. And Destiny, one of Griffin's victims, was outed by someone who figured it out who she was and harassed constantly. I do not want this for the victim. That's fair. Okay? That's actually fair. We don't want that. I actually don't want that either. I'll be very honest. But my question to you is this, because I will finish the video tonight. This is going to be a very long stream, chat. I apologize. But my question to you is this. Do you think that you maybe jumped the gun? Yeah, unfortunately, the victims are already in that position now. People are going to try to find them. They're also going to find them now their friend has spoken up about it. I don't want to see any victims harmed, but again, yeah, we're just frustrated with the vetting process. I think that that's ultimately because the vetting process isn't good enough, and it sucks to say that. And I'm sorry. Okay? So I will give you the time to speak. Things like that. KP, what am I seeing here? Okay. I have gotten some screenshots. And I think, yeah. So I'm going to move on with some screenshots that paint this a lot worse. Again, Bonk, if you're listening to this, you're still in the chat. I'm not mad with you. Again. But I do think that your statement does lack a level of accountability and transparency that you had in and when you had with the authority of your previous posts. I'm going to try to do this in the order that I can. KJ, I don't know about this picture. I don't want to share this picture. Yeah. We knew that the people were getting involved want to figure out who she was by the nature of how so serious it was, but the easier it is, the higher chance it goes up and with less doubt. Yeah. And again, I'll say this to you, Bonk. You're actually in this chat. Courtney and KP are not in this chat. I don't see them. You're here. Well, I may not agree with all your takes, and I think you need to hold a higher standard of accountability for yourself. But you're here. I can respect that. I can actually respect that. Like, fully and all honestly, I agree with Quite. I can respect it. This is KP's face. Okay, she shares her face. I know she's public online. But I can respect it. So these are some things I guess are coming out of KP's server that I will have to now address because this is from November of last year. Regarding Mad, he's taking misinformation and running with it constantly. Seems like the dude has some word grievance bottled up to blank. KP goes on to say, I believe he got jealous of my acquaintanceship with Courtney at this time, and mad I didn't ban someone on his preferences. I honestly believe he had feelings for me. This is Sai's server? Interesting. Thank you. Because it makes no other sense. So again, yeah, I just got this. This was just passed to me. So again, she continues, the KP is continuing to claim people are romantically interested in her. I believe motherfuckers had a real crush on you. How do you know the singularity? Unfortunately, luck with people. I do not expect, people don't expect me to be pretty IRL and think I'm one of the boys and try to woo me. Saberspark tried. Okay. Saberspark tried. I'm not secret that I can't stand Saberspark. People expect me. Okay, and then she has a fucking list and then shares her face. Bonk, if you're still in the chat, I hope this teaches you that you need to vet the people you pass info to. Like, hard vet them. We're going to finally get to the Saberspark allegations.
7 hours later.
But this is a woman with literal... I'm not going to lie to you. This is a woman with a fucking axe to grind.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah. And people fuck up. Listen, I get it. People do fuck up. Again, I'll say it again. I want to give a shout out to Bonk for actually being in chat I don't know if he's going to, I don't know if they, or Sophie are going to watch the rest of this stream. But if you do, I want you to stick around for it. I think it's important. I know that now, but the victim doesn't. They aren't just a Saber hater. Again, I don't believe that either. But there are issues with their testimony that I'm going to be honest about. Okay? So here we go.
This isn't just some rando being a dick because he's mad at me for existing on the internet. I think that's why this sucks a little bit more.
Figures, because bitches love bringing up old stuff.
Something else to keep in mind is the loss of reputation, which is hard to recover from. How do the receivers of the story, knowing that it's false or not, going to feel about the person who the story is being told about? I didn't know this was happening, and I can't defend myself for my reputation if I'm not there. If Will was a collaborator I was interested in working with at the time, he would definitely have negative feelings about working with me now. What happens if the story spreads or even becomes distorted through a game of telephone and changes depending on the teller? First impressions can last months or even years, and will psychologically affect personal treatment and ideals.
Yeah, the cutaway choice was insane, wasn't it? This is a choice.
It's almost like it's 2 hours of nothing but bad cutaway choices.
Yep. Yes, please like and subscribe, chat. Listen, if you like what we do here, when we try to vet things live, we try to at least do right by people, please like, subscribe. Thank you, thank you.
Of contrary evidence. See, the political landscape. This is not something Chris came to me about after it happening. We seemingly had a decent rapport up to this point. Chris could have admitted this happened years ago, and I would have still been pissed, but at least he would have owned up to it.
You did not have a decent rapport. You didn't have a decent rapport. You shit-talked him. You didn't have a decent rapport. Be honest. You were mad that he worked for DA Games. Come on.
Apology, but instead, I had to hear it from a witness. It makes me feel like crap. It makes me feel like my personal comfort, safety, and privacy is less important than convenience or the bro code. At the same point, I want to analyze the implications of mistreatment. Like, if Chris really felt this way, I don't know why it didn't come up at that moment he was making those jokes, or after, or even when I confronted him.
Bonk, that's fine. Thank you for being here. I hope, hey, for what it's worth, I hope mentally you do okay. Take care of yourself, seriously. A reminder that this drama ranges from 10 to 13 years old. This drama is almost too old for Will Ryan. Yes, indeed.
It came up on an apology statement as a vague reference. This is actual sexualized art, a sexualized story, buying me a Discord figure years ago. And he also made comments on my body when I did the ice bucket challenge. So 3 sex things plus a potential romantic gesture. Chris may be a bit bitter because I didn't reciprocate romantic feelings or something.
Not the
Turns out
body,
ending for free isn't a winning strategy for dating KP.
Where did he do that though? Is this all hearsay? Come on, you can't stop doing hearsay.
These allegations are massive.
Yes.
Thank you. If there's comments, rude comments or otherwise, if you have them, you could show them here. You're showing a million cutaway gags. You could show.
Yep.
You could show him saying a shitty comment.
And like I said, and if you've come into the chat, I know some of the people who were in the part of the DA Games allegations are here. Like I said, if you want to speak out, I am here for you. We'll redo your interview, obviously.
What?
Then things got worse.
Hi, I'm Courtney. You may know me as Pete or Orchard, but honestly, call me what you like. KP reached out to me a few weeks ago asking me to cover the Gabe story in more detail, as she was busy working on this video here, and I unfortunately have a fair share of experience with recognizing online grooming, and am pretty unashamed in speaking out loudly against it. Gabriel C. Brown, also known as Black Griffin Online, has had growing speculations and concerns regarding his relationship with his now wife and voice actress of Sweetie Belle on My Little Pony. From most accounts, it looks as if Gabe had groomed his now wife from the time she was 14.
They met when she was 15, 16. The 14 is an incorrect date. 14 is an incorrect age, from what I can tell. Already incorrect statement. Also missing the context that they were all together because what their mutual friend's mom.
There's nothing wrong with admitting your faults. Those who don't refuse to grow, don't refuse to grow. Bonk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lost. We're still not on Saberspark yet.
The mom. You're talking about the mom.
Yes, the mom. The mom. This girl's mom, I can't remember her fucking name. We'll go into it, the video. Paired these 3 together at cons. They were a package deal. You leaving that out is actually terrible because you're leaving out like the most important part, that this whole thing is a problem.
After their announced engagement and subsequent marriage, Gabe faced growing accusations online of grooming his wife. He dismissed the accusations under the guise that he had not known her prior to her being 20, and any interactions they did have while she was a minor were strictly professional and in convention spaces only.
Correction. They were not friends until they were 20. Very important correction. Not that he didn't know who she was and it was strictly professional, which it wasn't. I want to make that very clear. But that they were not friends until she was of age. Very important.
A Google document has since been created, compiling evidence from Gabe and his wife's own Twitter and YouTube accounts, proving these dismissals to be false, as well as proving multiple other instances of Gabe showcasing problematic behavior.
Fun fact, you see this? You see this, by the way? Do you want to know who else is in this video? This video that she's showing on screen, because it's from a brony thing? Ah. Would it be KP is in this video? Yes, indeed, because it's from a brony fandom video. Yes, Black Griffin and his wife toured in 2015. They had the same, similar management at the time. You can grab it. I mean, she's in the video. Wait, Limo, no shot? Okay, Killjoy, grab the video. Let's do it. Let's show. And again, I want to make it very clear. This is clearly an edited together video where they're doing black caricatures. Fucking abhorrent, by the way.
Look at the names.
Yes, they are Latoya. Yes, it is Latoya Alufa Williamson and somebody else. We'll get there.
That's crazy.
Wow.
I've covered the topic in a little more depth in an hour-long video on my channel, which will no doubt be linked in the description below. Anyway, I'm sprinkled throughout this video a few times.
You're not sprinkling.
Oh, yeah. Did you explain who Courtney was again, now that we're at the 7-hour mark?
Anybody want to take a break and teeter-totter with me?
Okay, so for those who don't know, Courtney is the sister of Lily Orchard, who has been assaulted by Lily Orchard in the history, sexually assaulted, things like that. I'm not going to go into too deep a detail because I have to rip Lily apart later. But, I'm losing my mind. Okay. Again, you should... and I see it in the chat, guys. I'm just going to say it now. Bonk came in. I want to make this very clear. But Bonk came in and tried to explain their position. And they were at least open to the fact that we have disagreements on the idea of research. Now, I do think that their version is anemic and very poor and bad and not good. But I'm not going to sit here and say that they don't have the opportunity to grow and change.
Girl, what you doing on the teeter-totter? What's your lazy...
Was I?
That's it!
Oh, hey, look. Is there other people?
How did she not feel that?
I wonder who this is. Wonder who this is. And I wonder who they are. Oh, no. Let's go back. Let's go back.
What I want to play is watch the muffin disappear.
Huh. Interesting. Is this not the person who's being accused of a groomer? And now his wife. Again, they definitely knew each other and were friendly with each other. Huh. I wonder who's in this video. Oh, is it both of these people? Are you in this video? Again, want to make it very clear that these are clearly recordings outside of things. But you were okay being in this video and never called out the clearly racist caricatures. Really weird, huh? Yeah, what's up?
I have to be at work tomorrow.
Oh,
I had to duck out, guys.
It's okay, buddy.
Good night, Q.
Good night, Q. You're the best,
I have
buddy.
to go eepy.
Go eepy to sleepy. I'm angry.
Eepy to sleepy. I know. I will listen to you be angry before I fall asleep.
Yep.
Well, sleep to the start of my anger.
Good night, chat.
Good night, bud.
Good night.
Again, the fact that she has collabed with them in any capacity should have immediately been disclosed. You know, I took a dinner hours ago, and I have not warmed it up. I haven't eaten.
Oh, man.
It's okay. It's fine. Again, the fact that they've collabed in any capacity should be disclosed. Curious how it's not. Curious how it's not. But
So I shall see you all in
curious
my
how
next segment.
Courtney takes over this. Put me in, coach. I'll sit in the call. Quite. You can come in. Are you in our Discord, by the way? I don't know. Are you actually in our Discord? Somebody give Quite the Discord.
Is any of the mods awake to keep the Discord?
Fucking add me. Wait. Oh wait, I can add you as a friend because we have mutuals involved. Oh wait, we have Diesel's Discord. What am I, stupid?
It's okay.
Holy shit. Oh yeah, how do I do this? At Quite? How do I don't know how to fucking do this thing. How do
I can invite him. There we go.
Yeah.
Invite.
Oh Lord.
You can hop in general, or if you can see waiting, he'll get the call later.
Add his friend. I'll make sure you get the creator tag now.
There he is. I'm grabbing him. Hello.
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 Welcome.
Welcome.
Oh, this is gonna go really well, I'm sure. You share screening this?
Yeah. It's
all right, I'm watching. I got it pulled up.
You have to mute Falgi because of the way he has this set up.
Oh, the slop father.
Oh yeah, unfortunately. I got allegations on me apparently.
Trans Ultron.
Trans Ultron is great.
Sorry, I forgot that.
No.
I didn't realize you guys use Fuji.
We're keeping it.
No, I'm not to be clear, I'm not changing it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. All right, let's get into this fucking mess. Okay.
I became a fan of Saberspark when I was in high school when I found his essay titled Ballad of the Brony in 2011. After graduating and turning 18, I added him on Skype to tell him I was a big fan of his. He added me back almost
Is
instantly.
this is
and we had
being
a
read
conversation
or if
ending
this
with him
is
giving me
them?
So
this is read by Beefomets.
Yeah. Beefomets, I guess, is a
Awesome
different
stuff.
person. Yeah. They're like a different person.
Okay, so someone's doing the voice work. That's
yes. They got I don't know how long you've been in chat for this, but oh no, you sped up. But like yes, like June the King.
Sped up, didn't read chat too much.
June the King was in this video, and other.
Yeah,
and
it has the cameos.
Yeah, the cameos
which
are wild.
Fucking animation Avengers, I guess. I don't know.
I was just about to say this feels like a terrible Marvel movie. This feels like the worst Marvel movie, and they're just all sex pests.
To be fair, I didn't say that. You said that.
I did. I don't give a shit. I'll say it.
Like the phrasing makes it sound like the features were the sex pests, and that's not great.
Why are you saying about June the King? I just heard about him today.
Like, I think that's a bad way to say that.
You joined the wrong call.
Fuck, you're right. Oh, no.
People probably look at me sideways for getting in Diesel streams. I'm not too worried.
Oh, that's awesome. Let's go.
His phone number, which was a really big deal to me at the time since this was the first time interacting with any sort of celebrity. I had developed a parasocial crush on him due to being starstruck, which was something he was aware of. We would talk on Skype and text each other semi-frequently leading up to the first time meeting him. In 2012, I went to my first pony convention.
I want to say something very clear before I go on to this, because this is the problem, unfortunately, with the level of the allegations being levied. Saberspark was not a 2 million sub channel at the time. He was proverbially a brony glub shitto. His...
I'd say anything. That's like
the worst. That's the worst title you can give anybody.
I gotta say this so people understand. He didn't get 100K subs until he was famous back then in the brony community. You guys don't. It means nothing. Am I you guys are micro celebs?
I mean,
derogatory.
Wrong question to ask. Wrong question to ask, IMO. Was it substantial enough? It's like, I don't know. Like if he had an audience, but also, I didn't say anything.
I think my whole thing is, and this is my issue. He is going to be judged by the 2 million subs to the community at large.
Yep.
And not the brony infamy that he had. That's the issue I have.
This is the only comparison I'm going to draw to myself during this because I do not want to dig into that bag with something like this.
Oh, boy.
But it's like person who said the thing I did, fucking, it was like before I had anything, and then they did like use similar framing. So
Yeah, we're not. I won't go into that.
not that bad. Not that bad.
Yeah.
It goes both ways, I suppose, is like the real takeaway.
Yeah, I agree. I 100% agree. All right, let's get back to. Oh, yeah.
Aerodynamics
This was
are
my first
awesome.
time ever traveling by myself and was soon
Why did you say that? Ah! I'm gonna scratch out. I can't believe that phrase. Oh! Does Saber got any deleted vids from 2012?
I'm not looking.
I'm not.
Yeah, I don't know how to tell.
Allegedly there are. Again, allegedly
Man,
there are, but
y'all don't get to see what I made when I was 12. Fuck y'all.
Man, I delete all my old videos because I thought they were cringe. I have more delete videos on my OG channel than I have videos on it.
I'm just not on the internet. I hate to tell you this. I'm literally an old man who's here.
My current YouTube channel was made in 2012.
How does that
That's
make you feel?
I think mine is like
Storied?
18 years old.
I don't know when this one was made. I'm not entirely sure. Because I didn't subscribe to people for the longest time on YouTube.
That's fair. I'm going to stop sidetracking because it's easy to fall down that.
Ah, you're fine.
us became friends. When I met up with him in person, he invited me to his hotel room and he showed me the video he was editing on his laptop, causing me to internally geek out. I was really nervous being alone in a hotel with someone I was a huge fan of and had a crush on, but I tried to play it cool. He was 4 to 5 years older than me, making me feel more nervous and out of place. He would bring up the prospects of the two of us dating and how it didn't feel right for us to do so. After that, he almost immediately initiated.
But why? Why would he bring up the... Oh, God, I have to say this. You're 18 years old. Okay. So when we talk... Okay, we're talking about fan stuff. We're talking about parasociality. You met up. You were friends. Why he brought you to his room? You had a crush on him. He is talking about you two dating. Why would he do that? I'm sorry, but why would he do that? If not, that was a topic of discussion elsewhere. I hate this. I fucking hate picking apart these things. Ugh.
Making out with me and guided me to his bed. In this moment, he did not directly ask me for consent. I was thrown onto his bed and he would insert himself into me. Saberspark was also significantly larger than me, as I was an 80-something pound 18-year-old girl, so I physically could not stop him. I felt extremely nervous and uncomfortable because I had never experienced having any sort of sexual intimacy with someone I was not dating before, much less someone I just met. I was very new to meeting people online in general. At that moment, I lay there dissociating, as I felt very wrong while trying to rationalize it in my head to convince myself it was a safe and normal encounter. He brushed off the clean and finished himself and came back to the bed and offered me a handshake, saying, "Friends, this would cause me for the..."
What the fuck?
Oh God.
Did he see the relationship as friends with benefits and she didn't?
I don't know. But because that's the other thing, and Sai kind of points it out. It's like they're and I hate doing this.
Hey,
I fucking hate doing this. But there's steps missing. Because was the makeout non-consensual? Or was the sex we're gonna get into a consent discussion because it's actually in this video. There is a whole parasocial consent discussion in this video. I will couch this and wait for it.
For the rest of the event to feel that I was taken advantage of and ashamed of myself for not trying to stop the interaction. Though I tried pretending I was fine to everyone around me, I was and still am demisexual, and being put in that position was not something I wanted. I maintained the friendship until a second occurrence happening at a completely different point.
But why? Okay, but I gotta stop this because I'm annoyed, and
So, Brewster in chat said this is apparently the only section the victim saw.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think Bonk also confirmed that.
Or not necessarily the full amount, just a small section. We can assume it's this end part, yeah.
Of the reading of it, yeah.
I would assume the most amount just for charitability.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not blaming the... I hate to say... I'm not blaming the victim... well, I don't hate to say this. I'm not blaming the victim for the video. I want to make this very clear. The problem I have is levels of their statement. Also knowing that, according to Bonk, in screenshots, KP assisted in writing statements for people or writing like a weird press release thing that they should put out.
This all started when we let liberals start making commentary videos, man.
Fuck, you're right.
Oh,
We used to listen,
Just
chat.
kill
We used to
myself.
just like. Oh, I was gonna say something crazy.
You either used to be racist or woke. What happened?
We used to suck and fuck behind closed doors, chat. What happened?
Vosh happened.
What?
I don't know.
A Q&A. This was the video
Sentences were
schedule?
spoken.
Expose themed short? They were gonna do a full
Tomorrow.
Q&A.
Tomorrow we have a.
They were gonna do
Well,
a
I don't
full
know.
fucking Q&A on this?
There's no way this is coming out tomorrow.
I think it's been pretty obvious that like I've been keeping this closer to the chest than maybe I would with someone else, because don't want to push down too hard.
Yeah.
That's insane.
He's like, hey, do you want to hear this wacky sex assault clip from my fucking exposed video? Like,
Not even
fuck?
just like the short. It's like multitude release. It's like somebody said in chat, like the point of the video is to get views. Yeah, like no shit. It's like, to me, the timeline. Like that's like that part.
Was this the Avengers? Like freaking Marvel's?
But like
This is something fucking Raycon gives to you and says this is when you have to post the fucking things.
That's what I'm saying.
This is a sponsored dog.
Sponsor upload doc.
Okay, Christ. This fucking rape allegation sponsored by P. Diddy.
Better Health.
Like, what the fuck? She pings everyone in her Discord with a new oh, yeah. Oh, Bonk, I'm sorry. Another came forward talking about how they were roommates with the victim and experienced their crying retelling of the assault at the con it happened at. Thank you.
No, wait. No, that's not. No, that's real. I didn't read the whole screenshot. Someone said other videos in production after.
Yeah.
Okay, no, like
Discord.
when you do this shit, if it's not your normal thing, you got no other plans until it's done, dog.
Again, sexual assault Q&A, miscellaneous Q&A. What the fuck would the Q&A be about?
Q&A, I can understand, like trying to clear up misconceptions, assuming it had gone well.
But the problem is you would have to have the victim involved in that Q&A. You would have to out the victim at that point.
You can't answer questions.
The
for
best
victim on the
comparison I
victim
can make, I agree, but the best comparison I can make is like Content Deputy in its prime.
Yeah.
Where it's like,
Oh.
you know what I'm saying? Like,
Ethan Assad Destiny. Ethan Assad Destiny. Bonk, you're back.
What? Take this down!
Bonk, because you're here. Did you know about this? This Q&A?
I thought Bonk was gone.
No, Bonk came
They just
back.
came back.
Bonk came back to say that there were other allegations, which I know are out. We have them.
We got a guy in the chair.
Yeah.
Bonk says no, I didn't.
This is what I'm saying. Like, again, I do think that you had well intentions. There are holes in the story. I'm gonna be honest. But
I'm gonna, Falgim, I'm gonna ask you personally to be charitable. Like post Lazo shit, it's hard for me not to feel for someone like even remotely close to that position. Not nice, but
I was just about to say that. I was just about to say what I'm charitable about is that I don't think. I think you chose the wrong person, dude. I personally believe you need to.
You probably hurt your own ability to get closure on this, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't heard of KP before today. Like, this is just poor practice.
Yeah.
Like, it's rough.
Yeah, and I need you to understand the reason why I kind of came to you and said that, like, it's not mine and your definition of investigating, but the larger internet at large, is because everyone is going to lump you with KP. Everyone is going to lump you now. Like, straight up. And I'm sorry. I really am. But everyone's going to lump the fact that all of this happened and you sent this, you sent them to her.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't think a Q&A is necessarily bad if they can't speak with a victim. There are a lot of other things that people might have wanted questions to. Still, a Q&A would have... Yeah.
You can just say it couldn't be bad. You don't have to couch it.
I wouldn't couch it, dude. I wouldn't.
I don't think it-
KP isn't on your side in this. She's
Had
on
she
her own
covered it
side.
well,
Yeah.
had she like done it right the first time, I think you earned yourself the credibility to like respond to some common queries.
Yeah.
Like, but you you either need to have that reputation already, where if you made a mistake, people are willing to hear you out. Like, what went wrong in the process, or what did we miss? But if you don't have that, you need to knock it out the park the first time you do it, and you need to prove that you came at it with the right intentions, without a doubt.
Yeah.
You can't
It's
miss
tough.
with stuff like this.
No, you can't.
It's sensitive. It sucks. It's why I stopped doing it. Like, it's hard.
Yeah.
Like
I don't.
I empathize with that part of like the process, the difficulty, but like it still has real world effects, firsthand experience. Fucking
Yeah. Well, I think that, but that's the issue is that like, in void of a Q&A could be good, but not one. But like, yes, I agree with you. The problem is, and this is where I will disagree with Quite. The problem is that you do need, like, the victim has to come forward. The victim had to have been comfortable to go forward for a Q&A. Because how is the victim going to respond to when people have questions about their statement? A throwaway account is not good enough.
I'll say it depends on how well you can tie up things while they're anonymous, which is like you're like for your first time, you're making the needle you have to thread harder and harder and harder. Where it's like, at this point, if you're planning with this, is this something you should be taking on?
Yeah.
Like, and that's assuming the best of intentions from KP.
Yeah, and Killjoy's kind of right. There really shouldn't be questions when you when you make an expose, because all the questions are supposed to be answered. It's supposed to be on Saberspark to do that. So I said this with the fucking dog pack shit, even though he's dog shit, and Mr. Beast is gonna. I have no doubt that Mr. Beast has sued him, and he's somewhere in Guatemala right now in a fucking labor camp. The right way to do these things sometimes is to withhold information until the person you're accusing makes a public statement, because if your shit is airclad tight, they have to continually explain more and more. You know who did this very well? Alice from I'm Alex. Yeah, she probably should have addressed a lot. The telling Alex he should have fought his telling Alex verbatim, you should have fought the guy that sexually assaulted you harder, is insane. But she came with all the fucking receipts because she knew that motherfucker would try to come back. Every fucking receipt. What? Do it quite. Let it flow through you.
No. What, you think this is my first time doing this shit? No.
I know.
I believe in you.
He's quite as sharp at us through it all. But yeah, it's just like that's just how it is. And I think that, like, again, I think you did come at this with the best intentions. I will give you came at this with the best intentions. But like, this is crazy. Gross. No, Dogpack is still alive somewhere. He's smoking weed. He's on his
man.
Dogpack is somewhere sitting in a Cayman Islands with
He's too white of an American national for a deportation, dog. I'm sorry. It's not happening.
That's real.
I'm just reminded of like
they'll take the brown babies, they won't take the white man.
Nope.
Why
do you think Jake Whittle is
not the
still
type
around?
of stream? Not the type of stream.
Oh, you can say whatever the fuck you want. Go for it.
Well, I'm not going to say whatever the fuck I want.
But
I know what it means being here, dog. Don't worry.
No, you're fine.
I like FALGI and the whole crew. Like fucking
wow.
like Ash Gray. Like y'all are cool.
Wow.
I think.
He said my name, you guys.
Oh, thank you very much, Quite.
I got back from, I saw like Kendrick in the Rain yesterday.
Oh.
And then I came to this, and pretty good follow up.
Nice.
I can't believe we're your Kendrick after party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think if people knew who the victim was.
What are your thoughts on GNX?
I really like it. It's not my favorite album of his, but like
fair.
he like I don't know, man. He's got like pop instincts in a way you wouldn't expect from the dude. Let's not blow on that though, because there's a point to the stream and it's been 8 hours for y'all.
Yeah, I know.
I think if people knew who the victim was, they'd believe her instantly. But I did look into more than just the surface level.
I like also understand like why she doesn't want to come forward, but also it's like it just becomes that much harder.
Yeah.
Like if you're gonna go public but not go public, like you've made the hardest way to do this for yourself.
Yeah.
At least in one angle. Maybe the privacy you have outside of looking at Twitter is worth more than like what I can understand, but it's it makes the rhetoric the hardest to shape. You know what I mean? If it like assuming it's true, like it's this is the hardest way to make this argument. Like fucking Diddy accusers. The law is most likely not going to keep them anonymous. They're going to require they show up in court. Like this stuff is just I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying it's real. I'm not saying like it's done for any specific reason. It is just objectively the hardest way to do this.
And the unfortunate reality is like, and I hate to say this, but it's part of things like our channel is to understand allegations, not necessarily pick them apart, but identify ways that the opposition would attack it. And I think at this point, and I hate to say this person deserves their privacy if all this is factual and true. But unfortunately, like it is the worst way to go about it. And now it's couched in a deleted video that was a personal hit piece.
Full of personal gripes.
Yeah.
The best chance you have is the first time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Every time. Check the stream. Check the other. There's more. Oh, well, you know what? That's funny. To be fair, that's funny. Here you go. This.
That's for you.
Embray, you're so great.
Embray, that's hilarious.
Can you say slurs on YouTube yet? This is already going yellow, right?
Yeah, probably.
Oh.
All right, I'm gonna save that.
Is this whose home is this? Queso?
That's Queso. That's Queso. Because Queso held a cup with him with like a queso face and the flag background.
Oh my god!
Yo, work fucking fast, dude.
Yeah. Oh, my community is crazy.
Queso, who also says Kendrick is overrated.
No.
Overrated is a fallacy of a term.
All right, let's go. Let's try to get through this again.
Please.
In 2013. This time we met in a public space, but had no one around and talked for a while. He kept bringing up the prospects of us starting a relationship, but how it felt wrong. He would grab my hand saying how it felt so right, only to push my hand away saying, but so wrong. I had decided that my crush on him was something I needed to get over because I felt that my emotions were being toyed with. He then suggested going to a more public space around others, and we went into the elevator to go up to the lobby of the PonyCon Hotel. As soon as the door closed, Saberspark forcefully shoved me against the wall and shoved his tongue down my throat. It scared me and actually hurt, triggering another attack of dissociation. Once again, he did not ask for consent when throwing me into this situation. Once the doors opened and people were present, this led me to feel very embarrassed. He got off me and took my hand and guided me towards the stairs to go back down to where we just were and into a men's restroom where he pulled his pants down and guided my hands and head to perform oral sex on him. I was afraid of denying him because of past experiences with sexual assault, so I did it to get it over with without wanting to cause a problem. Where he would ejaculate on my face, apologize profusely, and then...
This is... Ugh. Ugh.
I got my headphones on, so I'll hear it, but I gotta step away for a second.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
That's tough to
I do feel like you should have if this happened, you should have done like a civil thing and not brought this to the internet.
So, yeah, I see what you're saying. I want to give the I won't say victim. I want to give the victim like their their chance to speak, to say what they need to say, to get to say their testimony on the situation. Obviously, you can believe them and still ask for proof. But I also want to know because like it is hard for victims to speak out. It is hard for people to believe victims on the internet, especially if then at the time versus now for bigger names, so to speak, of who the allegations are against. She could have not come forward for any number of reasons, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's been so long since then that it's that it, like I don't know what could be done if true. Obviously, I don't know what can be done or what she even wants to have done. If she just wants her story out there, and then people go from there, or if she's asking for I don't know, charges or what have you.
The problem is that this does need evidence, and I
Mhm.
and I hate to be that dissenting voice, but like the problem is
I'm going to tell you the core issue with the civil suit argument. It's like, it like, if an anonymity is the concern, the more powerful the target, I guess, like the higher pay, like, you know, paycheck's the wrong word, but the higher payment you could get out of that is like the higher class they are. But it's like, in America specifically, they're both American citizens, correct?
From what we understand, yes.
So it's basically all legal records in America are public record.
Yeah.
So if Saberspark's name is out there, victim's name is out there. It's only like if it's only in civil court and like it never comes public, that's like either he pays it out and like he has to talk like to either make it go away or because he did it. I don't know. That's a story on its own.
Yeah.
And then there's also like, why was this never public? That becomes a story. And also you get doxxed no matter what.
I guess you could attempt, but I don't know how hard she tried. I guess you could attempt.
I mean, they're not even letting like people who have as much dick to swing around as Diddy. Like that's the reason his victims are, if they're continuing the case, the major ones are more than likely going to have to come out public. And it's I think there's more merit to these kind of Twitter style cases, as much as I hate to call it that, than I think people give them credit for. Because they're for some the best recourse you have to talk about something if you have enough proof for it without doing too much to put yourself out there, but it also makes it the hardest to prove. And it also acts as the nicest cover for those who just want to lie. It's like double-edged sword, but you cut yourself both times.
I think because I saw it in chat. And it made me think. I think the only way. The problem is with allegations like this, and because there is a level of hearsay. We would, God, this sucks because the anonymity part is what actually kills this story now. Because what would also be needed is at least someone to corroborate the hand-holding, for instance, because you said that you guys were in public and that this conversation was happening in a somewhat public setting about the dating thing. Because, okay, if I am being honest, here's what I believe. I believe Saber may have said these things to this person. And I think that he was being a little bit, not even just a fuckboy, but being genuinely awkward and kind of disgusting when it comes to sexual content, whether it's because he's awkward or because he's a gooner, whatever the fucking bullshit you want to make up.
Or he's like a 23-year-old.
Yeah. But like, again, like
the gambit is you're already putting like with these cases, it doesn't matter if you go civil, you go public, or you go criminal. There's always a part of yourself, like as the alleged victim, the accuser, you have to re-traumatize yourself, or this is a multiple choice thing, like one by one. You either have to re-traumatize yourself, you have to put yourself out there to public scrutiny, knowing that like nothing might come of it. And in civil case, you might have to do a little bit of both. With the public shit, there's just like, I guess the overall idea would be that you're doing it so that no one can be taken advantage of the same way again, if that's how you feel it happened to you.
Yeah.
But it always comes onto you in some way, and the less you're willing to share, or the more you share, the more the other person has to get in the mud with you if they feel they're innocent. The less you're willing to share, if that's the way you go in the public sense, the harder, the less case there is to like for people to get behind you initially. And this is all mechanics. Like these aren't things at least I like to think I have like an opinion on the way to describe them, but it's the ways you approach that thing, it's unfortunately I've had to like look into a lot without being a lawyer.
Yeah.
So it's like I actively clashed with my lawyer on it if I should have done anything I did public, and in the end I don't regret what I did. So
yeah,
I can only imagine what that's like from the other end of the equation.
I am surprised that there's no text messages. That they don't have any text
Apparently,
messages
this
to
was
them
all
if they
done
were
on.
dating.
Apparently, this was all done on Skype, and Skype has long deleted those messages.
Oh
Well,
no,
does
no,
Skype
what?
have a
No,
phone?
no, 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 that's not a thing.
That's what's being claimed.
No, if they have the computer they did it on, or a device that still has Skype involved, they can get a program like Skype Hearing that pulls it out. I had to do that for my video. And I'm hoping if they hear this and they still have the computer, maybe they don't, in which case that's you need to have the original computer it was on, from what I understand. But I was able to pull my entire fucking 6 years of Skype history on that account.
Yeah.
That's a claim. That's a claim that someone needs to follow up on. It ain't gonna be me.
They also allegedly traded phone numbers.
Yeah, chat. Look up Skyperium. There's a very specific file on your computer. Skype might be closed now, but if you had it installed and didn't uninstall it, didn't update or anything, the file's still there. You can put it in there. It shows you where pictures came from. It stashed all your pictures. That's how I was able to find all the shit I did to censor to prove that they did get sent, but without exposing it. It's you can do the time codes on the dates when it was made.
Yeah.
No, it's not Skype servers. It's fucking locally on your hard drive.
Yeah, that's why there's an issue with Skype because it would roam and sometimes overwrite some files. I think that was an issue way back with Skype, if I remember correctly.
If there's Skype logs and you have the original machine, they are retrievable. Is what
At
I'm
least
trying to say.
it'd be worth trying.
Yeah,
Worth
I was gonna
trying. Worth
say,
trying. Maybe
If they shared phone numbers, if that person has access to an old phone number, they could prove.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we did share phone numbers.
Bonk, if you're still here and listening, please. I'm being honest, Bonk. If you're somehow still here and still listening, try.
I hope the Skype thing helps the case in whichever way, because it can be something that if they didn't realize that was a method, they can pull that, and if it's not something they can do, or it's something one party can do that the other can't, that. Oh man, that I didn't intend to throw a wrench.
No, but this is really good because it's I don't want to not believe somebody. Yeah, I don't want to not
look up
believe
Skyperium. I'm not lying. That's how I did it. You can get fucking messages from a deleted Twitter account. I just never managed to figure out how to parse them, because you need some specific cybersecurity program that I was not spending the money on at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. If I'm sure people will tell Bonk again, like I said, I don't.
I'd keep it to Bonk, and if he wants to pass it on, let him do that.
Yeah, that's
or if the person finds it on their own, don't try and find the victim's
Yeah.
Twitter until they come out.
Or there is. I was just about to say. Alex put it. They created a throwaway account called the Sun Mouse, the Sun Mao 5. There you go. We're gonna continue with this. I'm gonna try to get through this because I'm gonna get angry again at the Courtney stuff. But yeah.
I'm just keeping you up so I get to keep spending time with you all.
Oh no, I'll stay up with you.
Despite pretending I was fine, I had slowly begun pulling away.
Chat, you don't get to be me.
I'll stay up with chat. No,
Staying
don't
with a
bother
friend,
me.
but waited for that friend to
Man,
call.
fuck you.
So
I'm
no
not
one could hear
special.
me, and I would
I'm done. I'm won't do that.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I had always felt taken advantage of by him, and tried being friendly and pretending nothing was wrong because it was all I knew how to do. I would blame myself at interactions for years, only opening up to a few close people, questioning if consent was implied because of my crush, and unwillingness and fear to outright stop the advances because of how uncomfortable I felt. I understand that there is a possibility that he felt consent was implied because he knew I had a crush on him. However, he did not once ask for consent directly and was instead thrown into these sexual encounters, usually very suddenly. There were no discussions about the power dynamic between us as a popular content creator and a fan at any time, and my parasocial connection to him and not wanting someone I was a fan of to hate me if I rejected him, leaving me afraid to stop his advances. Over time,
I hate the power dynamic discussion. This guy was not. He wasn't your boss. You were his fan. This is where I get. This is the part that does make me question parts of this, and I have to pick it apart.
Can I ask where you're starting this dissection from? You say you don't like the power dynamic because you think being a fan makes you more vulnerable or less?
Well, the thing is that we were talking about this. Like, people are gonna view Saberspark as like his current view count, which is like 2 million, when he most likely was less than 10K at this point.
I was
True,
also,
but this is like a testimony directly from the fan, correct?
Yes.
So
apparently,
probably read it from like how she, as like what she claims to be an early fan, is trying to like phrase how that felt to like maybe be the first time something like that like happened to her, like meeting a creator, being in a interaction beyond that. You know what? You were gonna say stuff, and I got in the
no,
middle
you're
of you.
fine. You're
My
fine.
fault.
You're fine.
You're fine. My personal thing is I believe the word power dynamic is overused. When we typically discuss a power dynamic, we are talking about an individual that has direct correlation on your future. That is what a typical power dynamic is. Now, if you say that he took advantage of the parasociality, it then, in my opinion, the reason why that word is not used is because that there is a level of parasociality that is on the onus of the person that has that feeling towards a creator.
You're talking like a rockstar groupie type of thing?
Groupie. Yeah.
That will be discussed in about 2 minutes in this video.
Oh no way! She beat me to that bitch.
There is an entire conversation about implied consent.
Do you come from the academic sense of power dynamic, or like the way that wider world has come to learn it / use it? Wider world being the motherfuckers who pay attention to this shit.
I'm talking about it from the academic sense because of the importance of that.
So to me, the academic sense does make it is important if you get to define it ahead of time, which streams are just kind of impossible to do on for everybody watching.
Yeah.
What I would say is assume when people use the term power dynamic, they mean it in the way they came to know it, which is like it's technically legal for an 18 to date a random 34-year-old YouTuber, right?
Yeah.
I'm pulling a number out of my ass because I fucking was, gunning to Rule 34 earlier. But I assume it means like when these people talk about it, they mean it in like the, rock groupies is genuinely the best, like comparison. But rappers still brag about being able to fuck fans, right? And that's not going to stop anytime soon. It's a very uniquely internet way of knowing the term.
Quite.
It's like, yeah.
I'm not going to spoil anything for you.
Oh man, I'm gonna have a great time tonight, aren't I?
We're about to get there.
This is the issue. You guys have already seen this fucking video. I'm the
I
pussy
have
in here.
not.
I'm the virgin.
I don't watch these.
Part of it just because I was helping.
We sometimes we have to watch it because we have to research everything. But
I was waiting for your coverage, so I didn't have to get it. And now here I am.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Falgi, fucking Ash, Greg. You guys are too compelling. It sucks.
I'm very compelling. I know, but I'm with you. I'm watching this alongside you.
If Cloudie
I
was
just couldn't resist your group dynamic.
Some call it a polycule.
Yeah, some. All right, buddy.
The polycule never dies.
Is you the fan base?
Yeah, I'm my own biggest fan. Yes.
You know what? If you're a fan, that's base.
Yeah, Cloudie, if you could join, come in. Yeah,
you need to complete the polycule.
We do need to complete the polycule. Listen, if we wanted to complete the polycule, we'd have Diesel in the shame corner.
in the Sneeko chair.
Do that to him.
Because listen, until he admits that he's bi, he will be in the shame corner.
No, you and Becky made him ace. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's funny that he literally said we sexed him out.
Falgi, you live in Las Vegas, right?
No, I live in Jersey. I've met Diesel in person.
That was my docs test. I just wanted to make sure.
Oh yeah, I don't get.
He's triangulating your location right now.
No, it's testing how much you've already put out there.
Oh no, everybody knows I'm from Jersey. It's like the thing.
You can't tell from his accent?
Yes, because my mom watched that guy get stabbed in Jersey City when she.
Oh wait, really? Maybe it's the same guy I know.
Who's Falgi's uncle?
My mom, not grandma. My mom is 60.
Yo, that's baller.
Dang, young mom.
Filipino. She was a Filipino immigrant, like when it was leisure to go to California, and their parents were like, "No, they're super racist. You don't want to live there."
There's a large Filipino.
There's no such thing as a large Filipino.
Oh no, I know them. No, there's a large Filipino immigrant community here. I know quite a few of them.
Some of them know my mom, and I'm not gonna check.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I will say, is someone who's very close to the Filipino culture. Not being one myself.
You fuck with lumpia?
I love lumpia.
Yes.
Kare is my favorite thing, though. I actually don't like peanut butter. I don't like peanut butter. Kare is like my thing.
Go to like a family friend get together. They're Hawaiian and they always have lumpia, like a pile of lumpia.
So lumpia is great. I like palabok. Sisig is very good.
I know what all of these things are, maybe.
Jollibee is the best.
My half white side is not me.
My half white side.
Okay, I'm not gonna debate my culture. Can we just my culture? I'm not gonna debate if my culture is my culture. Can we look at the fucking rape allegations again? This is bad.
Thank you.
I don't want to talk about me anymore. I've decided.
I'm sorry, I was hungry.
I don't want his fans and friends
Me
or
too.
even him to harass or contact me publicly. I wish to stay anonymous so I can avoid the anxiety and stress of being targeted by either him, his friends, and especially his fans.
Hi,
As Saberspark
sweetie.
Hi, Cloudy.
Oh no. She's
This is when I'm gonna say the slur. This is when I'm gonna say the slur.
has over 2 million subscribers.
I met this one.
Sweetie, are you
Yes, you
okay?
met this one.
Go on.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah, I'm all right. I had to finish some cooking. Yeah, we did meet, and we had a really, really great time.
I got a fucking cool picture of me with a little diesel fagurine in my hand.
That's real.
Yeah, he loved it.
He did. He did.
I liked it too.
Let's get
Hi,
to the rape
Chat. Hi, Jazz. Hi, hi.
Oh my
But played on here all the time. He's gonna have to book me, aka I get nervous.
Diesel gets shy. We know this, you know.
Diesel's always been shy.
That's Pookie though. That's Pookie.
It's our little Pookie bear.
He's my little he's my little flesh being to contort.
True. I mean, he's so easy, you know.
He is.
That's not. I don't think we mean this in the same way.
Or we do.
I fuck with him. Y'all fuck on him. It's different.
True. Hi, chat. Oh my God, you guys. Hi. Thank you. I am a little under the weather. I am better now, or better-ish. I got soup and medicine. I'm ready for the rest of this rape allegation.
Oh God. Let's get press play.
I'm just. You guys know what I think the best outcome would this be?
What?
It was a big misunderstanding, and everybody gets a little therapy. How do I fence ride this shit? How do I fence ride this?
I don't know. Yeah, how do I both sides this? Hold on.
Or no, it's not even both sides. It's like earnestly. It's like I'm like, man, this has got to be tough. I don't know who's right. This is why I stopped. This is why I stopped. Like I can't do this anymore.
Oh, you guys are stalling. Okay, we'll press play.
Hold her hand.
Okay, let's using his
let's hold hands together.
People
Let
online
me get
he has
it.
had conflict with. I have also witnessed several instances of his friends attempting to justify him and others' actions. I was not made aware of his jokes about consent and his recent behavior involving Chris until only recently, and it left my stomach in knots. I please ask above all else for my privacy to be respected. I don't wish to publicly defend my personal experience and just wish to share my experience.
So welcome to the video where we break this down a little bit more and talk about what is
keep speaking when it stops scrolling.
Bad editing.
Bad editing.
Yeah.
All right.
This woman took 2 years.
Are you guys ready?
I can't imagine trusting an edit for a video like this to someone but yourself. Sorry.
Well, we don't know who did it because the editors chose not to be named.
I thought some of the editors were like talking about in the premiere they were proud.
I think it was some
Probably
people
depends on the
involved
section.
with the with some of the
VA
people
work.
involved with some of the
Because there's like
interview for some of the.
Yeah, we've already established there's like things worth talking about in here, and like it was a lot of people, I'm sure.
Shit. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
Set because
I'm
yeah,
gonna
it's an
make this
important discussion
stream
here.
so
So
long.
because this is a really serious
I want
conversation.
to highlight something real quick. And
That's totally fine. This isn't our longest.
This is the most disgusting thing I'm about to tell people. The
Oh, no.
reason Courtney is brought on because she's a sexual assault survivor. That is literally part
That's
of
it?
Is Courtney Lily or is
Courtney is
someone
Lily's
else?
sister. That
Oh
was
my
assaulted.
fucking god.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Dude,
Lily's...
this is a great excuse for me to pee and not speak.
You fucking
Yeah, please make sure you mute
I
your
gotta
mic. That
piss
sounds like
too.
kind of stream.
I'm gonna pee too.
You know what? Bio break. Why don't y'all do
bio
that?
break.
I'll chat. Hold on. It's my turn to talk. I haven't talked all day. Hello, chat. How we doing?
Hi, Cloudy.
Hi, chat. Hello, Ash. Hello, Greg. Hello. Hello, everyone I missed in chat that said hi. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing today?
I'm doing good.
How are you guys? How are y'all sitting with this 7-hour stream? Hi, Midge.
This is. It says 8 for me.
I didn't look. Hi, David. Hello, hello, hello. Hi, Julie. Thank y'all so much for hanging out all night.
Yeah, for real.
I'm very proud of this stream and FALGI and all the rest of you guys. This is really, I mean, okay, allegations are not cool, but
No.
where we've gotten since we started is really cool.
Yeah.
And I do
We-
appreciate you all being here.
I didn't want to say this too. We wanted to do this on Friday. We had everything ready to go on Friday,
But then somebody.
But then somebody had to mysteriously return to the internet, so we covered that on Friday. And
Mama Max, I still hate your ass. I hate
He's
you.
been too eepy, and then we couldn't do it this morning.
God, I had to take a.
He's got a lot going on in his day.
Chad, I washed my hands.
I woke up and you are still going. Drink water PLS.
you know what?
Thank you.
I will do that.
Thank
I
you.
will be right
I
back.
have
You can play it.
water.
I'll be fine.
Okay, I'll wait for.
Yeah,
Quite
you
to
won't
come
miss
back.
much.
No, he has the headphones on. Sure, why not?
And I know almost nothing about sexual assault. I invited
course
Courtney
I get
again. She's all over this video to talk about like what is consent.
I don't know anything about
Okay,
sexual assault,
okay,
so I'm
sorry,
here to
sorry,
fight the
sorry.
sexual assault victim.
Okay.
What the
Okay.
fuck?
Okay, it's either this or she grabs somebody who's watched a lot of Law and SVU.
I would rather that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yes, I see you, Storm.
Okay, I'm gonna fuck it. Let's go. Let's go.
When consent is there and when it's not there. We're having a great time here at the worst video ever, and just kind of break it down so we have a better understanding. And all you nerds out there, don't do something really, really bad like this. Don't do it, guys. Don't do it. Hi again, Courtney. Welcome. You'll be in the video everywhere at this point.
Hello, everybody. It is I. I have returned
you're so
once
loud,
again.
Courtney.
I'm so happy to be
don't
here.
like.
So I've shown you the testimony at this point.
What is better audio balancing?
I don't like that KP is referring to Courtney as her token SA survivor.
Fucking
Did
Christ.
she actually say that? Did I miss
It's
that?
how she's treating her because thank you, Felix, for the 5.
I've been a new person here since the birdie video. I apologize for my words earlier, by the way.
Felix, thank you so much, dude. You're good, but we appreciate it. Oh, Lazy Dragon, thank you.
Been
Thank
here
you.
Yeah, we
since the
appreciate it. It's all
beginning and
good.
Been quite
Growth,
the stream.
growth is the point, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you,
Growth is
guys.
the point.
Thank you.
Yeah, I
Lazy
will
J
say
Dragon,
that.
I'm gonna fucking kill you and your family.
What the fuck?
Clip it. Clip it, chat.
Read his message again.
Been here since the beginning and it's been quite a stream. Yeah.
Hey,
Oh, fuck. God damn it.
Stormy.
But no, our we may not always all agree, and there might be a little bit of tiffs or whatever in the chat. But genuinely, you guys tend to police yourselves. I haven't had to do very much. You guys are fine. It's okay to have an opinion. Just be open to listening and learning. That's all we can expect from you
And
guys.
if we say
And-
chill, chill.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
and
will
you
s-
guys do.
I will say this.
You guys do. I appreciate it.
There's an important part to be mentioned. I am not going to pull it up because the stream will be over 11 hours and YouTube DFs a stream if it's over 11 hours or whatever.
That is true.
Well, we can
Why do you-
just make it.
God, no,
So 10
not
hours
feed
is
the
the
dog.
limit.
Not now.
Back watching have to do tomorrow.
Hey chat,
No.
let's feed that dog.
Here's what
Thank
I will
you, thank
say.
you.
God damn it, Black Flower! What is happening?
Thank you. Thank you also.
Black flower. And thank you, Pinky.
I repeat, Poppy and Xena did the same thing to Courtney. Token essay survivor.
She's going around as a token essay survivor. No! Yo,
I was laughing because Draken said they didn't mean that, and I was like, shit! I just told a guy's gonna kill him and his family.
It is being clipped, and I will be writing the Twitter, the twit longer.
Ship
Twitter
it, don't
longer?
be
Whatever.
ship it, don't be a bitch. See what happened to the last guy.
Oh my god. Oh god.
Hell yeah.
What I was gonna say was, we're not gonna go over the chat logs. Thank you, Sai, for sending over to me. I have them. Yeah.
We will have other parts, you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yes, we
We
have
will
to.
have other parts.
Here's what I'm gonna say. There was, God, Courtney was fighting another essay survivor in chat when they were talking about consent, and
Don't piss me
literally was just like berating them, saying, "Oh, why? I don't even believe you." Literally.
Don't piss me off. Oh
Courtney
my god.
asked this essay.
This
essay
is the sister?
What's your standard
Yes.
for essay?
What's the
They
standard
asked this
for
other essay survivor, what's your standard? What's your parameters for essay?
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. It's a question you gotta ask in terms of like defining terms. Like you remember earlier, like we were trying to ask Block for his metric. It is a much more higher stakes version of that. It kind of depends what was being said before it, in my
I'm about
opinion.
to say I will try not to react the way I want to react. I will keep that in mind, but just right off the bat, oh.
There was a lot.
I do know what you
more.
mean though.
There was a lot more in it.
Like there's a lot I'm missing, I assume.
Yeah.
Like that reaction, I feel like is probably justified for something I just shouldn't be speaking on.
There was a lot more regarding it that got a lot worse in that chat, but they were really fighting that person. Like, and I do mean fighting. And it was bad. It was really, Sai can attest to it. It was insane. The CSA victim was trying to make a video premiere, was saying that, oh yes, the CSA victim said that the video premiere was tasteless and evidence isn't that great. And then they said, why can't we premiere it? It's a YouTube video. Like that was the argument being said.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Don't listen to me. That was fucking stupid.
Yeah,
apologies.
It was horrid.
No, it's not stupid if you didn't know, but just
Yeah, again, we have
my fault.
We have a whole HTML version.
Sorry, this is where you guys are gonna see like my faults come into play, where it's like maybe I like assume a little too much on one side, like an ass.
I think it's okay. You weren't there.
I think being kind is not a bad thing.
No, it's not.
Being kind is not a bad thing. I am just a hater, and I am just.
Yeah.
The thing is, it doesn't sound like you had a bad reason. Like it sounds like you had a good reason to think that. So I'm not like, no, fair enough. Thank you for calling me on it.
No, here's the thing. I am very employed, and I don't mean that as like a dig to anybody, but like I'm just gone a lot. And so I don't know what's going on. I do probably the least amount for the channel aside from just showing up and sounding pretty, but just like everything I do. Everything I do or react to, it's normally something I'm seeing for the first time. Like I didn't watch any of these videos, didn't read any of these screenshots or anything. So this is just as I'm seeing it is how I am interpreting and reacting to things.
Can I read the Midge message?
Yes, you can.
Yeah,
please.
Quite, can you be the contemporary voice to introducing conflicting sides? I don't think we're as disaligned as you think, brother.
Yeah. But
in general processes, like we're literally all on the same page from everything I've seen, and I've seen a decent bit.
Yeah.
All right, let's. Fuck this. I'm gonna crash out.
One of the Saberspark allegations.
I'm gonna crash out.
Fuck you fucking ass.
I'm literally gonna fucking shoot myself in the face if I keep
All right,
hearing that.
we gotta get through this because I'm gonna actually scream at
Imagine
Courtney
telling
right
a New
now.
Jersey person not to crash out. That's crazy.
I'll scream at Courtney right now.
I was born in
What are your general
Smithtown,
vibes on
bitch.
it
I'm
besides
used to it.
icky and sad, and I don't know. This is just like super triggering to me because
not to call you a
so I
bitch,
thought I'd
sorry.
also bring you in here to hold my hand during this.
Okay,
But
he likes it.
In terms of the testimony, it's just kind of heartbreaking, really. It's always heartbreaking to me when people question their own sexual assault just because of the lack of education around it. And like something that I just want to say to anybody out there is a consensual sexual encounter is never something you're going to question afterwards. Okay? Like
that's That's not. There's levels to that. People can regret having. Okay. People can regret having sex with somebody. I question. I'll be honest.
Yeah, sometimes it's not good, but that doesn't mean it's like.
It's not.
I don't know how to word this. Sometimes you'll have a time with somebody, and maybe it just wasn't that great. That doesn't mean it was criminal. It just means that either you or them or you guys just didn't have a good chemistry, and it happens. And you can just be like, "That sucked," and you move about your day.
If this makes anybody feel better, I've regretted every sexual encounter I've ever had, and it never finished.
That's so sad.
That's really sad.
It's supposed to be funny. What is? God damn it!
That's really sad.
That was really sad.
Yeah, double down. That helps. Thanks,
guys. Like the stream to help Quite feel better.
Yeah,
dog. Thank you guys.
You
have in the chat for Quite.
Listen, if
let's
Kate,
double down. Let's. Dude, I was about to make it. You know what? It's YouTube. I don't give a fuck. Dude, I'm gonna kill. We're gonna meet each other at a con, and I'm gonna kill myself in.
I'll drown in the blood. I'll hold you to it.
Yeah.
Remember, you got to do it the right way, though.
Listen, we're
to be
still
fair,
mad at
California. I can't really bring a gun there.
Quite. Look, we're still mad at you. That
Also,
you
that's
didn't
the
show.
only. No, also
Let's
that's
go to
the
the
only
East
state we can ever. That's the only state we can ever meet in. By the way.
Okay.
We
Listen,
can only ever meet in California. You can never hold me to this.
Listen, if we're,
planned it from the start.
I will speak for the upplug. We're still mad at you for not showing Kendrick our YouTube channel. Okay.
Yeah. It's definitely.
Listen, man, did you want me to make it weird? He's got like that Doty guy who went homeless, blaming him. He's already got enough on his plate, man.
Oh my god.
All right.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on. Listen, he's got a lot
I'll
going
let
on.
it slide this time.
He talked to me about it because we're close friends.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm just going through a lot right, man. Like the tour right now. I have 2 children. I'm Kendrick Lamar. He said those things. He said that out loud.
I have heard that recently.
He has, a lot. He's been telling people like mid-sentence, I'm Kendrick Lamar, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. If KP can have her token SA survivor, we can have our token sex hater. That's just how it's gonna be from now on. There we go.
Wait, I don't like that characterization.
Yeah, we have to have some balance. We are Diesel mods. We have to have someone who's not like
because
him. You know?
allegations have been accused.
What do you mean?
Because we've been accused of having too much sex. That's the problem. Somebody used the fact that we have sex against us.
Okay, that's true.
I don't hate sex. I just can't fucking get pussy, and that's or dick in my ass. Is that a problem? Like Jesus.
I can fix that. That's not the point. Let's keep going.
Falgi, you can't. Listen, Falgi, you can't handle this.
Prove it.
Okay. Listen, every stream that Falgi gets on cannot devolve into this.
If I gave every bum I saw a shot,
then you'd have one bum, and that bum is me. Let's go.
Aww.
No, the bum's mine. I couldn't think of a rhyme. No, there's the rhyme.
Let's play it back on this sexual assault.
Oh boy.
Maybe we should talk less about.
You just don't question a consensual encounter.
The
sure,
RRR.
you have a consensual encounter.
It's XRR.
Maybe we should stop talking about this.
It's different because we're talking about each other, though. That's the difference.
Yeah.
That's fine.
True.
Anyway, hit play.
I'm gooning. You have one that you regret. That might look back on one and go, if I could make that decision again, I probably wouldn't. But
yeah, but that's you questioning
people
it.
Don't question consensual sexual experiences with, did I just get violated? To be quite honest. And like the other thing that kind of breaks my heart is there's one point in her testimony where she questions if I'm remembering this correctly, that like maybe she was at fault because she had a crush on him, like maybe she gave the wrong signal or something, maybe she implied something or he thought consent was implied.
I'll be back. I'm gonna make some tea.
Like, in all honesty, consent is never implied.
That's
like,
not
Mana Potion coffee tea, by the way. Please buy. Thank you.
Someone
get in chat.
That's not true.
I've had as a Juice Up's partner, I've got something pretty fucking good.
That's not true. I'm not okay.
Can you run it back 20 seconds?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. The memory leak is starting because YouTube fucked its own shit.
Like,
it's fucking awesome how they just made it less usable.
Yeah, I know. It's like actively the worst thing.
Consent was implied because he knew there was a crush on her. Like, in all honesty, consent is never implied. Like, even secure, confident individuals.
That's not how that works.
Have you heard the song "Baby It's Cold Outside"?
I just ran back to my mic. I didn't. My mug is in the sink.
No.
What the fuck did she just say?
Consent is never implied.
I've been
Okay,
implied.
did I mishear? Did she mean in her situation it was never implied, or is she saying generally?
Generally.
I've been implied. I've been in complied consent situations where like both I, or like in situations like somebody else is like, you know what, no, and then like we're like, hey, that's all right, and that's what stop. What do you mean? like you just like during like normal shit that like didn't have a yes or no answer, someone decided in the middle of it, nah.
Like
and
no, thank
was
you,
like,
and it's
like,
fine. Yeah,
it's like, oh shit, well, you know.
But like this is
that's
all right.
YouTube or
That's
something.
all right.
Yeah.
That's all right.
But this is the issue. It's like when you say consent is never implied. I'm gonna be very.
I'm sorry.
Fucking...
That's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. I'm sorry. It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard. What are they saying?
It's because
define
it's like,
implied, I guess.
Yeah, but like that's the thing. None of the I want to make it very clear. None of these people were. I'm gonna have to fucking pick it apart for a second. Neither of them were drunk. They were clearly, from her own admission, he knew that she was very sweet on him. How? I don't, like, you know what I mean? Like, she didn't just say starstruck. She had a crush on him. That one means that she probably acted in a way that he kind of knew. And this is not me casting doubt on the accuser, but like, if he knows that you have a crush on him and he's constantly talking about the two of you dating.
Can I bring up like an emotional issue with coming out with something like this in any public forum?
Yes.
It's you're asked to, not asked, but if you choose to come through with it, you agree to talking about a highly emotional situation that in other people's eyes you need to prove happened mechanically. So you have to talk about like what could be trauma mechanically. Or it's like consent is never implied, where it's like maybe she has the experience with that. And maybe that's true, but it's also like you're asked to treat your own emotional situation, or you choose to treat your own emotional situation very fucking logistically. And that is a horrible line to even have to consider riding, but also a very easy one to like do a backflip off of and then like get paralyzed because of.
I think because Alex, I see you in chat. I want to highlight something for a second.
I'm Alex.
Fuck off.
Oh God.
A consent
Don't
is
get me
not
started.
always verbal.
Don't get me started.
You don't just throw a woman into a makeout session suddenly. It wasn't okay. So let's keep it a buck for a second. It wasn't suddenly. He brought her to the room. He talked about dating her, and then they made out.
If it was suddenly, there wouldn't be like any lead up. I don't think. To be fair, never raped anyone, so I don't know.
Yeah, and neither have I. But like you are putting things out of order. He talked about them dating beforehand. She said it was sudden. No. She said specifically the sex part. He made out and he led her to the bed. I'm going to pull up the allegations because I have them and I want to make them very clear and make sure that I'm not misremembering either. But from my recollection of what was said.
I was about to say, it has been a while.
You mean, yeah, because we weren't really listening to the video, to be fair.
Especially with this conversation, that's definitely worth looking
I want to
again.
ask, did she say no at any part?
No,
She
in a
said
sexual encounter, will check in with their
but
partner
she doesn't
as things escalate and change gears, and they'll say
push
things like,
back.
you know,
And
are
again,
you
I
okay?
think there's
Should we
I
keep
think there's like a
going? Is
level
this
of I
good?
think there's a
Like,
level of
because
responsibility
consent is
that
not
comes
something
with
that is
making
implied.
sure your other partner is enthusiastic.
Yes. Yeah, I will agree.
Like without them like saying no straight up, I think like there is a level of responsibility to that.
And I will, and to Ash's point, I think the only reason that they're asking that is to make sure that that wasn't included in the doc. That there was a level of
good
also
point.
that he's disregarding, which the accuser says that no, they just disassociated. Disassociated. I apologize.
Disassociated.
I
Develop
like my
parasocial
bread
crush.
Swiss.
Okay. He almost immediately
Good
initiated making out with me and guided me to the bed. Never said it was sudden.
Yeah, it.
And it's after talking about dating each other. It's talking about dating each other. We don't know the conversation taking back and forth. If he's saying, I feel like there's something going on, maybe we should date each other, but is it wrong? Is it right? And they're like, it feels like, at least in the first instance, the second instance, I have doubts on Saberspark's intentions. I like, you know what I mean? Like, the coming on her face is deplorable. But
I mean, did he ask, or was it an accident? Or...
She writes later, both times were sudden. I understand that, but that's disregarding the buildup that she is putting on. That is a summary, but it doesn't explain what she's stating happened. I need you to understand that, like, just because she later says it's sudden doesn't disregard the way she wrote it previously. And it also doesn't include what is ever in their like the discussions. And I hate reviewing this because I can see okay, so here's my thing. I do think that she was taken advantage of. I think that he took advantage of a fan. Whether or not I believe personally in the power dynamic thing is a different story entirely. I do think that he took advantage of the connection they had, but is that rape?
So you think they fucked?
I think he wanted to get laid, and she was into it, but she wanted more from it. And he's like, I just want to get laid, and she was there for it until there was like, obviously.
I'm not going to speak on that.
Yeah, I'm not going to
like,
speculate on that.
I'm not going to speculate on that. But y'all think they like actually fucked?
Well, she's saying that they had sex. She is saying that he penetrated her.
So you think like she's like you know, bet your metric where it's not met, but like gotten close to the metric of like where it's like I can believe these fellas knew each other and it was a misunderstanding, not just a fabrication. Sorry, I was running out of breath by the end.
I'm leaning more to the misunderstanding. Yes, personally, because
I won't lie, I've been playing Roblox during this.
That's fair.
It kind of hurts when I focused in. I spent 20 minutes focusing in, and then like I felt a low believe.
Yeah, it's
not because it's stupid, but because I can't handle it. It's hard. It sucks. This shit is
a hard topic, and
I have
that's
a
why
lot
I'm a
of
little
respect
bit
for y'all.
Oh well, thank you. It's hard, and that's why I get a little bit frustrated when there's and it's not just, I'm not calling out this one person, it happens in other streams too. You get so stuck on the semantics, and you get so stuck on the well, they said this and they're the victim and this and this and that. Like, okay, I get that, I believe this person, I still have to look at the entire statement, and I still have to think about the things around it. Like, I'm sorry,
it's galloping, it's flooding the zone. It's like we care. And it's like y'all are the ones who are like putting in the time to checking the receipts. Like on the few topics that reach public or wider public eye, maybe wider public eye is the wrong term, but that like reach a substantial amount of people who aren't directly involved. It's like you are the ones assigned with like checking the details, or you put that on yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
That was fucking rough. How that
Naomi
turned out.
what?
And it's just like Naomi King, Daniel Green were.
I don't know any of that.
Oh, we
okay,
have
so
multiple.
Naomi King was a
not
non-binary person who was disingenuous with the framing of their relationship and felt slighted and accused him of sexual impropriety when it wasn't the case. And now they deleted their whole channel and they're getting mental health problems.
TLDR, they had a sugar relationship and she claimed it as sexual assault.
Okay, I couldn't remember the name of it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take your word on it so we don't hold up
We're not gonna go through it. But again, it's the reason why we have to look at it is because here's the thing. Here's why
there's so much at risk if you don't.
Yes, there's not only is there so much at risk that you don't, you are also like you're also being downright like you're not giving Saberspark the ability to respond if you do that, right? And he does, by all intents and purposes, does deserve to respond to this if he chooses to. He should respond to this. You have to give... I can believe things when I have a lot of physical proof and evidence, be it screenshots, video proof, things like that. But when it comes to testimony, that is a one-on-one testimony, it's very, very difficult. And there are holes that we are missing that only he can fill in. And if he has proof of anything that's potentially consensual, be it text messages, be it anything, it makes it muddy.
Maybe I'll sound biased on this, but like, I got to put it in that situation.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm not saying that like if there's legal stuff, he shouldn't take 5 months or however long if he needs to. Like if there's legal proceedings, do that first, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's also like, yeah, I think like the shit people have been dealt, like his fans, his audience, publicly, are probably going to go through shit for defending him.
Yeah.
And if he truly believes he's innocent, like, man, like, do that for them.
Yeah.
Like, if nothing else, if you truly believe that, give that your best shot.
Yeah.
And to chatters or lurkers, we're also not defending him.
No.
We're just trying to parse through the information.
Yeah.
This is like, you guys have a very respectable way of going through this, and I really do co-sign it so far.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
We also do try to, like, maybe we shouldn't always, but we also do try to be funny because this shit is heavy. This shit is hard and it's heavy. And it's fucking
I won't lie, that's
ridiculous
part of why I
sometimes.
co-sign it.
We're gonna get back to it only because
you can treat, like, before you start it, you can use this like whenever you gotta like pee, use this as like a radio cutaway. Yeah, this is quiet. You're listening to the alt block.
The alt block.
No, I can't. Well, Quiet, I love you, but I don't know if I'll be able to do that because the last time someone did that, they called me a pedophile. So we're not gonna do that.
That's crazy. That's
well, you
crazy.
are, so.
Oh, no.
See, the prophecy comes true.
Fight.
See, like that wouldn't have happened if you didn't make it an easy joke.
Oh fuck! Let's
go. He said anything. He said anything.
It's never something that's implied.
Okay.
It's not. You know,
I'd
an
like to
absence
tell
of a
you,
no is not
Falgi.
a yes in any regard. An absence of resistance is not compliance, and even in that regard, compliance is not an invitation.
Mm-hmm. Because this girl had a crush on Saber, it was okay that he just kind of initiated things, and then especially too in the elevator in a public space when he's just much larger.
Again, I'll say this before it continues to go. Fuck the elevator thing. That is disgusting if not consensual, and especially if they're not
We'd
comfortable.
all
with
love to just believe the victims, but that's not how humans work.
Thank you, Lost the Worlds. Thank you.
Or like physically, I don't know. It's all icky. But like, what would you define consent as, and when would you define like? Obviously, this isn't it for sure. But go ahead.
And in terms of like a definition of consent and what it is and what it isn't, consent is an excited yes.
Go for it.
Consent
go for it.
Do you know how fucking good we have it to have conversations like this and then get to fucking argue about the nuance?
Yeah.
Like, this just, like, Lost. I'd take it as a good sign that this is an argument we get to have, and people get to live their lives making sure that, like, people like FALGI are in a position where, like, people want to see the right thing done.
Yeah.
I think that's cool.
Yeah.
Aw, well, thank you. I think it's cool too.
I as much as I hate topics like CSAM, like SA and all this stuff, I like hoping, I like to hope and pray that we try to give as much as a colored take. I won't say,
like you can try and be wrong and still try.
Yeah.
And it's like that's a privilege we have in the modern age that just didn't exist.
Yeah.
A while ago.
Also, I'm going to
15
highlight
years
it.
ago, actually. 15 years ago. It didn't exist.
Also, to be clear, I don't understand why they went to another con with Saber after the first one went so bad, especially now that so much time has passed. Yeah, but
I'll say this for Shrimp, several retards involved. No way around it.
Valarna, lol. I thought the same thing.
So I'm going to highlight something because... Fuck.
sorry. I'm not trying to co-opt your chat. I'm sorry. I'm
Takes some
sorry.
color. I did say take
They're
some
really
color.
funny.
I did say take some color. I meant to
Dude,
say
our
nuance.
Chat,
Fuck.
our chat is fucking funny, dog.
I'm done. I'm done.
I
I'm
love our
done.
chatters.
I'm
It's
actually
fucking
done.
funny.
I'm actually done. Fucking
Okay.
I gotta let you speak.
So I will say this because they bring this up on stream. On
Is
screen.
exuberant.
Body language is included in the definition of a consent when we talk about it. Thank you, Dave, for subscribing.
Thank you, Dave.
Is it Dave the Diver?
I don't know.
No, it's what's the Fallout one?
Thank you,
The-
Dave.
This is
The Republic of
Society
Dave?
Republic of Dave.
Body language is here. Remember, they said that body language wasn't here. I'm telling you now. Again. And also, I am not victim blaming. These are questions that need to be asked.
What's the word I'm looking for? Payback, for lack of a better term, I guess. Like, two people in a consensual encounter engage in a give and take. Like, it's never just one person doing all of the action and the other person just laying there like a bump on a log. You know, it's an action that two people engage in when it's consensual. 9 times out of 10, when it's one person just using another person's body for sexual gratification, that's not a consensual encounter.
9 times out of 10. What do you mean? That like, are you saying 9 times out of 10 sex is a fucking rape? What are you talking about? You're crazy.
This is like the token victim from KP's words talking, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. What is
Okay, just real quick, right? I'm not gonna.
Like,
I'm
an
not
assault
speaking
victim,
for that
it's-
person, but oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, an assault victim, like having a stronger position on that. I understand more than most, but I'm also an assault victim. Like,
yeah,
that is, you can't throw away social context. You can't.
Yeah. Because it.
Your words gotta matter. Maybe I'm talking too much from a public figure stance.
No.
But like, your position to speak on these things matter. Like, I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna bring up an example of like why that type of shit matters. There was a bit ago. A few months ago, I screamed at a minor on a Twitter space.
Oh no!
Dream fan.
Oh.
And I was just like, I wasn't even like mad against the arguments themselves, but how he was presenting them. He decided to stream in Minecraft with a Sherlock outfit on. And you know, I got more heated than I should have. Wasn't the right thing to do, obviously. But come on. Like, dude, like, the form factor matters, and that's not on the victim, it's on the person arbitrating the conversation. Like,
yeah, and I think that there's a real big issue that
Lynn pointed out a good thing. Like, Courtney's views of consent come from like a place of trauma because it's
exactly,
the relationship she had with her sister, and it's not good.
Like, she has
and-
extreme positions for a reason.
Yes,
Yeah, I can. Again, I too can understand why she feels this way, but it does suck that like it. This is gonna sound, maybe this sounds fucked up. It kind of tells me that you are a little bit unhealed, and it's not something you'll ever like fully heal from. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know your journey, right? I can only say from like experiences and things that people have shared with me. But it's just like to just 9 times out of 10 to just like, do you just think people just don't like sex, or that if you are a victim you can never enjoy sex again? Like, that's just, to me, that's just a really weird thing to imply.
Where I was going with my strain of thought, where it's like, as a victim I can understand assuming the worst.
I'm gonna keep...
but it's also like, it's not fair because most people do that in like as a part of their personal coping process, right? And it's like they're able to live their lives parallel with other people who are not like that, but engage in behaviors they might otherwise not like, myself included. It's something I've had to check myself on a few times, but it's not healthy. Like, it's
yeah.
I will say this: I'm going to refrain from speaking.
Oh no!
Because it gets,
you know something, huh? You know something. Oh.
Well, let's get to it so I can go eat.
That is just a violation of somebody's person. And it's actually pretty common for like sexual aggressors to attack somebody like in a innocuous sort of sense, like in the elevator, especially at like a convention or something like that in public, because it sort of dissuades the target or the victim from actually saying anything, because like half the time people will think, well, this is being done in public, surely somebody's going to say something, so I don't have to. But the other part of them doesn't want to cause a scene.
The bystander effect is not going to. We're not talking about the bystander effect. We're not doing this right now. I'm gonna press play because it's good. That's a stupid analogy. We should not do that. The nuances. You'll quiet. I'm gonna crash out. You don't know what I know.
Let me finish the video, and then I will have an opinion, and then you can tell me if I'm wrong.
Because they're already embarrassed by the fact that they're being attacked.
I'm not gonna lie. If it's something you can't say on stream, it might have to wait.
Embarrassing thing.
Oh no!
Like, they don't want to draw more attention to themselves, especially while they're dealing with the fact that they're being attacked. And part of them just hopes that somebody's going to do it anyway, like step in and say something anyway. And the problem with the general public is they sort of fall into the someone else will deal with it mentality, whereas everybody sort of assumes that somebody else is going to step in and say something, so they therefore then won't.
Why are you? I'm sorry. Please don't blame the general public for allowing someone to be assaulted. That's weird. That's a really weird way to look at it.
Okay.
That's a really disgusting and disenfranchising to the victim. Saying, ay, God, I can't. Okay.
Well, the other thing I wanted to throw in there too is nothing that's illegal, but kind of the parasocial relationship of it's always, it seems like it's a common thing where
we're gonna go downhill from here, chat, and this is where I scream.
Oh my God! Hit play.
Back in the
It's
day,
like
rock
knowing
stars
the
would sleep
roller
with their
coaster's
kind of
going
thing, but now
up.
it's kind of more discussed that that's a power dynamic that shouldn't really be abused, and especially when you don't really know someone in person. From the testimony, this is her first time in person with Saber, and he immediately not immediately, but he pretty much immediately jumps on her. So that also kind of gave me a big ick. Any thoughts on that?
And one other thing I wanted to add in is that, confident individuals in a sexual encounter don't have to assume that consent is there, because they will ask. And to be honest,
I'm sorry? Wait.
What?
Maybe don't say that while you're eating, but
Is this oh God, is it you or our Inception?
Unrelated to the content, this might be the worst interview I've ever listened to.
It is!
100%. Okay, I wasn't crazy, right? Did the other person literally ask, any thoughts on that? And then she just went on the other person just went on a completely different tangent?
Oh no, she'll go back to the parasocial shit.
Which one wanted the rant? The interview or the interviewee?
Interviewee.
Oh God.
Courtney, anytime you hear a sexual assault take, it's Courtney.
Okay, I for one, this has no place in this video.
No, it doesn't.
Genuinely.
No.
What do you mean? How else could I make it 2 hours long?
Midge, don't curse on.
It's not like they fucking
go on. Okay, I'll do it. This is insanity. Because you're constantly giving asterisks.
I gestured to it, they know my take.
Yeah, I know. I saw you point at the board. The problem is what is this conversation? What are we doing? What legitimately are we doing? We are explaining the nuances of consent only if you're confident. What if you're not confident? Unconfident people have sex. What are you saying?
Hey man, I'm highly confident and I don't be fucking, not because of a choice. We're not the same.
You're involuntarily celibate? Is that what you're saying?
Trick.
Bros and incel?
Alex, just to let you know,
I'm kidding.
because the alleged victim.
Dog, look at me, come on.
Because the alleged victim was talking on Twitter, I added them specifically for comment. I did not, and I reached out to Bonk. Obviously, I didn't want to just tap them into that.
Bonk was a G and did show up.
Yeah, and he did show up. And again, if the victim in this case wants to speak privately, by all means, I would love to. I'm not gonna.
You said they have a public way they could reach you without giving their identity.
I added them on the throwaway account.
Yeah, so they made that the point of it.
Yeah.
Another thing too, if that person contacts us and wants that to be private, we're gonna keep it private. You guys don't get to know that stuff.
Shit. Yeah, I don't leak that shit.
So you can.
And we're we're
act how
also
you're
not
acting in
like,
the comments, but you know.
yeah, we're
I
also
haven't
not
followed your work
attacking-
long enough to know, but knowing off the rip, like vibe sake, hey, excuse me, accuser, if you're looking at this, I give my vibe approval.
Oh
Well,
hell yeah!
thanks. We're also not attacking them either.
Yeah.
We're
No.
just trying to parse through the information.
And
You guys are barely attacking KP or being mad at things that are like, why the fuck did you have to couch something worth talking about in this?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. I've been doing. Would you believe me if I said I've been doing this commentary thing longer than y'all?
Never.
I've never watched one
Perhaps.
of your videos.
Never ever.
I'm really happy to hear that, unironically.
If you
I haven't
you've
watched
got
your
my
videos either,
you've
sorry.
got my Greg seal of approval. If you have a recommendation, I will watch one of your videos and then I will determine if I want to watch another.
No, I'm not
Okay,
gonna
good.
send you one.
Good.
I know which one to send.
Okay.
If a friend wants to send one, that's on them. You don't put that on me, though. I didn't make you watch anything.
Okay.
Gun to my head.
Gun to my head. What do I watch? Okay, but that's the thing, right? My issue is that we are talking about new, like, you are constantly making caveats and asterisks. It's really unhealthy. It's really unhealthy because you are legitimately disenfranchising people's own sexual experiences where they're maybe uncomfortable and awkward.
Much love to Courtney with her like genuine experiences, but objectively, some of the things she was saying are just like
they're wrong.
Oh,
They're just
wrong, and I don't.
Harmful.
I'm not going to say.
I would
the
say
next
wrong
word.
and harmful.
Harmful is not where I was going to stop.
I don't.
I think
want.
harmful is a good word. Again, I this is
Let's
my
leave,
personal
let's
take.
leave it.
People
I'm gonna
can
leave it
disagree.
there. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there because it's like it's a lot I'm learning tonight, and it's like I probably shouldn't like overdo it.
Yeah.
Because
No, I get you.
Courtney deserves the same, or the same charitability. I think.
Yeah.
No, I understand. I'll just repeat what I said a little earlier. It just some of the things I'm hearing, it just sounds like, oh, this is still something that weighs really heavily on you, and I'm sorry for that. Like that I have sympathy for you. That sucks.
Don't get me
But you
wrong.
can't- you can't put the weird stuff on every single other individual.
Press the play button. I can't deal with my internal
Don't have to
emotions
assume
anymore.
The consent is there because they will ask. And to be honest,
I'm trying.
The only time you're not asking or checking for consent is because you know yourself that the yes is not there.
Oh my god, I fucking can't. Oh, she said something so fucking stupid.
Wait, she just said. Wait, hold on. She just said that confident people ask.
So but when you don't ask, you want to rape. That's literally what she's saying.
Don't say it like that.
No, because that's what she's fucking saying. Because if you don't ask, you have the intention to rape somebody. That's what she's fucking saying.
Guys, I have an immediate counter.
Yeah.
Press play.
I got the vibes from a guy, one guy. And yeah, I did want to fuck him. And then we got close and we were like making out. And then I said, actually, I don't want it. And he's like, hey, my fault.
Oh my god.
Argument over. Sorry, dog.
No, you're
No,
fine.
it really is that easy. It's supposed to be that easy.
I understand it comes from a place of trauma, but it's like you can't
do that.
If you don't know the details like that, especially, you can't be the source of authority. You're a victim of specific circumstances. The same way I was. I'm glad you laughed.
Because they will ask.
I'm sorry,
And to
Mitch.
be honest,
Mitch said you won. So
the only time you're not
that's what matters.
asking
Wait, what
or
did
checking
Mitch
for
say?
consent
I got
is
beef
because
with
you know
sexy
yourself
motherfucker.
that the yes is not there.
Okay.
And you
I
don't want to
won?
hear the no,
Okay.
so you will not ask. Okay? Because if you think consent is complied and you think the person that is, on the other end of it is actively participating, if you know the answer is going to be yes, then what do you have to lose by just asking? And being a responsible individual.
Okay, I'm gonna say it's gonna be cringe. I'm gonna say asking, hey, is this good? Hey, is this good? Are you sure you still asking mid something is uncomfortable for some people.
Yeah.
Like
Hey,
it
who
is.
thinks they're gonna be alive
But you
for
still-
COD Zombies after this?
I will. I'll have to buy the game though.
FALGI, I'm gonna you're mine. Give me your Steam code.
I don't have the game, but I'll buy it for me.
I don't think your computer can run it.
Yeah.
Fuck off, you fuck.
No, it came out in 2015. They can definitely run it.
You don't know his computer.
Fuck you, you son of a bitch.
I got my.
We'll work it out. We'll work it out.
Listen, I need a sugar daddy. Please help me.
Really quick. If anyone who is tired, you can go to bed. It's okay.
I need a sugar daddy.
Dude, I'm the most racist I've ever been right now.
Bro, what the fuck?
Oh, get to the rest. Okay, let's go.
So if you're white or German or French or English, get out right now.
All right, let's get to this. Let's get to this. Let's get to
this. Saved it. Let's go.
Like Rockstar sleeping with groupies.
Wait. Here. No. This is the point that you're. Remember what I said?
Rockstar sleeping with groupies.
Right, back a little
comes
bit.
down to like literally consent.
Okay, we're gonna go two back.
Being a responsible individual when it comes to sexual practice and just asking. And the difference between like Rockstar sleeping with groupies comes down to like literally consent. Like there's a big difference between, you know, the chick who's going to see the rock star perform and like flashing her titties while he's performing and then going and flashing her titties to the bouncer to get back.
Flashing titties is consent. She just said flashing titties is consent.
I'm not gonna. Can I like a general hot take?
Yeah, go on.
I think it's bad that it happens with YouTubers. I think it's worse because the people who are groupies know less.
Yeah, sure. I also I personally don't even care about. I'll be honest. I don't care about groupie culture.
It's too late. It's too late.
Yeah.
Groupie culture is over. I think it's just like we be talking about like 30 fuck-year-olds, fucking
all right.
15-year-olds, like fucking 15-year-olds.
Oh.
And like you actually catch that age gap sooner in YouTube. You don't have discourse about that on Rock or subreddits.
Yeah. But let's just
Stage and then flashing her titties in the rock star's face, probably making out with him a bit of her own volition, and one of them saying, hey, let's go back and sleep in the van. Like, there are multiple instances where consent is very, very clearly given by the groupie sleeping with a rock star. And like, yeah, there may be a certain power dynamic, and like, there absolutely is multiple instances of
okay, so we're going on Neil Gaiman.
Okay, she flashes Neil Gaiman.
Yeah, does she flash? Like, this is not the same thing. And like,
why did you pick the comic book writer versus the rock star?
She's fucking stupid because she's fucking stupid. This is a terrible argument for consent.
Yeah, I was about to say, what are we on about right now?
This is a terrible argument. This is a terrible argument for consent because you are allowing and you are okaying some parasocial relationships, but not all. You cannot be for some and not all. I'm sorry. When you say that, you can't say, oh, well, Saberspark took advantage of this fan, but not the Rockstar, because the Rockstar's getting titties in their face. Who cares if they're underage titties? You know what I mean? Like, what are you saying?
I think the Rockstar groupie thing, I'm gonna be honest, is worse. I think it's worse.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is for those who are like, oh, don't blame the victim. But we're not doing that. But that's the reason why their text conversation is vitally important. Because we don't know what the conversation between them was. Were they ever discussing dating? Did she pull back at one point? Like, that's an actual thing. If she clearly said, no, we can't do this in there, that gives a lot more credence to the fact that Saberspark didn't give a fuck about consent or didn't give a fuck about it. That's why people are asking.
Did flashbang? No, they did fuck the 13-year-old though.
Yeah, but did the Rockstar consent to? Yeah, that's a great thing. The Rockstar didn't consent to the titty flashbang. Then does that mean that the groupie is a rapist? Like, they don't this is why this argument falls apart, and Courtney has no fucking clue what she's saying.
The Discord commandments. Sorry.
That's crazy. Also, just again, why is this part here? What does this have to do with what happened?
Because Courtney thinks that she's a fucking expert matter. You're not. I'm sorry, you're a fucking YouTuber. You are not. Cringe. You're a YouTuber, and it's really sad to say this. You're a YouTuber, and part of the legacy is who your sister is, and it fucking sucks to say that.
Can I say this as cynically as possible?
Oh, the victim tweeted me back? Fucking baller. Where did that? Because I'll DM you if you follow me. crazy.
Some mouse 5.
There we go. I followed you. There we go. I followed you.
Rosie, no. I feel like a dead chicken in a decaying in a coop. No.
But again, like this is we have. Yeah. Thank you, Alex, for letting me know.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That
FALGI,
happened.
if you give up your reputation and quality of content for a little longer, we can finish the video.
I know. I'm
True.
just gonna
Rockstars
I'm
love
not
using
gonna-
that
You
to be
just
like, hey,
gotta
well, I'm
go
finished
and
showing your
forget
titties.
about
But
all
there's
the
a big difference
journalistic
between going, hey, I've
principles
finished showing your
you've built
titties,
till now.
and someone going, I'm showing you my titties because I want to sleep with you. Right? Like, just the act of, like, basically showing you my titties is
But why would he go to the room with her? That's the same argument you could say to go into the room with her.
In no way is I'm a big fan of yours an invitation to touch somebody's body.
No, but going
And I
to the
also find it
room
really,
implies
really weird that this dude
by your
meets a
metric.
fan,
Not by
gets
ours,
the inkling
by
she has a
yours.
crush on him, so he invites her back to his hotel
I'll say
room.
I went to a room
Okay,
with
like
someone
getting invited back to the
recently
hotel room
argue
has
with
sexual
them.
connotations.
We argued,
And the fact that
figured
she
it out.
didn't realize that just shows
and
how
then
naive
stopped,
she
and then
was,
we
and the
left,
fact
and
that
people
none of
assumed
that
we
was
fucked,
communicated.
and
Because
that was
clearly
so gay.
he knew what he was inviting her
Naive
back to the
people
hotel
have
room
agency.
for,
That is
but
gay.
she
Naive
didn't.
people have
And that just
agency.
gives me like the major ick, to be quite honest, because like
I don't care what your fucking
it's really
ick
as if
is.
Saber's
You
acting like
fucking
he's Gene
idiot.
Simmons inviting you back to
It's
the
an
hotel
ick.
room,
Ugh.
when in reality he's a pudgy brony
Maybe
YouTuber
run it back a little bit.
Oh my
showing you
God,
his,
you
his
do-
important part.
animations.
I apologize.
Oh my
Ain't
god.
none of this important.
Yes, she said flashing your tits is an invite to touch you. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
flashing
really.
before he shows you his dick. Like, that's not the same thing at all.
Like, you think there was some kind of weird parasocial dynamic too that she felt uncomfortable, advocating
What'd
for
you
herself
miss?
because, like, oh, this is the real Saberspark TM. Like, I don't want to feel
I'm gonna
like,
definitely
he might
go back
say
a minute
something
or
on
two,
Twitter,
then join back.
blast me publicly. Like,
Okay.
is there pressure?
I know we
Can-
talked over it. I heard it. I know. I know.
We know what was said though. You guys told us multiple times.
If I'm gonna be honest, she said it multiple
can't
times at this point.
Yeah, we can't go back every time we say
Yeah,
something stupid.
she has said
we know,
this multiple times.
We're talking because we know this shit is stupid. This is I can't believe flashing your tits is not an
have those kind
invite.
of encounters with fans, I guess.
Of course she would have felt uncomfortable advocating for herself. Like, most fans don't get to meet their idol in person. So meeting your idol in person is already a very like exalted sort of status. Like, that's something most fans dream of but never actually get to. So once you put a fan in the situation where they're meeting their idol in person,
It's the same thing as the
something they
Rockstar. You're so
dream probably
fucking
never
stupid. You're
thought
so
would happen,
fucking
but it
incompetent.
eventually
You were
happened.
literally a
No
fucking
fan is gonna
moron.
ever meet
You
their idol.
were literally giving excuses for this woman to be sexually assaulted. You were so fucking retarded. I said it. I said the fucking slur. I don't care anymore. I'm done. You are giving excuses for people to be sexually assaulted. You don't understand how fucking stupid it is right now. Like, you are giving excuses
There's never
for
been a Mardi Gras themes or fucking
I'm
parties
done.
in
That's
Florida
not.
for summer break.
But the Mardi Gras, there's a. You kind of know you might see something, I think, and so you would just not go there, right? If you didn't want to see anything. But it's just like there's also I mean, I haven't been, but I'm told that there's a transaction of beads for a flashing. That's still like a sort of transactional thing instead of just lifting your shirt up.
And I know I don't use that word, and I apologize.
Hmm.
I'm just what? Why did
It's
you-
crazy how all these odd people just say slurs all the time.
I am apologizing. I don't
I'm
say
sorry, I
slurs all the
said to
time.
Birdie. She said that he sucks.
I'm just I don't like using slurs, and I apologize. I am just incredibly upset that she is giving people an excuse, a playbook on how to make implied consent. And she's making an excuse for people who will prey on others. It's upsetting to a degree that I do not understand.
Chat.
Lorna.
I've never said it, so I
Me neither.
by default
Me and-
am your favorite.
Yeah,
The
me and
Browns
Greg,
win.
the best. Brown people win again. Yeah.
And that includes offending their
The
idol.
weight suck.
And like, the idol knows that. And for anybody to sit there and be like, well, what if so and so wasn't aware of the power dynamic? Like, they always know. You can always tell. You can always feel it. You can tell when
does the
somebody is
Rockstar,
fangirling.
you
and
fuck.
for someone who's going to sit there and prey on that and be like, well, I know you're not going to say no to me or at least give me a hard boundary that could
can I
possibly
make a
offend me.
comment to
So
Midge
I'm
real
going
quick?
to.
Yeah.
Midge, the shit I was saying was literally the fucking basis of my argument for that, where it's like, you wanted to make out with them, quite, you made out with him. No, it was because we had a fucking disagreement. We went like, it wasn't even a him, it was a girl. We went to the goddamn room, we talked it out, hugged, and then we left, and then people assume we fucked. Do you understand the issue?
Mm.
Do you understand, like, why I take umbrage with what you're saying? It's like, I literally talked it out with the opposite gender, and people assume we fucked when we didn't, and that was what I was mad about. Christ!
I can hear the echo in your house. You all right?
I'm a really rich person.
A big house. I was
All
about to
right.
say, damn.
All right, damn. All right, damn.
My office is in the loft, you know. Type shit.
That's
Damn, he's got a loft? I got a fucking hole in the wall.
I live in the South, man.
Oh, well, I'm about to move in, I guess.
I'm
Bye.
in my bed right now.
I ain't
by
going back.
asking
I ain't going back.
Things of you that I know you wouldn't say yes to in
Thank
any
you,
other
Midge, I
situation.
appreciate it.
And like, to be quite honest, no fan is going to do anything. Most fans are not going to do anything other than fall into line with that. Because again, they're getting to an exalted status of getting to meet their idol in person. You know, they've been a fan of this person, they've done art for this person, they've dreamed of meeting this person. They're not going to jeopardize that by offending that person by saying no.
Mm-hmm. And not that those relationships can't happen, but it's very tricky water as far as, you know, establishing and acknowledging the power dynamic and discussing it before, like, even anything were to happen. But I don't know. My whole MO has never really been to go date your fans because, you know, like your fans are not a dating pool. They're just, you know, they're there to consume your content. I don't know. It just ick. It's not technically illegal, but it just kind of ick to me.
And in terms of dating your fans, like, I don't know, I just kind of miss the days where it was considered just not kosher to date from your fan base. Like, that was...
PewDiePie married a fan. I don't, like... I don't care. I don't care. Listen, I don't care if you fuck a fan. If they're
again,
if they're of
there's
age,
stuff about nuance and nuance. I was gonna say there's nuance and stuff, and like if people are adults, and it really is just like a hit it and quit it situation. I'm gonna be real. I really don't give a fuck.
I don't.
For me,
you're adults.
like,
I don't care.
Power dynamics can be overcome. So if like they have a long-term relationship, there's still something that can be done there. If they're an adult, I trust them to parse the reality they live inside of. So if it's a fan who's like 20-something, they can never date a creator they ever liked. I don't know, man.
Well, that's the thing is that the metric is they can never see your videos. Like
Again, there's nuance and like there's like layers and stuff, right? I'm not saying it can't ever be icky or weird or
Yeah.
you could, or even if it's
what I'm saying is that-
great, you could still just be like personally, you could still just be like ugh, and then move on with your life. Again, I don't. If everyone's an adult, I don't care.
What I'm saying is, I think the default is that it's weird, and I think with good reason. I don't think there's good reason to think that like somebody can't form any sort of relationship with like something that they've made. It's like that's happened throughout A, history, B, modern that we judge it for, and C, motherfuckers just sometimes don't know.
I mean,
that's fair.
I'll keep it a buck and I'll hold myself to a standard. I don't care personally because I personally don't care if it happened to me. I also hold the right if a fan comes on to me and I don't like it, I tell you no. Like, are we consenting adults? Okay. But like I'm not gonna play this fucking like I'm
Boom,
not
problem solved.
Yeah. Are we consenting adults? If I'm not dealing with it anymore. Like I think that like we're fighting it for forever. And it's at the end of the day, it's like if you use your status as a creator to shame a fan, that's a completely different story, especially if you've slept with them. But like, you know what I mean? Like, a fan came up to me and we were chilling and we were hanging at a bar and shit happened. I'm not gonna listen. I'm not stupid.
Here's my ultimate take. I think the context matters, and that's a
Yes.
gay way
Yeah.
of getting out of it.
It's
where
the
it's
context,
like
though.
you can come at it from every angle. There's probably at least one situation outside of like a crazy age gap
Yeah.
that I like wouldn't be like, I think you probably know enough about the world.
Yes.
Or it's like I have family, or it's like someone's 26, he's dating a 46-year-old. That motherfucker could have a master's right now.
Yeah. Like the
That
context.
motherfucker could operate on my spleen. Like I'm sorry. Like I'm just not.
Adults need to have agency. If you take agency away from adults, there is a larger issue at hand that people will not.
Yeah.
Like it's the ramifications of taking agency from grown ass adults
what you define as an adult is one thing, but when somebody gets a ways past the collectively agreed thing,
yeah.
Like if you're 26 and you're like, nah, I like this 40-year-old.
Yeah.
I don't fucking care. Like
I don't. And like I said, if you're a fan with a lot of money and you want to sugar me, go for it, baby. OF all day.
Hey, there's the power dynamic.
Listen, you won't pink pill me, but we'll get somewhere.
Dog, if you own the Biltmore, fucking, if you own the Biltmore, bitch, like fucking ask me whatever you want.
Yeah, let's go.
Was considered poor form because like your fans aren't your peers, and I always question why, like when somebody can't pull from their peers, like why is it that you can't like land somebody and date somebody who's like on an even playing field with you? Why does there have to be a power imbalance?
It's not a power imbalance. I'm sorry, it's not a power imbalance. I'm going to say it straight. Not a power imbalance of the way that you're saying it is. Because like this weird colloquially new thing, I get it, but like this.
What's your understanding of the situation? I'm sorry.
It's a power imbalance. Like if you have no pull from your peers, you can't date anybody lower than you.
Like and that's like what she's talking about. I'm sorry,
Yes.
I've like tuned out every now and then.
No. Yeah, it's like if you're dating from your fan base, it's because you have no pull at all, and like it's like
I'd say that sometimes other creators like your content.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Like, I am a fan of other people's shit that I'll never meet. By the way, like
not me, right? You were a fan of me, and then you wanted to fuck me, right?
I mean, yeah, sure. We can agree with that.
Why are you lying?
It wasn't enthusiastic enough. I gotta move on. All right,
That's
guys.
crazy.
End
That's
of my
crazy.
time on the stream. I get everything I wanted out of it.
Listen, he tried to milk me dry more ways than one, if you know what I mean.
But you're still wet, aren't you?
I mean, we can fix that. All right.
That's crazy.
Always like the
The
trend
joke-
with
the
these
joke
types,
was wet to
like,
dry,
if you look
and then I
at most of their
didn't realize what
relationships,
the in-between
there's
would
always
be.
a power imbalance. And if you have a track record of having a power imbalance in your relationships, what is wrong with you? Like, why do you need to have a one-up on somebody in order to
Why are we saying this is record? This is the first thing
be
we've
in a
ever
relationship
heard of
with
this.
them?
Okay, I'm
Like,
just
you
gonna
need
continue.
therapy.
We're not going over the
We gotta keep going. We gotta keep going.
We do. I'm just so close to
Remember from
exploding.
testimony that you want to comment on?
If you question if it's a violation, it probably was. If you feel violated, that was not consent. You feel
Yes, quite. Yes, quite. You okay?
Count your fucking axioms and logic, please! Please! I'm asking you to fucking adhere to the minimums! I'm angry about academics. This is so stupid.
Oh my god. Amazing.
I gotta pee, man. I'm mad.
He got so mad he has to pee, brothers.
Hey, to be fair,
Feelings
it's an
matter.
OCD compulsion.
It is.
Your feelings are valid.
Technically, now you're an ableist.
Consent is never implied.
Okay.
Real men
And
who
I'm a
get
proud
bitches
one.
ask for consent. I guess that's it.
What a good way to end the video. Not end the video, end the segment. What a good way to end the segment.
Some of them are
Part
brown.
five, why make this video? Unfortunately, this is
All
insight
right.
about how
Here, I'm not gonna play the end of this video. The end of this video is telling people how to be better people. Fuck you, Kim. Then the other part of the video is discussing what's her stupid fucking name, Lily Orchard, because let's make fun of her for it again. I don't care. So on the Dark Place, there are some of the voice actresses and actors are saying that they were contacted to do VA work, but they were never told what it is. They continue to talk about it a little bit more, saying, hey, big fan, blah, 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 blah. And look who says that it was true, that they were never told what the video was about. I Love Kim Possible. If I click on the YouTube page, holy shit, is that the real I Love Kim Possible? Yes, it is. It's the real person. Here's what I love to say. I Love KP should never, ever, 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 ever touch allegations like this again.
Ever.
Oop, I just got my camera out. I Love Kim Possible should never touch allegations like this again. I think it's very fucking damaging. In my opinion, ruined, not necessarily quote unquote credible allegations, but allegations that could have been levied against him. I think it should have been a separate video. It's couched in all of their private concerns, all of their private problems, and I'm fucking tired. I'm exhausted. I want to literally crash out. Again, Courtney, you want to debate me on your weird fucking crazy idea of fucking consent? Go for it. You literally said flashing titties was consent. You got no fucking stake in the game. But chat, that's the end of our 9-hour and 17-minute stream. I want to thank everybody for turning out.
That's a work day. That's a work day.
That's a fucking
work day.
hours. I love each and every one of you. Each and every one of you are great. Doing great work. If you haven't already joined the Discord, please join the Discord. If you become a fan of this, that's what we do. Falgi, the vid in the description is the Hypnotist Tafo vid. I'll fix that later. Fuck me, I didn't realize that. But we're gonna keep going.
Can I do a cosign right now?
Cosign, quite. Go do it.
Yeah, fucking Falgi made me want to catch up with the stream. I joined at like the 2 hours mark and got caught up at like the 4 hours mark because I had to walk away and do some shit. This guy knows what he's doing. He got people in here in the chat, and he was able to like match himself to their energy and got some really great work out of that, and like brought this situation closer to consensus. Even if that will never truly exist, he did more work than you'll ever see most people do, and that can only be attributed to him and his team. Ash, Greg, fucking all of them. Cloudy, like you gotta respect their work to do here, right? Right?
Thank you.
Come on, chat. You gotta respect it.
Yes.
You gotta
All sevens in the
respect the
chat.
dedication. They do it long. They let people come in and they speak with them. That's some shit like you can't speak earnestly about with a lot of people, and you gotta love it.
Well, I want to thank
Thank you
everybody
so much. I appreciate that.
I want to thank Quite.
You guys earned it.
I want to thank Quite for being here. I want to thank each and every one of you. Greg, Cloudy, Ash. I want to thank everybody.
Black Ops 3.
Sai, you're the best. I'm going to, here's the end card. I'm tired. Killjoy, you did the greatest things. Trans Ultron forever. And you know what? Fuck me, I'm dying. Bye-bye, everybody. Holy